There we go. Different timing today, huh? Different timing. This a little different today. Nah, I was supposed to get up early yesterday. But, eh. See something real quick. Get these going, man. Supposed to did this last night, but hey, 6 hours be kicking in, man. I mean, after 6 hours, but them 6 days, man. Be having a brother tired. Let me see something. Go ahead, start early this morning, then something I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, share to some people up in here. I don't know if they up. I think I got. Let me see. Make sure I send all these invites out. I guess that's everybody. No heads up, huh? You talking about? I just sent one. I just sent the invite. What's the deal, man? Hold on, let me get you real quick.
What is up? Good morning, Grand Rising. My brother, third child, is in the building.
I just noticed somebody's name is something followed you. What type of? They funny. They funny. Yeah, I'm up early. That's because I was supposed to got on last night. But my body said, you are not waking up early. Forget that. You better get you some sleep, boy. So, yeah, I just got up like about 9 o'clock this morning. I went to bed like 10 o'clock p.m. yesterday. Woke up a couple times last night, but went right back to sleep, though, in the middle of the night. So, now I'm up early now. I was about to go live, but you got it. Oh, okay. I passed out. Also, everybody needed to sleep. Right, exactly. Oh, this is a topic I was supposed to do. It's still, hold up, I didn't even get my boy CD. I just thought about that.
Welcome to the live. We got CD in here, boy. What's the
deal? Bro, these 6 days ain't no joke. I gotta say, oh my. And I'm complaining. Well, I ain't complaining, but I got 6 days, but I'm doing like 5 tens and one 6. I'm only doing like 56 hours. You doing 72? Oh my. Different levels, boy. Oh my. Yeah, this was supposed to happen because I do this every other I'm trying to alternate it. I'm talking about the race and ethnicity one Saturday, and then grudges forgiveness the next Saturday. So I'm gonna alternate it because they're my two biggest topics I want to stick with. You know, I feel like them two things kind of tie together, even though I'm separating them. They tie together as to why we can't, connect with one another. You know, we make our own little. Well, I have evidence for my ethnicity, but it's dark. Uh, what about it? Do you have evidence that you 100% who you say you are? Or whoever, or you 100% or you mixed? Got to make that money I spent on vacation. That's how I be. Yeah, I feel that, man. But the main people I'm looking for the evidence is the one that be like, I'm 100% this, I'm 100% that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people didn't even never look it up. So I doubt anybody, me myself personally, don't believe nobody's 100% anything to this day. You know, because there's been many, many, many years of possible mixing. Yeah, I think 100% was the people that started on Earth. um, that's what 100% started at. Like plants, not even 100%. Them things mixed with something by now. You know, everything. The soil not 100. The air is not 100% no more. Like it's just nothing is pure no more for real. Even the seeds they planted ain't like the seeds at the beginning of the time. Even though which came first, the plant or the seed? Probably the plant. That's a good one. They say I just know what I'm not. There you go. There you go. 100%. I'm 100% human. That's one thing everybody can agree with. Yes, exactly. You said Polish enough that my family were targeted by. Okay. Yeah. That's why I asked that second part because I was like, once you figure that out, that you're mixed, what makes what make you pick the one ethnicity over the others? You know, because a lot of people just. And I know the reasons behind certain situations, though. I know different. I just want to hear everybody different reasons. 100% spirit. Man, my boy be preaching, man. He must have had that coffee. He ain't grumpy today. I love it. I love this one right here, you know. My boy preaching. Exactly. That's how I feel, too. 100% spirit, 100% human. You know, unless your family grew up on the island, you mix with something. Exactly. And even on the island, y'all had to been literally not tampered with anything else through that whole situation. You know, I could see maybe some of them, yeah, Africans or, you know, the people that never moved that stick with their peoples from since the time began type situation. But that's the only way you cannot be mixed if you stuck with them people from the beginning of time, right? And was never no, you know, and just because they both look black on the outside doesn't mean that they ain't got a different ethnic background though. So that's another thing. Yeah. Then you say your father and your mother, but then you got to worry about their father and mother because they was probably mixed, and then their father was probably mixed. Like it's just like you could have multiple things inside of you for real. Yeah. Um, it's getting it's called getting some sun and working out better than cough. Thank you. There you go. Mr. Folgers done changed this whole scenario up. Okay, there you go. That's what I told you. You know what I'm saying? Get that mentality going, you know? Being being obsessed with purity is what led to those tragedies that happen here though. Okay. Okay. Oh, guess who woke up early in the morning?
Welcome to the live early this morning. It is beautiful Afro High Priest. What is the deal? And she's coming.
What
There
do
we
you
go.
mean?
What's the deal?
Divine risings, good morning, whatever you say.
Humanity rises for me. You know what I'm saying? That's what I call it.
Humanity.
How you feeling?
Divine as usual. I just woke up and chose violence this morning.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Alut's
That's
not doing
something I
her
want to hear this
thing.
morning.
I mean, I literally I just woke up. And I'm, smoking my herbs and whatever. And I having to go through it live and like all these YT women up here telling this one black lady that she's being aggressive and that they not being racist. And then the Nigerian man ain't saying a word. It's my son. We's good people and bad people. Boy, shut the fuck up. But as far as the topic,
Hmm.
where all this stuff is coming from on TikTok? where it's like people talking about their ethnicity and proving exactly what their bloodline is. Like, what's up with that?
I don't know what's up with anybody else but mine. My stuff been going on for the past every other week, so my stuff is my. I think the point of my situation is to bring everybody together. The point of everybody else is just to separate each other. That's the difference.
That's what it
Yeah,
seems
right.
like. That's what it seemed like. I had one lady, she tried to ask me, how you know that your people are from Nigeria? I'm like, what? Like,
Yeah.
what you mean? How do I know? I mean, my bloodline, my ancestors at my altar. Like, I know my people. They said, did y'all go test the bone marrow? I'm like, I know y'all fucking lying.
Mm, yeah.
They say they are American Indians.
You
So,
know,
okay, then.
at the end of the day, though, like none of this stuff is really important. That's what I'm trying to get to. That's why I'm trying to debunk so much stuff, man. Because like even that, just like you said, you jumped in that live for whatever the situation is. It's like he went into an area that already chose violence, right? So it's like that's his fault for going in there with a bunch of YT people and trying to change somebody else's mindset. So my thing is when I look at stuff like that, it's just people that be trying to express themselves in a situation that don't even need to, you know what I'm saying, that somebody can care less. Because I can understand everybody don't know how to maintain their hurt and traumas and stuff. So they, let me go for this now. Ooh, yeah, just like that. I like how you said that chose violence stuff. I always want to know what be the intentions of that or choosing violence or something like that. I hear that a lot
I
too.
can tell you, I chose that because I'm going to go up and I'm going to stand up for somebody that's black.
Oh,
She
okay.
was not wrong. That was the reason. She was surrounded about two YT, well, one YT person and a Latin person, and
Oh,
all of everybody else was Nigerian, and they was trying
okay.
to make it seem as if she was just basically called, like say they called her racist because like I don't know, whatever. But it was all of them against her, and then they started making up lies about the lady because I actually know the lady from
Oh,
not from TikTok, and it's like you sitting up here trying to make it seem. Then the one woman said, and this is why we don't like to talk to black women. I'm like,
mm-hmm.
yeah, you being racist. So I
So,
chose violence because I'm not gonna let my black sister be up there by herself.
okay. So this is the
We
internet,
we
right?
gonna eat, we gonna eat together.
This is the internet, right?
Yeah.
So who fault is it that they went into somebody's territory to get jumped?
Well, initially it wasn't started out as a no jump. It was a conversation. When you
Yeah.
walk into a room, you don't assume that you're gonna be met with racism. So if that's the case, you can say any lie that you go to, you shouldn't go up there and talk to nobody because
No.
some of these lies start out being peaceful and then everybody start arguing.
Yeah.
So you get
But
the choice to leave, move.
right, we getting somewhere. Exactly. Exactly. So
Yeah, so
that's
we
one thing
left.
I learned myself because I did that
I'm
a couple
hungry.
times when I first started on this app, which I see is pointless. When somebody got their mentality messed up or whatever, at the end of the day, they only stressing y'all out because they probably laughing in the background. We don't know their intentions behind it, so they only stressing y'all out because they get to do what they want because it's the internet, right? So
Mm-hmm.
like
Well,
you
not
losing a blood
no,
vessel
no, no. You
over,
can't say you get what you want to do when because it's the internet. Because people get doxxed all the time. People
yeah,
get pulled up on all the time because they
oh yeah,
talking all that stuff on the internet,
yeah,
thinking that it's just the internet.
yeah, yeah.
And people, I don't
But they
like that
doing it. It's a
saying.
billion people doing this. You
I don't
can't.
like people do that. It's like just the
Yeah,
internet. Like we are real people. We real
but
people.
you can't save everybody.
I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
what I'm
sorry.
saying. There's people
You can't
talking
say
reckless
nobody
on this
but
thing all
yourself. You
around
can't.
here.
I don't know. I can't. You can't. We really can't say nobody but yourself. Like people make the choice to like either listen and take heed or go against the grain. But it doesn't make them wrong nor right. They just mean that they on their own path. Something that you may do may not be something that I may do, and same vice versa. But either way, we both gotta learn in our own time.
Okay.
Dad, did my phone break up?
No, I heard
Oh,
you clear.
you was
I
paused
heard you
like a
clear.
mother lover.
No, I heard you clear. Hey, at the end of the day, the point of me saying that is like that's up to you if you want to raise your blood pressure. But I'm just saying that you is no way possible you'll be able to check every last person on this app because there's too
Ain't
many
no
people that's doing that on
run
here.
your yeah, you run yourself crazy trying to do that.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why I always get. because there's so many people that be doing it. Oh, this person is so dangerous. Watch out for. But they giving these people more fuel to
Excuse
do
me.
more of what they doing and stuff. I mean, because it's literally, if we was to go in every room, it's so many people. Then imagine if them people spread it out and start doing their own marriages. You would have to go to every last room. It's like at the end of the day, what are you doing with your real life? You know what I'm saying? Because you can't. If you never had this app, you would never see them people. You would never know
Facts.
nothing about it or not. Then you be trying to check people on what Clubhouse next, try to check people on Tag or something. Like, dog, it gets to a point that, hey, at
I
the
ain't
end of
heard
the
Tag
day,
in so long.
you said what?
I heard that app. I heard about that app in so long.
I don't
Tag.
know what the yeah, Tag, yeah. But it's like I be hearing a lot of people that try to do that superhero stuff. Me myself had to chill it because it was like pointless. It's like I'd rather bring. I can't let nobody change my character because of they evil self or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I just can't do it. I'd rather, spread. And I'm saying I because everybody not me, right? But I'm
Mm-hmm.
just saying just to bring awareness that I'm just saying that at the end of the day, if you hurting yourself more than saving yourself or helping yourself, it's no point of even trying to step in certain situations because, like I said, all of us can download stuff. A lot of people gonna jump into situations and have to learn themselves that it ain't really worth it. You're not gonna change somebody's mind. They all say this. Okay, you said people is getting pulled up on and all this stuff. It is what it is. But how many people we gonna pull up on before everybody end up in jail and stuff? That's crazy. It's just weird. It's
I
just
don't
so
even.
weird to me.
I just don't even believe in trying to prove nothing to people no more. And I feel like that's some reason why some folks feel like they don't like me because they'll say you're supposed to come up and prove something. But I don't gotta prove nothing. I'm just gonna speak whatever I have to speak on whatever the topic is. Cause my job is not to convince nobody of nothing. You either gonna like you take it. Either you gonna heed to what I'm saying, or you gonna take it with a grain of salt. I would not. I don't know. I don't like. I ain't gonna convince nobody of nothing. But I did just do a thing though. I just unfollowed 2,000 people yesterday.
Said you want to follow them. What you got to clear the list or something?
Clean the energy. I
I
got tired
got
of
you.
seeing all the.
Let me see. I missed so many
Like,
comments.
I made sure I'm still third child. I'm still following him though, making sure because I don't want to get caught out.
Those folks that, those folks that, those missionaries are probably the ones left. That's 100%. Okay. DNA
What y'all eating
test.
today?
I just ate some cereal. Beautiful.
Some
What
for
are you
dinner,
talking about?
obviously. For dinner.
DNA test not really prove it, fam. Investigate the specific health tendencies. Mine actually ended up being true. I'm 93% African according to the ancestors, 5% Scottish. Okay, so I mean, you all three of them, or do you only claim one?
You gotta claim all your peoples. You can't.
uh,
I feel like you're supposed to claim everybody that's a part
you're
of your
supposed to claim
team.
everything. My high yellow self, no, I'm white somewhere down the line. Probably so. You know what I'm saying? So I said, there are articles coming out that ancestry lied. Y'all do y'all research. I've been hearing about that. There is a woman in Nigeria that could be my mother's twin. DNA connected 6 generations back. Anything possible. You know what I don't know, but me or tell someone else that I apologize. Folks trauma dump on each other and lies. So he was saying that to you. Right, exactly. That's the thing. My research went past ancestry. Don't mean because I don't know. Mm, science bed used says the science bed in court. DNA and science is real. Facts. Say that again for the ones in the back. Okay, what I do. Okay, we caught up. I'm caught up. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Even with that, man, it's all about all that stuff. Everybody getting brought up in wrong areas, and we don't know what's getting taught. They teaching this stuff for us to divide with one another, and literally, my point is that's the reason why I'm doing this is because all of us is the same in a way. We just got different experiences, and just because somebody got the same skin color as you doesn't mean they went through the same thing as you either. Because you gonna find out if you start digging in these so-called DNA test things. You ain't gonna probably like the results. That like, what the heck? I thought I was this all this time, and all this. I've been taking up for this for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day. I'm just saying, like, none of this stuff really. We gotta connect with off. We gotta connect off mentality and stuff, man, or thoughts and stuff. Because like everybody, evil, good do not come with no the way your blood is or the way your skin type is. It's just not. It don't work like that. You know, it was just we find the silliest things to divide with one another and stuff. They even got in our mind that we be thinking stuff is racist and don't even be racist. It's like, oh man, the way he just put his nose up at me, oh he gotta be racist, something like. But he a same black person to do the same thing to you, and what that is, you know what I'm saying? It's like we so quick to throw that stuff out because of what they put in our brains. Like, dang, this what happened back. That's why I don't, man. The teachers, man, it affect a lot of people. That's why I was talking about that with the I was asking was history or the teaching of history hurting people more than saving people or helping people? And I truly believe that it's hurting a lot of us because the way they teaching it. It's like why our mentality this way. We get mad and don't even know why we get mad because of what the stuff they taught us. It's just, man, that junk be is crazy. And it take a lot to unlearn a lot of that stuff when you really see what's going on in this world. Let me see. Albino,
I just feel so
albinoism.
like, cause my bloodline, like my peoples and our traditions and things that's for like my people. Like I want to continue that for my family when I have my children, and they have their children, and so on and so forth. So I mean, yeah, we are all the same, but also we're all also different. Like a Ghanaian person can't tell a Nigerian person how to be Nigerian, and same vice versa. Like
What is that? How can
Ghana,
how do you act? How can you tell somebody how to be a? All of us humans at the
exactly,
end of the day, right?
exactly,
How do you tell
exactly.
somebody they?
I'm telling you, you can't exactly. You can't because you can't. You have not lived their experience because you're not Nigerian and you're not another person is not Gun. You don't know their traditions. You don't know their beliefs. So exactly, that's my point. You can't tell nobody who they are and where they come from. You can't use your DNA. Well, not you personally, but you can't. A person can't use their DNA ancestry and compare it to the next person and say, "Oh, we ain't all we y'all not know y'all not this and y'all not that because your DNA says told you to choose something else." Like you can't do things like that. And for the mixed folks, I say learn about all your traditions. Every little speck that comes up in your bloodline, learn it. Because at the end of the day, they're your people, regardless. Like, I'm sorry. I would never
Hmm.
leave my ancestors behind because I'm a firm believer in that they walk with me daily. So, nah, I would
So,
never.
is you living your life or your ancestors' life?
They living their life through me.
So, so what you
Yes.
doing different or the same as them to this day?
Shoot, now we have technology that they didn't have. The same that I'm
Okay.
doing is our traditions, our beliefs. The
Mm.
same as far as that, the spirituality aspect of it. I'm learning now that I need to look at more about the issues that goes on. Because initially I was like, I'm
The
not saying I
issues.
didn't care. I'm not saying I didn't care because I cared, but it felt like it didn't really matter because it was a bigger spectrum on it. But it's like I can't look at the big spectrum and not acknowledge what's going on around me also. Like to me, I feel like that would be me being a hypocrite. Like I'm here to make my people proud. I'm not you could say like they gone and they this and that, but we really believe that life doesn't end just because you're not here physically. Like they can hear me. They with me right now. Like some folks don't believe in things of that sort and that's fine. But I'm just not I'm not gonna abandon my traditions. That was bestowed here years and eons before me. and I'm just gonna abandon it because of what? Because I'm not my ancestors. True enough, I'm not, but their bloodline still runs through me. So how could I forget them when they walk with me? To me, I just can't.
So wouldn't making them proud would be being better than what they was or living a better
Yeah,
life? Because
exactly.
I'm pretty sure nobody's ancestors was perfect. I'm pretty sure they had a lot of stuff that they
Exactly,
had to
but at
work
the
on.
same
Everybody
time,
be
you're not gonna forget your traditions. Why would you
yeah,
leave? Why? I don't know, man.
yeah,
Me personally, I'm just not gonna leave their traditions and their spirituality beliefs behind, because for the longest I left it behind because I didn't know nothing about it, and
yeah.
I believed in things of what was taught to me over here, and I had to really deconstruct all that bullshit. So
Nah,
once I found, I'm sorry, what you say?
I ain't saying nothing.
Oh, yeah, like
Ain't
once
you
I
supposed to
found
be in
my
church? Who said that?
my stuff and whatever, like
I usually go to church on Saturdays. Ain't you
church.
supposed to be in church? What the heck? What the freak? Am I supposed to be in church? But
Yo, what's good? What happened?
Nothing
what's
much.
the deal, man? Uh, this young deep. Wow, it's crazy. So what? Like, all right. So say if so, you said you okay. Said you follow your ancestors. So how is that? Like, how is that working in your life? Is it helping you better your life? Is it help you make better decisions in life? Is it
Yeah, you know, brought
is
me to
you
people like y'all. Like, yes, it
huh?
is. Heck
Okay.
yeah. Like, literally,
Yo, what's
the
good, fam?
What's the
You
deal,
fuck with
man?
CDC?
Oh, oh,
CDC.
oh.
Can
Oh,
I
Lord.
say
The
something? I want to
What
CDC
say
you
up in
got?
here? Oh, I
yeah,
would say,
CDC in there. I want
okay.
to say something. Me, I used to be one of them people to be like, hey, you not this. You say you this and that, right? And I had to humble myself and realize something. If I didn't go down that rabbit hole and trying to find out what I am and who I am, that's it. Kind of humbled me to like, okay, bro, if you don't know who you is, you need to go down. Basically, it's like you need to go to that school and see what they're trying to teach you and see what's in there before you sit there and say, don't go to that school. Don't listen to
Mm-hmm.
what they say when you never step foot in that school. So that's how I took it as with like taking people, telling people what they is and who they is and where they come from. Now the thing what I deal with, we got to go back, and they keep, they go back and they say, hey, we was captured from somewhere and they brought us here. My belief is we was already all over the fucking world before anybody captured anybody. That's my belief. I believe that we was all over the world, not just specific places. Now, I deal with what I know, which is my father. He 80 years old. He go back a long time, and I ask him questions. And I asked him certain questions like, hey, do you know about blah, blah, blah? Do you know we came from over there? What your He was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I was born in this state. I was from this state. So I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, this is crazy. So you don't know nothing about coming from another country. He was like, I never heard nothing like that. I was born in this state. This is where we come from. This is where our family at. So I look at this. I did with what I know, which is I know I'm from here. This is where I was born at. This is my birthplace. And it'd be crazy like it'd be blasphemy when people be like, I'm from over here, I'm from over there, and this and that, but you're not even trying to take care of your own home that you were born in. You know what I'm saying? For some reason, we always looking across the street, but we don't never want to look in our own damn house. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Right.
And it's like, why is they trying to push us out there over there? And like, I'm just trying to understand that part. So with that situation, I kind of fell back and I just let people believe what they believe because when you got scientific shit coming into play, when you got the science and you got the people that always been telling you a lie, tell you that this not a lie, meaning they lied about this and that, but when they tell you about where you come from, you don't think they lied about that too? You know what I'm saying? A big could put your DNA in something and give you back some results and tell you any damn thing. That still don't make it fact. That don't make it true. You know what I'm saying? That's why I
Mm-hmm.
just calm down. I just let people just do their thing. You feel me? And I don't really try to stop somebody's progress like that, because I wouldn't want nobody to do me like that. But that's it.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, I feel you, man. I look at it, sure. As long as
I
it's better
feel
in your life, if it's hurting you more than anything, then you gotta change up whatever it is because like Just because it's another thing, just because your ancestors did
Right,
something
Ali.
right, that doesn't mean it's right either. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, just like I be telling when people like, or it be the parents like, I want to better, I want my child to do better than I was and stuff. But it be the wrong things they want them to do better at. I want them to have better shoes, better clothes, and all that stuff. But what about a better
Hold,
mentality and stuff?
hold on,
What about
hold
a
on,
better way
hold
to
on.
respond?
Hold on, Kev. Let me slow you down. Let me slow you down. I used to argue with my parent and tell him like, hey, cause he used to say certain shit like this. You think you smart? You think you smarter than me? You think you know everything? And I'm like, why is that a problem? If I feel like that, you should want me to be better than you. You should want me to think better than you. You
Exactly.
should want me to operate better than you have done. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
It don't just because I'm living doesn't mean I'm supposed to be stagnant and just at this level. Cause you been here, you did no nigga. You spent your time. We in a new year, and we
Exactly.
advancing, we evolving, we learning shit faster than when it was your time. So
Right.
yes, I'm gonna think better than you. I'm gonna react and handle myself better and make better options than you have. So why that's a problem? That should never be a problem.
Exactly.
And
Shouldn't be, man.
just like the same for us, our kids should be better than we is, and we should keep
Exactly.
that going. Yeah,
Exactly.
One of it all though. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't get the point of saying like keeping traditions can leave you to be stagnant. I don't get that part. Like, I know that we got all of these things around us, and that's the whole point. We supposed to evolve each day. If you stay the same, you ain't doing nothing good in life. Like, you know and learn new shit literally every day. And I guess keep moving. So, like, what is the stagnant part coming in that third child? Like, when I'm speaking about traditions. Because, like,
I
some
have no
people,
clue what you're talking about. I'm lost.
oh,
Can you explain it a little bit more?
yeah, I was talking about the tradition and stuff of my peoples and whatever, of my lineage. And then, you came up and you was talking about, want to be better, you want to be better than ancestors. And this. Of course, you would want to. So I was trying to understand exactly, like, that part of it. Because we was talking about traditions.
Right, right. But I was speaking on what I was speaking on in the comments and the topic earlier. I'm gonna say this again. When people believe and do things like that, I fall back and not say nothing if I haven't gone down that path and look into it myself. So you asking me that, I can't ask you that question because I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. I thought you was like coming up and what I was
Nah,
talking.
he was just talking about because I had mentioned about parents say they want you to be better than them, and then when you do something better than this, it'd be a whole different thing. That's like it
They
ain't
make it
when
seem like it's a crime or it's the devil because it's the things they say. Oh,
you
you think you
grew.
better than me? You think you smart? Like
Hmm.
why that's a problem? I come from you. You should want your damn seed to be. You know what I'm saying? If you was a branch and you got them you have apples on these trees and the apples falls and make they damn seeds, you should want this damn apple tree
Exactly.
to grow beautiful than you did. What you mean? That's the whole point.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's what I was talking about.
I feel you on that too. Yeah, most definitely, man. And that's how it is. And eventually they'll mold over and like, yeah, I love how you became and stuff, but it just take a lot because, like I said, the stuff that they went through back then, they didn't have that mentality and stuff. Sometimes you do surpass, but eventually they will have to grow and understand, like there's something I should. But like it's the ego that do that. You know what I'm saying? A parent don't want you to think that you're smarter. I've been in this world longer than you. Ain't no way. You know what I'm saying? That's what they use on you and stuff. But it's a lot of growth. It's
And they,
maturity and growth. That don't come with age. You know what I'm saying? You gotta. It do take time, but age don't tell you how to mature, right? You gotta actually work on yourself and how you react to certain situations for maturity.
and then I
Um.
be wanting them to understand, we generation Y. We had the midst of going outside, and we had the beginning of the internet. You know what I'm saying? We older than
Mhm.
I wouldn't say we older than the internet. We probably older than the computer. I don't know, but look, we had a bit of the internet, and we had the outside. And they ain't understanding, bro. We don't have to go to the libraries to figure out this. We don't have to. We exposed to so much things. That's why the kids that's after us, the 2000 kids, that's why they learning rapidly because they was born in the internet age. That's all they know. You take that shit away from them, they might lose their damn mind. They might got them tap out. You feel me? Because they not used to what we was used to, just like we not used to what you used to. But we not.
Mhm.
People say we going backwards in a sense because why we need all these smart devices? and we already smart. You know what I'm saying? Because the smart is kind of making us, yeah. So what I'm saying is, if you really think about it, though, kids are advancing and they learning things way rapidly, way fast at the age
Yeah.
they learn shit than we did. You know what I'm saying? So of course they gonna come out. Look, if they, I mean, if they got some guidance into what they know and this and that, they gonna be goddamn unstoppable. They gonna be goddamn like the
Yeah.
Avengers. You you feel me?
But it's all about what they learn because a lot of these kids learning the wrong things though. That's where it's like a double-edged sword when it comes to that. They smart, but smart for the wrong stuff too at the same time.
Yeah, too
Like
much
what the heck?
information
Kids
ain't
at 8 years
good.
old about to get each other pregnant and stuff. What the heck?
And
Twerking and stuff.
it is a gift and a curse to
Yeah.
be exposed to all this information because
Yeah.
you can have too much of it. I mean, too much of it, and it'll steer you down some path that, oh, I'm thinking, and that's like, oh, you all over the place. You can't, find a path that it was meant for you, your purpose, and you all over the place because you got too much information in your brain and you trying to manage it.
Mm-hmm. So,
They
now
say
it's
that
time to
the
get.
man that knows the most knows nothing at all.
Mm-hmm.
Cause like you
Mm-hmm.
not you get guided, but you don't know exactly like how to examine exactly what you're learning. You're not learning because you just glancing.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, like Ali was saying, to add to what he was saying, like, hey, you could know a lot of things, but you could know a lot of the wrong things. What makes it knowledgeable and credible when you turn that knowledge into wisdom.
Mm.
And what makes wisdom is when you can apply the knowledge that you're learning.
Mm-hmm. So, I want to get back to that because this is so perfect. And I'm glad she's saying this. I'm glad she's saying. So I want to get back to that because, like I said, this is the whole point of this, the whole topic, anyways. Because it's no different when I start getting some more people in here. But I want to get to this tradition thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I understand that a lot of people make it importance. It's like it's no different from that what they say, that the double-edged sword thing too. So I look at it as like is your like whatever the traditions that we either choose or we grew up from. It's like is it help is it better in our life, or is it helping us separate more to like, hey, no, if you ain't part of this, I ain't do that. Or they got the ones that's like, no, they'll never connect with these type of situations, even though time is evolving, right? I just think that it's like certain parts. It's like you can't follow every. That's like okay. Say that if YT people got their little stuff or whatever, and they follow the same thing. Stay racist and stay. You know what I'm saying? That's part of our situation because they was these type of people or something like that. It's like it gotta. I feel like it gotta get to a point where we have to. That's because that's the same thing as having a generational curse that they be calling it, aka generational habits. That's a new thing. Somebody was telling me about. But like some of these habits, if we got to be a better version or a better thing of our ancestors, we got to break some of this stuff because a lot of stuff that we've been taught, just because it's part of our tradition, doesn't make it right either. You know what I'm saying? So us trying to, you said that we trying to make them proud, but I think making them proud is growing from their mistakes that they had, right? Or the mistakes they
Mm-hmm.
made, because that's the point of them. A lot of them passing away for us because they messed up. So we have to, grow from and learn from what they did. No different from our
When I
own
say
entire life.
traditions, I'm talking about our spiritual traditions. I'm not talking about like every Christmas we do this and do that. I'm talking about spiritual traditions. And like it was
Spiritual
something I
traditions.
had to learn in regards to like my bloodline because it wasn't taught to me. Like it was my family stopped teaching it when my great grandmother she stopped teaching until my miss I can't tell you her name. But anyways, it was stopped eventually because they started becoming like Baptists, the
Mm.
Christians and things of that such. So a lot of things I've learned is helped me in my life better than the things I learned when I was younger through a particular religion. So that's what I'm talking about, like traditions. Like,
So, like, can you give me like an example of how to better your life today?
yeah, of course, like my mind frame is different. I know anytime that somebody don't, we got this thing called Iwapale, and that means always remaining in good character. Like when people trying to push your buttons and trying to talk about what you believe in, It's just like you just gotta understand that everybody's not going to understand exactly where you're coming from. And it's not your job to make them understand. Before,
That's the
That's where I'm
like
tradition.
coming
I
from.
was so I was let me finish. I was so not even like I was a messed up person. Like I felt like I had to always try to prove my point and like convince folks of this and that, and like it didn't work for me. It taught me good character. So yeah, I feel like with my life personally, it was the tradition that I have learned within Ifa. Is the love that I have just for people now, and I'm knowing it's not just about me. I used to be so selfish, like so selfish, so defensive. I always want to get. I was horrible, bro, and I would always be the victim. Like no matter what I did, and how I would make it seem like because a person reacted a certain way towards me that I was a victim, and I'm not even acknowledging the action that I did to even get their reaction. Because it was never me. It was always somebody else. So it's helped me
Mm.
on that aspect. And of course, I'm still human. I fall short, but I'm able to acknowledge it and catch it and fix it. I didn't really fix it, more so mend it and like get to the root of it all. It's taught me that. It's taught me good character. Iwapale is what it's taught me. And I just feel like before, then on top of that, I used to like talk about people what they believed in. Like if you wasn't a Christian and stuff, I downed you. I condemned them. Like I was horrible. Like I was horrible, bro. And I was taught that there was the like we are the warriors of the Christ. We're here for the Lord. We have to save the world. And like now, I know like everybody's path ain't gonna look the same. Like we all saying the same thing but different ways. Like it always made me think about that scripture all the time. When he said, "I have many a names," and that to me now that tells me everybody tradition, everybody religions, everybody all that shit right. But you just wouldn't see it because you are in their particular religion or tradition. Like you realize that like it's all the same. You're going down the same path, but you just going down it on different roads of it.
Right.
As long as you like really taking heed to what you learning within their tradition or their religion or whatever. If it's really helping you, then I support it. But when I was a Christian, man, you told me you was a Muslim. Man, you don't believe that Jesus is real. You don't believe God is this. And I used to condemn people. Man, now I believe everybody right. All y'all got a point. You just can't get too deep into it to where you don't see nothing. You only see the spiritual aspect or the religious aspect of it, and not the human aspect of it. So if I taught me that, it built my character. It started to make me hold myself accountable. And that shit was hard. It's still hard to this day. I used to hear lying if I say that anytime I make a mistake, I'm not trying to find a way to make it somebody else's problem or blame it on somebody else. So that's for me. It's only for me though. I can't talk about how this particular religion has helped other people. But for me, that's what it is. Yeah, it helped me a lot. Ain't no lane, no plane. What you mean?
He said that a whole 30 minutes ago.
Ah, my
Yeah,
bad.
my point. My point.
She
I
just
just looked
noticed it was
at
in there.
But
Do,
nah, to add to what you were saying, that's exactly what I was saying earlier. Like, I was like, bruh, I feel like, and that's just me, I feel like it ain't gonna really do no good from when somebody trying to figure something out and we be like, hey, you don't know, or you wrong. And like, it's like putting shit on top of shit, if that make any
mm-hmm.
more sense. It's already chaotic, you know what I'm saying? And they probably got stuff going on. They what led them to their path, like what they been through, what they experienced, what they know, which probably led them to that path. but it's on them to figure that out. It ain't for us to be like, hey man, you know what I'm saying? Because you kind of fuck up somebody's journey or something, what they trying to do, and it might, you know what I'm saying? You might mess people up by doing that. So I kind of be kind of careful and try to do what I can do the best way I can instead of lead by example and not just be saying shit like hey. Cause I used to be like that, Kev. I ain't even gonna care. I used to be saying, "Hey, that ain't real. That ain't fair. You lying. You don't even know." And then I came to a realization, like, bro, you don't even know. So what is you talking about?
Right,
That's
exactly.
what my higher self want. Cause my higher self don't speak like that. But it was just more about checking myself. Like, bro,
Yep.
you don't even know. What is you talking about? You need to deal and focus on and master what you know right now.
Yep.
And yeah, go ahead. Talk.
What the heck? How you gonna stop when I'm over here agreeing with you? I was feeling
Yeah.
it.
No, I was done. Oh my bad. I'm done. I
Oh,
ain't.
that was a
Yeah.
good. He was getting good. So I want to go back to that. I think it's deeper than just because I know there's a lot of people do that though. Like if it's like a failure in one religion, then they blame the whole entire religion. What I learned in just in general, it don't even be the religions. It don't be the thing is, I realize everybody interprets stuff different ways. That's all it is. Um, like, cause even that some people got so much, they say a lot about just Christians or whatever, but it's like if you go to different churches teach different things, just like different camps teach different things, or different spiritual what was that you use or spiritual groups. They all like they got different stuff. Like if you like listen to every last person, they got their own interpretation of how things go. They might have some certain things, but it's just what you listening to, and yes, and being in tune with your spirit to see if it sound right or not. But we do have this thing that's even like what they do in real life. Like when one person mess up or we got a bad seed in something, then we blame it on the whole entire group. You know what I'm saying? And that's something we kind of really got to grow from. That's when I had to grow from that situation because I realized that it ain't just because we got a few bad cops that all bad cops is bad. But because I got a few one of my cons that want to rob us, that mean all black people was bad. You know what I'm saying? We do that stuff. Or a couple white T racist people. Or all of them. You know what I'm saying? It's not true. So I say, once you get yourself together, right? And this is just for me because I don't know everybody mentality the same way. But once you realize it's like it's deeper than what our eyes see for real. It's more of a lot of people just got. Is that's what I mean about everybody literally the same. Because a lot of people, if you do a hate, if you do a hurt black person, they can be just as racist as a YT person, right? If you got a hurt, if you got a hurt whatever, somebody in your family can be just as bad. They can steal from you. They can talk, all this stuff. It's just really everybody. Everybody just either they either evil, they hurt, or they just trying to make it for real. It's like you got to be able to tell off the people's hearts and intentions. And as you talk to them, that's when you find out it's more than what you see on the outside, or more than what they people believe in, their beliefs and all that stuff. Like what we do is what the freak? I was about to get to somewhere. We put people in a box. We put situations just in a box and stuff. It's because of what we got taught. But it's like we really gotta open up and see that it's a bigger picture than what we trying to do. You know what I'm saying? It's way bigger than
Yes.
this.
And Kev, I ain't gonna lie. You gotta sit. You gotta meditate on what you just said. It's a bigger
Yeah.
picture. You gotta open your mind to what we trying to do. You gotta,
Yeah.
you gotta sit with that. And I want to add to what you were saying. Like, people so caught on to what they see on the outside of a person. You ain't even focused on if they righteous or not. Is they
Right.
spirit right? If you were about to, I ain't gonna say worry, but if you focus or be aware of how somebody's spirit is, it don't matter what they look like on the outside. Because you know what your heart is, right? You know your heart
Yep.
right. You know your heart on some positive stuff. You trying to do the right thing, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And if a
Yep.
person not on that, then just separate yourself, no matter what color they is or what.
Exactly. Exactly. My boy I be feeling like he about to go in, man. He be doing his thing. And that's perfect for real, man. Sometimes you do gotta separate yourself. Even like this room you was talking about earlier, you got to separate yourself, man. That's all it is. You don't want nobody to mess your character up. If you claim you a positive person, what you doing in negative areas? You know what I'm saying? It's just be weird. But I understand that all of us got that. Nobody don't like to see none of that. But it's different ways to handle certain situations. But adding fire to fire never do anything. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, oh, I'm about to go fight. I'm about to beat this person up because this other person beating. But at the end of the day, you gonna make the stuff worse. It's like it don't like stuff don't end. Like sometimes that's even like how with wars. The only way wars end is if a other person give up. You know what I'm saying? Because if it was up to a war, they would wait till everybody is gone. But some people like truce. Okay, I can't do this. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got to give up in a situation. No different from if a husband and a wife is fighting. Some person got to give in because if neither one give in, it's forever. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna keep going and going until somebody is not here to be to defend themselves type situation. If you know what I mean, 6 feet under type situation or the hospital, but stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So the only thing you can somebody got to be. It's called being a bigger person. Like you always hear me say that a lot. Got to be the bigger person on certain situation. Realize that everybody don't have the same. Some people are not as strong as you. Some people don't believe the same way you believe and stuff. But that don't make them a bad person just because. You know what I'm saying? Because you could have been the same exact person. That's that type of way. Like nobody, everybody been raised up different, taught different things. So you know it's how it is. That's all. Let's see who that said they about to do. Oh, Al. All right, man. Ali. Several ways to live life exactly. They were wrong for us and be after. Mm-hmm. Do something. Yeah, exactly.
That's where I'm at with people, you know, because I always said this and that. I'm like, my belief, like, people ask me like what you are, what you believe. I mean, what you are and where you. And I'm like, I gotta come from the beginning to get you to understand the answer I'm gonna give you, bro. I believe that the Creator made us in all colors, shapes, and sizes.
Love it.
If you got plants, you got all type of things that's made by nature. It's all that type of color, sizes. Even leaves got freckles. Like, what is we talking about? You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
when it comes to people, and if we are the most incredible thing he made, why would he not make us all colors, shapes, and sizes, and all over the
Mm-hmm.
world? That we we,
Yep.
we, we are part of him. So I'm not going to be focused on, oh, I'm over here. I'm blah, blah, blah. No, I'm just dealing with spirit and righteousness, bro. Because
Exactly.
you
That's the
ain't really got to.
main focus.
You ain't got to tell somebody that you're righteous. You ain't got to tell somebody that you're doing right. It's an aura. It's an energy. It's a vibe. It's a feeling. Like you ain't got to tell nobody that, bro. So it's like, listen, it's light against dark. That's what we going on. I'm over here in the
Right.
light. I can't see in the
Right.
dark. Goddamn it. You feel me? Somebody just hopped up. Go ahead and talk if you need to, if you want to.
Tiziana, let me hit you up real quick.
Tiziana is
Hello,
in the
friend.
building. What you doing? Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I really feel important. But what the third child just said, I jive with that because as a and I hate the terminology, but when it says like you're biracial, that really stuck me and really messed my mind for a long, long time. Not because I wanted to, because societal standards are really messed up, if you ask me. But the day that I realized that I'm me, first of all, right? Within me, and everything I needed was inside of me, that changed the game. And words like peace, love, happiness, they were no longer a dream, a pipe dream. It was real. So as soon as that
Yeah,
we
make that a tradition.
understand that we are the human race, we're gonna be so better off mentally, physically, emotionally. And it's all about the energy. Either you got the positive vibes or you have the negative vibes.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Okay.
Thank you for
Okay.
letting me.
You
Okay. Let
did.
me see.
You did. You feel me? Yeah.
That's now you made me think of something. That's what we need to make is a this the type of tradition we need to come up with our own because sometimes we might have to break away some stuff. Let's come with the peace, love, and happiness tradition. What
Bro,
about that? Let's make something new then. You know what I'm saying? What
bro,
can we go
bro.
wrong at on that?
It's not even that, cuz,
Absolutely.
fam. It's not even that, bro. That's what my whole page is dedicated to. That's my
Mm-hmm.
whole motive behind I do what I have to do. That's why I chaotic shit. I'm straight. Y'all got to go on somewhere. Because when you come over here, it's love, peace, it's good energy. That's why people love it, because the type of intent that I have behind when I do stuff, you know what I'm saying? Listen here, I want people to come together, connect. I want people to feel safe to express what they say, things that they ain't have a place to say it or people to say it to. Come over here. We not over here to do that. We trying to build. That's why I always say that. We come together to build. We
Thank
already tearing each other down already. That shit ain't getting nowhere. I'm not a part of that game. You know what I'm saying? I want to build, connect, and elevate, rise like a bar graph. We go for. If we ain't going up, we going forward. If we ain't going forward, we going up. We still moving to the. You know what I mean? But yes, we doing that. We is around you, but you got to see it. But we doing
Gotta
that.
see it. Got to. Right. Maybe we go hold up one more person.
What's good,
Welcome to the loudest homo lion. And she not lying. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody's.
Good
Um,
morning. Good
I
morning.
was gonna hang,
Good
I was gonna
morning.
hang out in the bottom, but you guys were talking about fuck, I forgot. But it made me think about this version of God that I saw once, and I believe it's some version of a Hindu God. I don't know them well enough to be able to name him, but it's like so it's a body, right? And it's got like 6 arms and 6 legs, and it's got 100 faces, and they're all different colors and different. They look completely different from each other. They're different genders and whatever. And I was like, if anything. That's more of what I think it is. It's not some weird bearded white man sitting on a fucking cloud somewhere. It's this being that can appear to you however and has all of the human experience to be able to understand your plight and what you are going through right now.
Right.
But yeah.
Exactly. You know the funny part about that
Like
is
that.
that even in the where they got that from, right? And this that came in the Bible. It even said don't make no graven image of him because nobody don't know how he looked, right? It only says it like at the end of times it still don't even fully describe how he looked. We don't say he got no color or nothing. It even said he had like white hair, bronze foot, or bronze toe. It was something like that, but it never said his face. It's just, that's the
You got
whole
my
reason
answer.
why it say not to make an engraven image of him because people trying to make what they want to make out of it, and I don't believe it's no, you know what I'm saying? It ain't.
Yeah. You
Fam, you
have no
So
got my
idea what
basically,
I did. I have to share this 1 second. It's like, it's like this blonde hair, blue eyes, Jesus. It got a little bit old to me. So one time I was in a Bible study, with 2 excellent women. Because believe me, it's like people that they have faith, they don't mean bad. They really want to save you. And
Right.
I just asked in the Bible study because they had this picture with
Mm-hmm.
a God, still, Caucasian with blue eyes. So I said, do you know? It's like, do you really mean that we are the human race? And the question say yes. I say, so why God, Jesus, is always a Caucasian? Don't you think that you scare off a lot of people? I left them open mouthed. It's like, and they knew I'm a good person, because if I was somebody else that just met, they would probably thought that I came with Satan. But they never got back to me with a question. That's all I had to say. And I quit the Bible study. You know what I mean? So I still didn't have my answer. As you said, people want to identify with their creator, and I understand. But you see, until we have the race stuff, that's when the division is going to happen. But
Mm-hmm.
when we just understand that we are the human race and we should not put a face, or maybe like um, Hobo said, have that 100 face, different color, make everybody part of it. You
Yeah.
understand? Because that's the division when it happened. When people want to identify Jesus with their color, with their, feature. That's the messed up part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all.
right, and just like this, I be thinking about this. Like that just say, the creator of God and the most high come down to earth and put himself in human form. I just don't see him saying, I'm not effing with you because you look like this or you that color. I am these is my favorite people. What? That sounds like how? And why?
I,
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Like, I think that they heard that they were made in God's image instead of we are made in God's image. So he has to look like all of us.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just one little group who
Mhm.
gets to be like, well, no, it said he looks like me. No, it said we look like him and we all look different.
Yep.
And he is in every one of us. So
All of
I feel
exactly
like he uses, I don't say
Yeah,
uses, but he experienced life through each and every soul. So that means he's black, he's white, he's green, he's purple, he's the leaf, he's the animals, he's the sky. Like what like come on.
everything.
So why when it come to people it just get, oh, he's not this, he's that, like what? He's all colors.
Exactly. Why would
exactly.
he create something he not?
Exactly. And yeah, that's so true.
Yeah, I know. Ugh, I despise of this. Ugh, what is that? Like he can't. I was talking to I think somebody about that recently. Like, dog, I was like, this how he know he love every creation, even if it's doing right or wrong, right? That's how you know he love it. Because I'm like, if he hated anything, like he ain't like he don't have the power. I know we say he a lot too. It could be he, she, it, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But the higher being has the power. I mean, if the higher being hates something, right? Why would he create it? He got the simple power to like, oh, you know what? I ain't gonna even think about making. Just snap your finger, something like that. That's why it shows that everything, all of us have some type of purpose. Good, evil, bad, whatever we want to call it, our human minds want to call it. It's still part of the purpose and stuff. Like that's why we know that this is supposed to go because like we know life ain't supposed to be perfect because if it was meant to be perfect, a lot of us wouldn't be here. Because a lot of our parents would have got with the first love they supposed to did and everything right. Like, yes, I must marry you and all this stuff. And I don't care, no divorce. I don't
Bro,
care. You treat me. It would
I
have went
went,
straight perfect.
I went, if life was perfect, you got to think about this. If life was perfect, then either nobody not getting pregnant, nobody's not getting old, you can't go
Exactly.
through life, or
Eat
either
right.
you could do all those things, but ain't nobody leaving. So we overpopulated. It's too much going on. Like it ain't. It's part of life. You know what I'm saying?
You know,
We just put the stigmatism on good and bad. Like it
Right.
is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And this is
Mm-hmm.
how you can tell what type of person you are. A person don't
Mm-hmm.
got to tell you when something is wrong or right, right? But when you see certain things, it do something to you. Nobody ain't do it. When you see certain things, like you got people that do weird shit. I ain't finna get into that. But when you see certain things, you know what you don't like, and you know what you associate yourself with, and you know what you don't fuck with. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah.
like that. We know what's righteous and what's not. Our spirit
Exactly.
yeah,
tell us.
third
Yep.
right, third child. When you said overpopulated, right? Now, I understand and I respect your opinion. I may ask you more question why you think so. But my humble opinion on the matter is this. Billionaires should never ever have exist because they are the 2023 new name for these kings and queens. It's still the same mentality. They change clothes, it's like we speed up. We no longer have horses, but we have jets and cars. Okay. But the principle is the same. In order for somebody to be the king, okay,
Mm-hmm.
this is a proven in history. Many have to be willing and pacifists to stay at the bottom. So to me, there isn't much thing as overpopulation. It's just people are getting too much and other people getting nothing, and
Yeah.
death of starvation. So
True.
let's see the focus because these 1% want to stay on top. So they're gonna
Mm-hmm.
keep on poison our brain and confusing us. The point to be addressed at this point in life in 2023 is that we no longer want billionaires because we no longer want to have to request people to stay in the bottom to make them happy. That's simple.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Yeah. Dang, what was I about to say? It was something. Um. Dang, it was something I was about to say. I had something I was thinking about
But
it.
not,
That
not.
sky
I
threw
would.
me off.
I don't know if that's what you were saying. I'm not sure. I'm not. I don't think that's what you were saying. But when I was saying overpopulated, I'm not saying that's what we
Oh,
think
never
of the
mind.
people. I'm saying what the people that call themselves controlling everything probably looking at certain situations like if this not going on or what we're gonna be, it's gonna be a problem either way it go when it comes to them. That's what I'm saying. Like, cause I feel like the plane that we, not the planet, the plane we live on is a infinite place, and we just know about what they told us. We only know what's on the map. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like This place that we
Exactly.
live on is infinite, and it would never be overpopulated. Never.
Yep.
And you know the
It can't.
funniest thing
It's
I was about,
infinite.
and it's how she happened to be living in Texas too, right? They got a little saying about the if we was talking about the like population thing. I heard that everybody in the world, the reason why we know they that type of overpopulated is everybody in the world. If they was elbow to elbow, everybody can fit in Texas. That's what I heard.
Bro, bro, if I could walk outside and go to the parking lot without seeing a person, how the hell we overpopulated?
Right,
If
exactly.
I could, if
Yeah.
I'm in a, I go look. I don't see nobody in this motherfucking house, no, this room, but me. How is we overpopulated?
Over, yeah,
Wait,
overpopulate. And
before
then
y'all
you
get
say,
going,
that's beautiful
please
stuff.
don't come to Texas. Stay
No,
where
we
the fuck
putting our
you at.
elbows
I
over
like
there.
Columbus. I like all of this space. Stay
Thanks
over
for
wherever you are,
no, thanks for
please.
showing
I
your
like to
sky.
share. I like to share. So come in the UP is needed. I will share a meal.
Yeah, we
That's my
about to all
motto.
elbow up down there. Look at the sky too, just because she showed us how it's supposed to be over there. Ah, Texas. Hey, guy, you see that? Elbow to
And
elbow.
about the food, it's like they say shortages and this. Now, understand one thing, okay? My mother was from Africa, and in my lifetime, I've been in Africa. And one problem that I noticed is like there's not enough food. There is
Hmm.
starvation. But if you look at the statistic and where comes from what, is
Hmm.
because some poor country they produce stuff to send it to consumistic country like us. You understand what I mean? It's
Hmm.
like where a person, the three-course meal, it's like breakfast, the lunch, and dinner. If you go look at it, it comes from colonialism, right?
Hmm.
Capitalism, right? So who really told us? Because, as a third child said, we just know what they told us. And they make sure that
Hmm.
we don't wake up, right? The food that they give us and this and that. So who told us that the Mother Earth doesn't produce enough food to feed us all? Is the fact that somebody want more, and in order for somebody to want more, somebody got to go with less or none. That's the thing.
Hmm.
So me as a person, I no longer want more. I want what is necessary for me. Because if somebody else need that extra from me to survive, I'm willing to share. So I think this is the concept that we all as human beings have to question ourselves. Am I willing to have the extras, knowingly very well that somebody is gonna go without? That's the question that we all have to ask ourselves.
Hmm. Go ahead, hobo.
Okay. um. So, what she was talking about? It reminded me of. God dang it! All right, hold on, 2 seconds. Uh,
I remind you, are
okay.
you
Here we
willing
go.
to want more to knowing that somebody is gonna go without?
Yeah. So there's this movie. I don't know if y'all seen it. If you haven't, please watch it. It's amazing and delicious. But it's a movie called The Platform, and there's 100 floors to this prison, right? And once a day, they have this platform that goes from floor to floor to floor to floor, filled to the top. I mean, absolutely overflowing with an abundance of food. And the people on the top obviously get first dibs. And by the time it gets to the bottom, like the bottom like 20 have nothing. There's nothing left on the platform at all because the people up top were being so greedy. And so they end up like like luckily everybody switches. I think it's like once a month you switch into a different platform. You have no idea where you're going to be at. But supposedly that's why they're so greedy, is because they went so long without and they don't know when they're going to be without again. So they
Mm.
just take absolutely everything that they can, knowing that the person at the bottom isn't going to get to eat and probably is going to starve to death. But yeah, it's an amazing movie.
Wow.
Oh, no, let's go deeper because I
What's it
really
That's
on?
what she said.
that what you just said, that movie, right? There was an article of this military man that when he was in Iraq, I believe. Well, anyway, he was getting punished and he got sentenced. And the journalist asked him, like, why would you do that to a 13-year-old girl? And he said, I never thought that they're human like us. It's like a person to be okay for somebody else to suffer and to go without or to get armed, they really have to put in their mind that they're less than you. Do you
Yeah.
understand? So if you think that everybody is a human being like you, chances are that you're gonna see them like a brother or a sister and you wanna help, then arm them.
Yeah. You know what else though? Delivered today. Oh, I got something that's on my porch. Oh, I gotta be right back. What's the deal? Class first is in the bill. Let me hit you up real quick.
Welcome to the live. It's class first. I just met her a day ago. She's real cool. Y'all should follow her.
What's the deal, man? Welcome to the live. So I was even thinking about like, say I was thinking about even like just like you said, there's a lot of people that's starving over there. Yeah, there's a lot of people that's starving overseas and stuff. And I'm like, I even look at it like Americans, like we saying that different people is privileged and all this stuff. It's like they don't even realize even our people that's homeless is more privileged than people across the seas and stuff. Like we got our own definition of privilege because it's like I said, some people can't even find a meal. You know, people that's homeless, they still can go outside, probably digging in trash or find way more than they found that people could find over the seas. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
You
so it's
have
like,
no
it's so
idea.
many different levels, man, for real.
You
But I
you
think
have
it's
no
crazy.
idea.
I think it's crazy when we got people that's starving, and then if you ever worked in a fast food restaurants, what they do with that food
What's the deal, Mark?
every time, what they do with their food every time
Throw
they
it out.
close the store, what they throw all that shit
That,
away in the
yep.
garbage. But we
Mm-hmm.
got people that's starving. I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that,
Hold on, give me one
like,
second. I gotta get my boy real quick.
yes,
Welcome to the live. It is Mark the Go in the building. How you feeling, man?
All right, y'all. I'm gonna be right
I,
back. I got some stuff in the front. I'll be right back. Hold it down for me.
yes. A third child. I remember as a child, I don't know how you was raised, but my mother coming from Africa, it was like you don't even throw away a piece of bread because when you go to the next life, you're gonna be judged. All the bread that you throw away is gonna come alive and is gonna tell on you. So still as today, if there is some left over, if the animal doesn't eat it, I I let somebody else do that. But you know what I mean? Is like I really have respect for food because I'm aware that what I have, somebody is not.
I mean, that's
Right.
why I don't
That's
understand why
that.
people have
That's being
issues with
grateful,
with
appreciative.
leather, right? Because the cow is already deceased at the time in which we take its skin off. And whether you buy leather or not, the cow is still deceased. So why not use all of it instead of leaving waste behind? Like I don't know. I believe in using all of everything if you can.
I don't know. I never looked at the slaughterhouse video. I need to see it. But I don't know how they use the cow. I thought they used the. But then again, you ain't never heard nobody say, "Hey, we eat cow head." You ain't never hear nobody say that. So yeah, I see.
Mexico does.
So question: do you guys eat meat?
I,
Yes.
I do. I'm Texan. I have to.
Okay. No, since February I went on a plant-based diet and I feel better than ever. Just saying.
When I was doing when I first started my weight loss journey or whatever,
Uh-huh.
I narrowed down myself to chicken and fish, and then it was a point of time that I
Right.
was eating nothing but fruit and vegetables and stuff and drinking water, and I can say that was the best feeling, best body that I ever had in my life, and like now I'm like, okay, what? Like I used to always think like, what I did to feel the way I was. Oh, I know what I was doing. But being in that lighter body is a whole different experience. It's a different thing that you. It's something. It's different. It's just different. You can feel it. But yes, I agree with what you're saying, and I'm verifying what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm 53 year young, right? And I'm been saying this since February 15. I start with the detox. But one thing that I did different is not just plant-based. At this point, Mother Earth is depleted of minerals. for the consumism things that I was talking about. It's been asking to go overload, you know? And so I find a way to get my minerals that I no longer get from the fruits um, in other ways. So I do have some supplements, minerals and iron and vitamins, that I take with herbs. And that's why I can say that I really feel better than ever.
Oh yeah. Don't get quiet on me now. That's how I get done smacking on some fruit snacks right now. But hold on, give me a second. But man, yeah. So I'm switching
What's
back
your
over to.
eating? What's your eating? Chips?
I mean these little fruit snacks, man. Just snacking on something, man. Make me feel bad as we talk about working out and stuff. Wow. Uh, so back to the topic, man. For real, like the whole point of me coming with this, though, right? Because it is people that's talking about like certain stuff with this, but what my intention is not to. Uh, it's not really to tell somebody what you ain't been through and this, and that. I'm trying to let people know that none of this stuff it really don't matter. And like I said, we got to start looking at people's intentions and people's mindset because we so quick to judge off of appearances and stuff or how somebody look and all that stuff. And the same thing they doing to us, right? So who is gonna be the one to be the bigger person? You know what I'm saying? The bigger person is usually the smarter person. But if you fall into the same trap that they doing, then like what make you any different from them? You know what I'm saying? Oh, I was this way because they was that way. I only did this because of that. Like who? Like who is this gonna be the smarter person, right? It makes no sense though. Just as much as you think they wrong, they think you wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's even with your own family. So it's like somebody. If you say you did so much work on yourself, right, and you still fall for the same old stuff, you didn't do enough work then, right? I mean, I understand that a lot of us is human and all this stuff or whatever, but we
But
still
that's
we got to put that to work. We got to put that to work. The work that we so called say we did work with ourselves, we got to put it to work, right? Okay, now the hands coming up. When I get the talking hands coming up, now let's get it. What you got?
go first. You go first.
Uh, but no, so that's one of the things that I've been working on for a very, very, very long time.
Okay.
But I have a what do I have a hopeful nature. Like in my heart, I always hope the best from people,
Mm-hmm.
and it
There we
sets
go.
me up for failure every single time. Because there are times where like I'll be like, no, that's not what's going on, and then waltz right into the situation that I knew was going to happen anyway, but I gave them the benefit of the doubt. And I'm like, I'm still,
So
because I
when
don't,
you
it's one of
say
those things I'm scared to change because then in order to change that, that would mean I expect the worst from people. And that's just not how I want to live my life. You know what I mean? I
Come
don't
on.
want to live with that much negativity. So instead, I just try to be more careful about who I let into my circle in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
huh,
It's
when you
with
said
that. It's
oh
the It's
All
just
right.
no,
all about the
What I want to
huh.
say.
no, I have a question for her. When she said, "Oh, that's not what's going on," and you still go in it, why do you do that?
Because I don't want to think that somebody that I care about would do something that bad to me. You know what I mean? Like I'm just like, no, that they wouldn't do that because they care
Okay,
about me. They did like I justify other people's actions and behaviors before they even get the
Hobo
chance to.
Lion, you said one thing. That's not what's going on. Means that, in my humble opinion, that your gut feeling, you feel it in your skin, but still you don't want to believe it. That's what I used to do also, right? And that's what I no longer do. I trust my gut feeling. And, it's your body telling you, get out. And whatever happened afterward, you really should not get mad at the people because you question your gut feeling. And so you got exactly what your gut feeling was telling you to stay out. I'm sorry to break it out to you, but this is therapy, my friend. And I
Oh
really
yeah,
am
I know
trying
how
Yeah,
to
you
help
feel.
you.
yeah.
I
So
know I
All
need
right.
therapy.
Hold
so
on.
with
Let me.
that, right?
Hold
With
on. Hold on. Let me say something. I was finna go.
Oh shit, where'd
They
you come
said
from?
I just said this. I said this the other day to some people, and To say it this way, you'll understand what I'm saying. Sometimes when we do stuff and we not and we know we shouldn't be doing it, and your body, you got all the signs in the world, that just means you're not ready to let it go. That's exactly what it is. You're not ready to do it. And the thing, what you were saying, Kev, the thing about, damn, don't forget, Trey. Hold up. The thing about doing stuff that you don't, it's a progress. Put it like that. I'm gonna start with that. It's a progress. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna be perfect every time. And I'm okay
Sure.
now. I remember about reacting to certain stuff, and you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you're gonna slip. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
that's something that I have to work on. Because I used to be a person that's quick to snap and not kill. You know what I'm saying? So far as me, like having self control now than I did before. Like when I go outside, that's dealing with people face to face, you know what I'm saying? So if I get in an altercation, how to conduct myself, this and that. But when it comes to online, like your tone, your message, your vibe, this and that, I know what I need to know. You know what I'm saying? From the jump, I'm not saying I'm psychic. I'm not saying this and that. It just, I'm a person of spirituality. That's just what I'm into. It's something that I've been doing for a long time. And my intuition is I'm into my intuition. You know what I'm saying? So my intuition tell me things. It's up to me to believe it or follow it or not. I found myself a lot of times where I was ignoring my intuition. I found myself in an effed up situation. Emotions all messed up. I'm angry now because I'm not listening to what my body, what I'm saying. You feel me? What my body,
Yeah.
what the universe, what God trying to tell me. I'm like, you know what? Knowing it. Now it takes time to, I guess, master that or tap into that. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes people gonna go right and they gonna mess up. But long as they try to get back on track, they gonna get it together one day. You feel me?
Right.
And yeah, I try my best. Like how Hobo said, I try my best when I'm dealing with people in my circle. You gonna know I fuck with you, and you gonna know I don't fuck with you. Simple as that. I'm not finna explain this and that. I'm not finna keep trying to be your friend. I'm not finna do that because you done gave me too many no nos that I'm not finna hit. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? In the sense of, if I keep trying, it's gonna be arguments, it's gonna be conflictions, it's gonna be left and right. It's too much of wasteful energy that I ain't got time to deal with. You could do that with somebody else. I'm on a mission. I'm trying to
Exactly.
go. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. And the people that I'm dealing with, likewise, they trying to go for it too. You feel me? And that's what that situation. That's how I handle that situation.
Yeah. So let me before we pile my brain up because I'll try to answer this all. So with that, I'm gonna do what third child said about that. So the difference with your situation, the thing you're aware of your situation, so you're gonna be quickly trying to correct it. A lot of people uses that human thing, right, just for to use it as an excuse. No, that's a difference. Now with you, you're not gonna use it as an excuse. You're gonna use it as in. Of course, you're fully aware that you're human, but then again, you're gonna try even harder to make sure you don't make that same mistake the next time. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's all about. You could tell if somebody trying to work on it or not. But if they keep snapping every last second, you're not trying hard enough. Or if you got a problem with snapping so much, that means you got to get out that area. Then, like
I
you
agree
got
with
to
that.
be able to learn from your, huh?
I agree with that.
Oh, okay. My bad. And then what Hobo was saying, right? With that, you said that that you scared to because you said you wish the best for people, but you don't want to wish the worst. But like I said, it's just it's all about it's the mentality though. And yes, you can't make an expectation or entitlement behind your hope, right? You can't or expectation out of it because you got to realize that and that's what I stick with. If it's men, it's men. If it's not, it's not. But it ain't gonna change my what I want that I hope the best for somebody because I'm always if you a it's like I said, it's always about what you adjust your mentality to. If you a positive person or if you're a negative thinking person, because what they got pessimistics and what's the other one, optimistic, something like that. I don't know how I go, but the majority of people is like pessimists. They think negative all the time, even though they wish the best for people. But it's still like, man, but I hope what I'm saying, this might have happened or something like that. But it's just all about the way you adjust your mentality. That's all that is. So you can't. You don't have to be scared that you hope the best for somebody. If it don't work, just say it wasn't meant to work at that time. It's just all about how you think about it. Well, maybe it's something better. That's how I do. Like I said, because when I say I stick to trying to be in a positive thinking person, and that has made the best change in my life. Like if it don't work, if I get in an argument or anything like that, that was meant to happen, right? It means there's more adjustments I gotta either make in my life, or it was a test. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna still stick to what I feel. You know what I'm saying? If I want to, if that's what I'm really striving to be, is a positive person, I'm not gonna have nothing to break me to make me think negative. So it's like it's all about your how much you could tolerate, your boundaries you set and all that stuff that you know that's gonna kind of test your stuff. You got to even do a lot of this stuff just for yourself. So if like you don't have to change it up like dang, do I gotta hope the worst for people or something like that? No, I mean things come because it's good and it's bad in this world. But like I tell people, it's what you want to focus on. If you focus on negative, that's all you're gonna see is negative. You focus on positive, that's what you're gonna see. Or you're gonna start thinking that way that eventually positive gonna happen at that situation. So it's just how you adjust your mind, but you gotta be strong in what you believe in. Because it start off with the way you believe. What you believe is what you become, right? So it's just like I say, it's just focus. It's nothing to worry about. It's just realize that hey, this wasn't meant. That person wasn't meant in my life. That situation will, if it don't work, I'm just saying. And if it do work, yes, I hope the best in it when it worked, and I love it. You know what I'm saying? You give them a clap for it
Yeah,
because it's rare. You appreciate that it went, appreciate it went how it went. That's all it
yeah.
is.
It's like, aren't we the people that we're like sponges? To me, that's how I like to believe about myself. I come in this world like a very, is like, it's like a shrivel up sponge, and whatever I absorb during my lifetime, that's what I become, right?
Hmm.
Until something happened, society and this and that. So at age 50, I was sick of being sick. I was let down by society, being a mother, that was a disaster, being a wife, that even worse. And either at that point of my life with an illness is like either sink or swim, right? So
Hmm.
my mind was open to an alternative view, right? Now, Western medicine, I start to go with the natural medicine, right? I start to uh, do a lot of hard work with therapy to, dismantle all this reality that it were never mine. It was given to me. And I find my own reality. So things like, I want to stay like you in good energy. Nobody can get me out of my energy unless I allow them to. So deflect
Exactly.
other people' energy that they're trying to put on you, that I master. If I
Mm.
don't feel welcome or in good vibes, I'm out.
There
That
you
is
go.
not because I'm selfish, it's because I want to protect my energy. So
Facts.
become smarter on that. And then another thing, I give with my heart. And what I mean is like, I don't think twice. I don't think what I'm gonna get back. I don't think of how, the only thing is the feeling to have helped another human being. And I thought that that was me, I would have appreciated the same. And I move on. So I don't have expectation or heartbreaking or this. Just give, because truly what you give from your front door, it comes twice from your window. In health, in whatever you may need. It's
Hmm.
really important for me to understand that. So
Okay. Nice. You can go ahead, Lion.
Uh, yeah, I think that like these things sound nice in theory, and even in practice, it still hurts, right? Like when a person that you gave a chance to be in your life does something that you didn't think that they would do, it still
Yeah.
hurts, and it still
Yeah.
takes time to like heal from that. But
Yeah, do.
I think that like okay, so for me, I had to learn that there's a very thin line between admiration and envy, and when a person becomes envious, there's nothing that they won't do. And
Hmm.
for me, it's more of I oh my God, so I have been taught and trained to feel bad for listening to my intuition because they haven't done the thing yet, right? If they haven't actually done the thing, then I shouldn't be mad at them and I can't be like, oh, I need space because they haven't hurt me yet. But I can see that it's coming. Like I can see the buildup. I see the switch up. I see your energy is different. I see how you looking at me. I see how you rocking. Why do I have to wait
for you to
Oh,
hurt
my
me.
friend. Oh, my friend. You remind me so much about me because some people doesn't have to say I don't like you. It can be by the action that they do, the rolling of the eyes. They sometimes they kick something in front of you and you say, "Well, you did that." And then you go say it's like, "Well, he did that." Well, did he actually say that? It's like, well, no, he didn't actually say it, but he did A, B, and Z. So, sweetheart, believe your intuition. Just trying to, therapy helped me a lot because it is constructive. They really, I was an empath and I was trained to take abuse and be patient and be patient because you're the better one, like turn the other cheek. But guess
Mm-hmm.
what? That really messed me up and took away my self esteem. I hated on myself. When my baby, she went for college, I lost my mind because I had no longer purposes. So he had so many ramifications, and that's why I'm on TikTok. I see a lot of miserable people that they don't even know they are, and
Yeah.
that's scary.
That's what it is. Yeah, a lot of people don't know they're miserable. You know what I'm saying? Some people just didn't own up to it. You know, that's
It's
why that they so addicted to these trauma dumping lives or the toxic lives and all that stuff because it's their way of expressing themselves. You know what I'm saying? They got this thing where we gotta find a way to express it. If we're not expressing, we compressing it. And I figured out, a while ago that just because you expressing it don't mean you're not still compressing it. Because a lot of people be expressing stuff, thinking it's getting rid of whatever is internally inside of it. But that's something that you gotta personally work on. You know what I'm saying? Nobody can talk you. I mean, they can, but it's like what you doing with it. You express yourself for this one day, right? But then again, you come back and get triggered by the same exact stuff. It's like it got to get to a point where you got to focus on why you're getting triggered by certain situations or why there's something that's still affecting you after so long and all that. You got to really dig deep. But people, they say they want to change, but they're not trying hard enough because, like I said, we living in this life of wants, right? And these wants is what's hurting us. Majority of the time, it's the wants. You know what I'm saying? We never find the stuff we really need, and the stuff we really need be hurting us. People, they rather that's why we try to take the quick route on different stuff. We live the microwave life, and all that stuff is still it just affects us. It affects us internally, and just really don't realize it. Just
Yes,
because we just
host,
want to go, huh?
but host, it start all from the mind, right? It start all from the mind because what you watch, what you hear is
Yeah.
gonna create the person that you are, right? So I when I was saying, well, I wanna be healthy and I will watch what poison me and I hear what poison me and I eat what poison me, how can I really be healthy? you know so it started from my mind and understand. For example, I run away from gossip because as the black sheep of my family, I couldn't understand from child five people talking about a person that is not present and
Hmm.
talk all of their defect and stuff. And I was thinking, what is the purpose of this? The person is not here. If there are things that he need to be better, what that we don't expose it to that person. So what I
Hmm.
will ask to the people, I will get their bad raps like Miss Mac and stuff because I'm a child and why would I ask something like that?
Hmm.
But you know what? It was the truth. It's like gossip is wrong, is malignant, is no help to nobody else that trying to how you say is like exorcise the person and make them feel even worse. So
Hmm.
unless you're not around with me talking about helping somebody, and is the opposite, I'm out of gossiping because it is truly evil to me
Yeah.
still today.
All right. Let me get for sure, man. That was 100 for real. Let me get Leona.
Welcome to the live. It's Leona Davis, and she's
Hi.
coming with some power. How you feeling?
Hey.
Hi, everybody.
So, hey. I think they say hi too. I think they're just all muted. So with that, right?
Hello, Leona.
You you made me think about that. Really, if y'all really, really think about it and really realize what this real war is, the war itself and all the stuff we talking about is really with ourselves at the end of the day. We really fighting ourselves in the way in our own feelings. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? Even though we get influenced by certain stuff and all, because at the end of the day, it's up to us to fight our temptations. It's up to us to fight our the way we express our emotions and stuff, or if we got to take it out on somebody, or the way we because the way we think. You know what I'm saying? All the whole entire war is really within ourselves. Because, like, my thing is, once you find, and a lot of people, it's hard. I know it is hard to do that. It take a strong mind for that, right? To find peace within yourself, like a lot of other stuff would just wouldn't bother you. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't bother you. And then even if you can't, so say if you was trying to help somebody or whatever, if it don't work, you wouldn't be even kind of stressed over because you're gonna be like, hey, you know, I did the best I can. You really, I mean, it's like you'll be hurt and all that, but as long as you tried, you know, you made you can feel good that you tried. You know what I'm saying? Because everything, if everything could work the way we wanted to, I mean, it'd be be a lovely. I don't know if it'd be a lovely world because some people be wanting all type. But anyway, like I said, the real war is really just ourselves. That's what it is for real. Like like I said, if we feel a certain type of way, we got to attack that, right? Ask ourselves why we feel a certain way. You know, if we react to
So are
this,
you
and
saying
you
with
know, all this,
everything?
huh?
With everything? With everything is like the war when you say is with ourselves, right?
Yes.
It's like in my mind came like in the movies. Like, have you ever saw those men goody two shoes? It's like, oh, pornography is bad, but behind closed door, they are on the internet 24/7. You know what I mean? Right. So why? Is the point is like so the war with this ourself is like to me, my mind is like, why would you watch that stuff and you even think about doing that stuff? You see, it's like, is it how it become an addiction or an obsession? Uh, what are you trying to numb yourself from? Right? When you say
Mm-mm.
the word with is ourself, is that pain that you keep on trying to quiet down or just go numb completely with addiction, with the too much obsession over something that is not healthy for you.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? When you said the word with it is in yourself.
Yes.
Hmm.
Well, it's
Yeah.
really it is. That's the real war. All
Yeah.
that the addictions we have, we need to put that up front. Like why am I, all that stuff. Because we could keep blaming everything on everybody, but then it's never gonna take us. It's not gonna give us time to fix what's in ourselves. That's why I'm so big on accountability, even on the stuff that we feel like we shouldn't be accountable for. Because if we don't, they got to start off with that. Because if we don't take accountability for our choices or the people we hang around and all that stuff, or we
Yeah.
choose to stick with this family member, we choose to stay around this negative energy, or I choose to go on this negative live that I thought I can take up for people and all that stuff. Like we choosing all this, and at the end of the day, we only hurting ourselves, especially if we didn't get no growth out the situation.
You are so
But
right.
yeah,
You're so
but
right.
third child, you said you had some, my brother, you had some. I didn't know if I had went over.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, that was a little minute ago. I forgot. Go ahead, y'all can continue.
Oh, okay. I
I
ain't even.
forgot.
Yeah. Okay.
The accountability part, I would like to hold on for a moment in that because it is true. It's the harsh truth that until you don't jump on that accountability train, growth cannot be achieved.
It can't.
Okay. With that said, the point is this also is not an excuse, but it was so hard to live in the same environment or the people that created your pain and
Mm.
to see them not admitting that it fucked me up. So literally I had to remove myself from the place that created my pain to overcome my pain and understand that I had to jump on that accountability train because
Mm.
I was that hurt child in a 50-year-old body and it was not pretty anymore. So I had to learn that I'm gonna have to try to find my happiness, regardless that I'll never get the apologies that I well deserve it, because nobody should ever hurt a child, right? So that accountability, it's hard, but yes, so much worth to jump on.
Right, the lion was all in the way. We over there trying to look at the beautiful sky. Lion all in the way. It's cool. We be
But
over there when we all come together in Texas, elbow to elbow.
nope, absolutely not. I want to see that too. I
We
may
need the
go.
whole. That's called unity right there.
Mm-mm. Y'all can unite these nuts and stay where you at.
Oh man, that's funny. Leona, what you got for? Is Kenny Pop still here? I want to hit her with that. With all the make sure she's still in here before I say it. Where
Yes,
she
I haven't heard
go?
from
Where she
Leona. How are you,
go?
Leona?
Good. I'm great.
Yeah,
How
yeah.
you
What
doing,
you
Tiana?
got?
Hello, hello.
How you feel? You got something for us on what we was talking about, or are you ready to tackle this topic?
I'm
Which one
ready
you
to
want?
stop it.
Are you ready for the topic? Okay, let's go ahead and shift back over to the
What was
topic.
y'all
What's the?
talking? What was it about?
Oh, we were just just talking about uh just life in general, how we get let stuff affect us, and um the war. The recent one I was saying, the war is really within ourselves. And I know earlier somebody was saying that they got kind of they chose violence because they said because she had to take up for another black woman that was in a YT thing, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. And I would just mention that, a lot of us we just got to, we got to wonder why we doing what we doing and all that stuff, and realize that every area is not meant for us, and we don't want to lose ourselves trying to take on everything. You don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's just a lot of stuff we were just talking about for real. That's all it is. And trying to be more of connection, just like I do all the time. And the point of my topic is to trying to connect. The connection is deeper than just exterior things of the stuff we see on the outside and appearance. And, even if somebody look like they acting crazy or something like that, like it's really even deeper than that. You got to figure like why they might be acting crazy, why they living it bad, like why they done stole and why they did all this stuff. Because a lot of stuff is like a lot of people just like I said, they hurt. They got their own way. They express themselves and all type of stuff. But it's that's something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So what does that say up there? Because I can't read that pink good.
So the topic is what percentage race and ethnicity blood makes your race or ethnic background. Part 5. So that's just the topic though. Oh, hold up, let me get. Come on up. Oh, I love when he in here. There you go.
Welcome to the live. He just got me with the hand. Welcome to the live. Is King in the building? Come on up, my brother.
Yeah, I know he love this topic right here too, man. He on the same tip too. But what's the deal? Weaver, let me get you real quick one.
What's the deal, Weaver, Weaver, Weaver? Today we're not talking about girls versus women. I know you. Oh, men versus women. We're not talking about that. I know how you do. We talk about unity now.
Yeah. Say the topic again. The
Gigi
topic
in the
is
house. Gigi, I hope Gigi's coming up. I love Gigi.
Gigi. Oh, you know her? Okay, I know she got to be cool if you know her. So the topic is what percentage of race? Let me get Gigi then, because you said she good people.
Welcome to the live. It's Gigi in the building. Thanks for coming through.
So the topic is what percentage of your race and ethnic background blood makes your race and ethnic. I don't know because I'm hard to say the ethnicity, so I got to say ethnic background. Part 5, right? So that's the kind of the topic though. There's a lot of people. I'm gonna say for instance, a lot of people be like, "Hey, I'm this and you can't tell me I'm this and you don't know nothing about this because you ain't experienced the way I experienced and all that stuff." And 9 times 10, they didn't even experience the same stuff that their ancestors did. They just want to, okay, it's just something like that, right? So I'm like, what make you stand so strong on your ethnic background or your race? What make you stand so strong? And what's the purpose of it? So yeah, that's just a little hunch of that situation. Who was oh, you said Leon, you said you about to tackle it though. So for the first one, which
Mic off just
y'all
for a
have been
minute.
in my stuff, but I'm just gonna ask it just for the crowd.
Can you turn my
Um,
mic off for a minute? I've got a phone call
all right, for
because
sure.
my
All right,
mic ain't going off.
I got you. I got you then. Oh, there you go. King, what's the deal, man? Guess you
What's
could tackle it
happening?
then. How you feeling this
Hey,
morning, man? I supposed
Oh,
to been on
good,
last
man.
night. I slept the whole day through.
Man, I fell asleep last night. I was
Me
watching the
too.
fight. No, that was. I mean, I went out like a light. I was
What
like,
you
let me check
UFC?
TikTok. Yeah,
Oh
Pena.
yeah,
I mean, Nunez was fighting. She was supposed to fight Pena, and it got Pena canceled out. But
yeah.
I
She
fell
fought the
asleep
other
in
girl.
between them.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
fought the other girl. Still got her stuff. I see. Cool. She's the GOAT. She the GOAT for real. Got about
for
two,
sure.
three belts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man. Well, I like this topic because this is in
I
my
know.
wheelhouse. I'm
Yes.
I'm Creole. I'm one who's done a DNA test to check me. I know my ethnic breakdown and whatnot. And this is what I found right on that topic. I think when we say race and people identifying with a culture and not necessarily a race, because
Mm.
I have yet to meet anyone in America that was born here. um, not let me not say meet anyone. Majority of people are mixed race, and
Right.
you'd be surprised how many different races comprise my genetic makeup. It showed me that all the countries that were involved in the transatlantic slave trade are in my DNA. As people connect, whether it was forcefully or not forcefully, and then when you moved into slavery, crossbreeding on the slave farms, you have a hodgepodge of things in you. And in Louisiana, you'll see it, man. People have a hard time figuring out what we are sometimes until we tell them. But when we tell them, we identify. If you ever notice, we'll say Creole. We're not identifying with one race. We're talking about a culture of races
Mm-hmm.
that had to bind together, and we operate with the same principles in mind. So it's hard for us to be racist because if somebody's Spanish, that's in our DNA. If somebody's French, that's in our
Right.
DNA. So what we do is we kind of look at cultures. And we're in Louisiana. Like we have the Cajun culture and you got the Creole culture, and those are slightly different. The outsider would say that's the white people and the black people, and it's not really what it is. It's really more about the culture because you have some, like in my family, like my dad's side of the family is very dark complected, a lot of melanin,
Mm-hmm.
and his mother was on the very fair side. My siblings, we're confused. I got a sister with blue eyes. I got a brother with green eyes. I have light brown eyes. My brother has dark. My sister got another got dark. So it's so many variations of us that we can't really just look at an outward appearance and judge. We
Mm.
look at a cultural standing, a belief system that unifies us together. Whenever we're talking about that topic, but for the sake of being lazy, most people just say race. But when I got my DNA test, it's like it really showed me um, who I am, and we just take the shortcut of saying a color for the sake of clarity with
Mm.
other people. We just say that I'm black. What we're really
Mm-hmm.
saying is that we're of a certain culture, is what we're saying. Not necessarily by the skin tone or the color, but the culture of Black America is what we're really identifying with.
Mm-hmm.
I
Exactly.
love how he said, how he put it down. But though, I have a question because you said King, you have sister with different eye color and this and that, right? And that identifies so much with my kids, right? There is one that he looks a certain race, and but isn't it about the connection of love and culture and food and family? Is it about the people how they treat you in your family that really matter?
Oh, hey, at the end of the day, it does, but there are some very realistic challenges we face in the South that's founded on racism. And I think when you talk about racism, it gets deeper than the color. It's about the education levels. It's about the economic status, all mixed together. Because you find those that are more refined don't get as harsh penalties. And we talk about colorism in the South a lot.
Absolutely.
I am fair skinned. So the truth is, I am less intimidating to someone who has a racist mentality than somebody who is darker complected. That's a
Mm.
reality
Hmm.
that we have
Hmm.
to accept. So what we do is we respond based on treatment. Like we don't walk around looking at everybody that's not our color and think, oh, he racist or she racist. We watch how you treat us to determine how you perceive us.
That's how you got to
A
do it.
100%, a
That's how it's
hundred
supposed to be.
percent. But don't you think, King, that sometimes it can be the opposite? Is like I am. how you say is like I have boundaries, or I am not intimidated, but I stay away from any person that think is okay to bully another person to feel better about themselves. How about that?
Mm,
And I see
Yeah,
that everywhere.
yeah.
gotcha.
Look,
Yeah.
experiences will have you. It will have you. There's two things we confuse sometimes. One is stereotyping, the other one is generalizations. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Stereotyping means definitively everybody operates that way. Generalizations means there's a probability that this particular group is this way. And as you start experiencing certain things, your mind is going to put a certain type of person, whether it be based on color, gender, whatever, in a box. And the minute you run into that, you're going to have your guards up. And it's up to that conversation to bring those guards down. And everybody's going to respond different. Somebody might not even see what you see, but based on your experience, you're going to see it differently and
Mm-hmm.
respond based on what you've experienced. It's like if
Absolutely.
you've been bit by a snake enough times, somebody brings a garter snake,
Yeah.
you're not going to assume, well, it's a different kind of snake. I don't know. A snake is a snake to me.
Right.
So you
Go ahead.
respond, poisonous or not poison, don't matter.
Good
Right,
Right.
morning.
exactly. Hey, Leona.
This
I
is
mean, not
Gigi.
Leona.
Now,
I
Gigi
think
is the
Hobo had her hands
beautiful
up for a
soul.
minute.
Oh, the invitation thing. No, you gotta do the
Good
music,
morning.
right?
What's up, Gigi?
I
Hey,
wanted
I
to.
got both of y'all in one quick second. I'm gonna let Hobo go,
Oh,
then I'm gonna let
sure.
Gigi go. I'm gonna let Gigi go right after. Go ahead, Hobo.
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to piggyback on what King was saying, where it's more like a cultural thing, right? Because y'all know I'm from Texas, and most of us from Texas, we identify first and last as a Texan. Period. Dot in the Senate. Like that's
Mm,
what I am. I'm a Texan, regardless of anything else.
mm,
But uh, okay, so I don't know if King knows this, but I lived in New Orleans for a little bit, and I will say, on a completely like kind of off topic note, it did like heal some weird part of my soul to be able to walk outside and see a whole bunch of people who looked like me. Like that was freaking awesome because there's not,
right.
I didn't feel excluded. Like everybody looked at me and they were like, "Oh, she's just Creole," which like I'm not, but I appreciate
Mm.
it anyway.
Right, right.
And I need us to see that sky, man. Some stuff is in the way. We trying to see that blue back there, man. He
So
gonna bless us with the sky.
what do you want me to do about it? I need grass in my yard. Like,
What is that?
wait,
Oh, that's what that is. I don't
just
know
wait.
what that is hanging on top of it. Okay, there we go. We good. We good. Okay, that's cool. Cool. We take some of that grass too.
All right.
All right, Gigi, what's up, man?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Hi, Tiziana. I wanted to go back to what I believe his name is King. He's at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Is that his name?
Yeah, King.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've had several eye surgeries, so I can't read the small print.
Okay.
But anyway, let me preface it by saying I love light complected people. Okay. So I'm not saying this in any kind of negative way, but I noticed that you referred to everything that was non Black when you referred to identity. And I don't know if that's because you are light complected or because, in my opinion, a lot of times we want to get away from being identified with Black and exclusively Black unless we have to.
Right.
I'm not understanding what you're talking about.
Like
Is
me,
that
I'm back.
King saying he's
Oh,
not
this is a perfect
understanding?
person for me. Thank you. You
Yes,
bless
yeah.
me.
You said about non-black. I'm not following what you're saying.
Okay, so now you're going to make me say it again. Let me summarize it. I think oftentimes when we think about ethnicity and culture, we try to get away from identifying with the Black part. And the person that was speaking from New Orleans was referring to everything blue eyes, gray eyes, hazel eyes, light complected. He wasn't referring to anything that you identify with being Black. So I just wonder why that is.
I clearly identified who I am in our culture in my breakdown in DNA. So I'm a little confused. I'm just trying to follow what you picked up versus what I said. I'm,
Oh,
I'm
that's
my
okay.
in
I
my
can't.
culture. I'm identified as black in my culture, but I am my part of my DNA. If we get technical, I am heavily African.
Yes, me as well, Nigerian from
Right. Also
Ancestry
French.
and 23
Right.
and Me.
Right.
Hmm.
So we've done that. So the conversation, number one, I'm treading to open up a dialogue. Number two, I'm mindful of TikTok's algorithms and what gets us booted out of the room. So I'm trying to navigate the conversation carefully as we go. But I don't distance myself from anything black. Number one, in my city, I'm a board member of the Black Chamber of Commerce. So I'm
Hmm.
heavily rooted in the community. But there's a lot of colorism in the South. If you're from the South, you know that, where you have to make sure people understand what makes us uniquely different, but all the same. So I like to navigate conversations to show all the variations of who we are as a culture, because the word black is a general term when it comes down to identifying who we are.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Now, can I see?
Yes, I think I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna have to have fun. I've been looking for this to see that. Okay, so what's the okay? Yeah,
Can I see now?
GG. I like you. I like you.
Can I go after her?
Ah,
I know you
so
would. All right. Can I go after her then?
okay, yeah. Because before I say anything, so all right. So we're gonna I see you new. So what percentage of race and ethnicity blood makes your race and ethnicity? That's gonna be my first question with that one.
Okay. In my culture, I'm dark
Fuck,
skinned. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Who was
that's for
going?
Gigi. Oh, you
Oh,
said you
that's
ready
for
now?
me.
She ready to. No, that's for Gigi. Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if I have a number. I have, or a dominant number, because most of my DNA comes from Africa, and about 13% comes from Europe. But I did identify with the Black culture. However, I think if you have a Black parent and a white parent, you're forced to say you're Black, whereas you really are biracial.
Right.
So I think it's up to the individual based on how they were brought up, the culture they lived in, what they identify with, that makes their percentage of race who they are.
Okay. 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 So I probably gotta skip the one. So it's number two then. Once you figured out you are mixed, what make you pick one ethnic background over the other you have in you?
Again, I think it comes from environment. I saw this TikTok with a gentleman who had a white mother and a Black father. And was it that way? Yeah, I think it was that way. But he was saying if your mother is white tea, then you will likely go out with white tea women. I don't think just because his mother was, I think because of how he was raised and how he sees Black women, perhaps not as good enough for him.
Yeah, this the question itself was personally for you. I wasn't talking about them. Just for you. What made you
Oh,
pick? Just like I see you kind of was heavenly and how you got kind of a little disturbed at how King said it, and I like that you did that. I'm glad I caught that. I'm glad I caught that because I'm trying to get us out this mentality because we shouldn't get that way because somebody choose. Because if we mix right before I get too far though, right? So
yes.
what make you choose okay, I'm just trying to get with like what made you choose
Hmm.
yours or one over the other? Because right now I believe all of us mixed by now, right? I don't think nobody 100% of anything, but that's just me. You know what I'm saying? Until somebody proves to me that they 100.
I think race wise, I look Black. I don't think that. I know that. I've been raised in the Black culture.
Okay.
Um, I'm not conceited, but I see I'm a beautiful Black woman, and I'm proud of that. And so that's what I embrace.
Why you can't be a beautiful human?
I am that as well. But I guess I'm in that mindset of I identify because in this country, it's hard to say I'm just an American if you're not a white tea American.
I got a question, Gigi. I'm gonna pick on you now.
Oh
What
yes.
Please
does
do.
I don't want it to be.
what does looking black look like?
My skin color, my hair cut, my hair texture. Black women like me are the only people in the world who have hair like me. Okay, it's not straight growing down my back or curly, wavy naturally. It's coarse. That's one
So
way you identify.
so
Um,
coarse hair is the only identification for black women's hair.
No, I did not say that. I said black women who look like me. Like my daughter, I can't see you well, but the way you described yourself, she probably looks like you because you sound like you look like her father. Um, and her hair is different from mine, but she's black. However, for me, the way I identify with is yes, my texture of hair, my face, my body, my nose, my full lips. I don't need no nothing to pump them up.
I love your answer because you proved my point about diversity. Why I answered that way.
Okay.
I'm gonna say one thing, and it needs to be said. Um, I navigate TikTok for almost 1 year and a half, and I don't go in any live. I'm not here for fame, and I click with the limited amount. But to me, Gigi is like a mentor. She's a person that is very sure of herself and very honest with her answer. And I think if more people will be like Gigi, the world will be a much better place. That's
Or
all.
crazy.
It's true.
You ain't
I mean, it's
crazy.
in a way.
I
I,
like the
fe- I,
joke.
I feel
I
you
know.
though. So okay, let me ask you this then, just because I'm this is like how my topic going, right? So, um, are you? Let me see, how can I'm trying to think of some way. Cause I want to actually dig back to like, why did you feel that way? I gotta get back to that though, because like I said, I'm sorry, I just can't leave it alone because like I said, really like it's like we really we get offended by certain stuff that's getting taught to us, right? Because like all this stuff is got it's been put in our mind that if this happened to something, no, they're gonna reject us. You reject that means you reject the whole entire situation. But then again, like a lot of us is mixed, and then we pick one thing over the other. Like all of it ain't us, right? So what would happen like if you had like 2% YT in you, right? Is you rejecting the YT part of it? You know what I'm saying? Or you know what I'm saying? So,
Probably.
huh?
I really
One
dislike that
probably
part,
would.
but I
You said you
dislike
probably
that part.
would.
Yeah, but why?
I, I, I would think one probably would. But and I too want to go back to what I said and why I was offended. It's because when I was growing up, everything that was considered beautiful was the opposite of me.
Oh,
There
I
were
get
no
what's
role
going on.
models.
Get you.
Okay. So
Exactly.
now
Trauma.
that I'm an adult and I see my own beauty in the way God gave it to me, in the way I want others to see it, I noticed King was not referring to those things. He was
Right.
referring to his culture of being mixed. I have several friends from New Orleans, so I understand.
Now,
And
my friend,
perhaps,
I'm not from New Orleans. I'm from
okay,
Lafayette, Louisiana, right? So I
okay,
love what you just said. The reason I refer to it that way is because it's who I
hmm,
just like you identify with who you are.
yes,
I identify with who I am. Now,
yes,
the funny part is this: your experience is mine in the South. I am shunned on in the South
hmm,
more than anybody because we're. It's almost like you bring somebody that with an albino person in the room, nothing strange.
yes,
That's how it is in the South. When you're fair skinned, people look at you. We didn't
mm,
realize we was fair skinned until we was told y'all high yellow, y'all this, y'all that. It's like whoa.
Right.
But you learn to integrate within the community. So when I speak, I'm only speaking based on my personal perception of self, not based on my community, because my community is very, very diverse.
gotcha. That makes sense.
Is
And I
can I
don't
speak
want to
now?
take over. Sorry. Go ahead, Tiziana.
No, it was somebody else
That
talking.
was me.
And they can
Oh,
go.
sorry.
Okay. So like in my background, my culture is I'm dark skinned. which we are, most of these dark skinned people are put down. You know, a lot of people don't like dark skinned people. Like in my family, my grandmother, my great great grandmother was Indian, and she had that light colored skin with that long, beautiful hair, and all they used to call us was black this, black that, black this, black that. You know, we was not accepted back then at all. And we got different mix. My mom had a child by African Caucasian, and she got that same hair, the same skin, and I mean everybody praised her. She was a perfect, beautiful child. You know?
Yeah. You done? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'm ready for that now. So, and this what I was meaning. It's literally what I was just talking about earlier, right? Before a few people got in here. Well, about 4 people got in here, right? Remember I was talking about that. If you say, right, you a positive person, or if you or you claim you the bigger person in certain situations, right? Like, even with that, you brung up the stuff that happened back then. Of course, everybody done went through their experiences. They black was considered this. It was, we know all that stuff, right?
Oh, what's
But
happening
what I
today?
was getting, what I'm getting to is, like, just because somebody don't like your color of your skin, do that mean that you got to share the same exact energy and don't like them because of like their color of their skin, right? And then we put this in a whole group or thing and think everybody think that exact same way. At the end of the day, like I said, the war we having, even with that, besides with ourselves, the war is just it's with people's mentality or the way people thinking and stuff. It ain't the skin tone, it ain't the culture or anything. You know what I'm saying? It's deep. It's just flat out just either evil people out here, hurt people out here, and people that's trying to make it good. Like all of us can do all the same exact stuff that they do. Like the color of your skin don't define your spirit. You know what I'm saying? It don't define your. It's all about how you look at, and that's what I said. That's what that brain. I don't call it brainwashing or something like that. But it's the way that they teaching us. We teaching like it's like hatred. It's like hatred is towards one another. And this the whole point of my topic right here is we gotta find what all of us have in common instead of what's different. And that's
Oh,
one of the biggest things. Oh, you don't look like me, so you can't be like me. But then the people that look like you, right, don't even want to be with you anyways either. Like, so that's not promised either. That's why I said we gotta start
This is
digging
true.
deep into
Can I
the.
say, can I say a little story to really make understand what you just said, how true it is? It's like it's my life experience, and I learned from my life experience. Like
Exactly.
we all should do it each day, right? So like I don't like the Trumpism philosophy, right? Personally, and before this experience, I thought that if you're a Trumpian, something wrong with you. I don't want nothing to do with you. So
Hmm.
I go to buy a car,
Hey, I'll be
right?
right back, y'all.
I find I find this pickup. I drive like 2 hours. I bought it cash, and then I took it right away to my mechanic, right? So he lifts the car up, go rusted up, and he said, "How much to pay?" And I go, 3,800. And I said, "Is it okay?" And he said, "Well, I would not have paid that money." So I'm thinking I just got a lemon and I'm parked with 3,800, right? So I I want to instinctively call back the guy that sold me the car and tell him a piece of my mind. But then because I went to therapy, I said, "Stop assuming. Stop assuming." And I text him in mind that he didn't know that he had all this problem with the car, right? So by doing that, he sent me back $2,800 the day after in a check. So I was able to fix the problem. So that to me, it was an honest person. So I'm going to get my car and I look at the back sticker. There was a Trump 2020. So that imagine is like it really make me understand how lucky I was that I didn't saw the sticker when I find out about the car that needed repair, because I would have assumed and I would have called him thinking that he sold me a lemon and he knew it. But you understand what I mean? It's like what we put our mind to believe and how it makes us react with the perfect stranger. Do you understand the little story that it has so much to do what he just said?
Oh, I understand that. I understand completely. Because
Wow.
a woman get treated worse when you go buy a car than a man. They think a man know everything, and they don't. And I'm smart, so I know about cars and stuff. You know, we women's got to we should know about stuff because they will treat you bad in a minute, a limit in a minute,
Yeah. Well, he
and then
was
you
in
don't
the
have no
case that
warranty
you
on it.
said. But he was in the case because I mean, with $2,800 I fixed the problem and I had something left. So he was very kind, and I think the extra it was because I really drove 2 hours back, and I'm thankful that I make it to the mechanic. The point is
Mhm.
with this, he was not aware and he was willing to do the right thing when he was addressed about the problem. Not many people are like that in this
Right. Well,
country,
you is the
especially
lucky
And,
one. You is lucky.
yeah. But he
Exactly.
was a good
and I'm
person.
gonna say that because what you're talking about is we have a propensity to listen with our trauma. When we go out everywhere, we see and we listen with our trauma. And the bad news about energy transference is that you will attract what you expect a lot of times. And I could say that
Yeah,
from this experience. Everybody talking about car salesman. I built a 6 year solid career before starting my own business as a salesperson, one of the most honest to have, and realize how intelligent women are, and we never treated them wrong or bad or indifferent. But that does not mean that's not your experience. But
Right.
if you are operating in a traumatized mindset, you're going to find the common thing is you always draw and attract the same people that you're disappointed by. And that means that we have to shift our
yeah,
perspectives. And sometimes it requires therapy, sometimes it requires changing circles, sometimes it requires moving. But as long as we abide and embrace the trauma, we're going to find more people that's going to traumatize us. I promise
Oh
you that.
yeah. Oh yeah. You
yes.
will.
But King, what you just said, I'm telling you, if you would have met me 10 years ago, you would have not stayed around me for more than 2 minutes. I was carrying my trauma and I was not aware of it. So who you're speaking with, I'm a totally different person. And that's what I see on TikTok. And I am sad because when I see these people come out of their way to show me their trauma, which is when they attack you, I'm not
Right.
even upset.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just like,
facts.
gee, go to therapy. He helped me a lot. And they think I'm bullying them, but I'm not because I identify myself who I used to be before therapy.
Right.
Yep.
That's
And
look. I
that's
got a
that's
therapist,
what.
and she told me this right. One of the topics we talk about, and I have a look. If y'all never heard this, even if you don't think nothing's wrong with you, it's good to have a therapist to talk to every now and then, just to make sure you stay
Exactly.
level and balanced. Don't
Exactly.
wait till the crisis to go find one. Wait before crisis. So I was like, I'm not going to leave myself in a position to go into crisis. So me and my therapist talk about random topics, right? And one of them that we talked about was, she says I need to work on closing my pain gap, and she said one of the challenges you have is you have this standard of expectations of people based on how you deal with people, and they have a different one. And even when they're showing you who they are, you're frustrated with your expectations versus their demonstration. So she says you have to learn to meet them where they are. So any room I come into on TikTok or even live in person, I've tried to assess the room, look at where everyone is, and then try to meet them halfway, and don't try to impose my expectation on them because I'm usually the one that would end up frustrated with life.
That come with that yeah, that come with emotional intelligence and stuff. The stuff that everybody be preaching on don't really understand it. It's so
Right.
funny
And
to me.
I come in the room on that topic all the time.
Boy,
You
boy.
know, I have to ask you something, King. Um, like Gigi, I love Gigi because she's straight, direct to the point. She don't mess around, and I love those kind of people. Come to me direct. Don't
You
beat
don't
it
love
around the
me?
bush,
Right now.
right? I, I'm here and you know that, but like she's a sister. And when I see people that been in this life longer than me and they're so helpful and so kind, it makes my heart joyous. Okay. And to me,
Ageism?
no,
Did you say
truly,
ageism?
no
Because I
ageism.
am quite older.
No, it's not
I'm
quite
being funny,
older.
I was
What I'm saying, there isn't such a thing at age to me. There is experience, and not everybody with experience become wiser. And when
Mhm.
you find those people
Exactly.
that are wiser with it, I'm latch on it because there's so much to learn if you pay
Mhm.
attention.
Right.
So,
I
Wisdom
agree.
and experience is two different things.
yes,
Absolutely.
Yes, I
yes.
agree. And I thank you for that, Tiziana. But let me also add one thing that I found out in life is that you can learn from even those who aren't exercising wisdom, because I found what not to do and how not to
Right.
be. So it seems like, there's learning in every situation, which promotes growth. And
Exactly.
I think as long as I'm breathing, I want to do that.
And you got to want
Yeah.
to do it. That's that
That
whole thing. Like when we started talking and Gigi asked me a question, I can feel a little tension in her voice. At that point, I said, I want to connect with Gigi. So we're going to go back and forth until we find the balance in all of this. That's off of
part.
desire. Now, the old me, we're going to argue. That's what we're about to do. We're about to argue. I'm offended because you offended. That's some petty stuff. But in my life now, it's like, okay, I can hear Gigi. We're having a misunderstanding. Let's talk. Let's go back and forth till we find the level. And then when I say, okay, I understand what Gigi's at, Gigi said, okay, I understand now. And that's the path I'm on. I'm always pursuing peace with people as much as I can.
I'm
So
glad you're
Yes,
on this
and
it's
path. And I wouldn't have
she's
argued with you because I try not to
she's a
argue
lady.
with
She's a
people
lady.
and men in particular, um, because then another side of me comes out as well. And so I acquiesce these days.
I
right.
know. And that's the
Every,
thing is like, one time I was in a live with
I
Gigi,
want to turn.
and this lady, she went, on, bullying because she could not take, having a conversation and a mutual understanding. So I just removed myself from the life. And, it wasn't because I was scared of, it's like, I'm not going back. You know what I mean? Been there,
Hmm.
done that. It didn't serve me. I'm out. And that doesn't
Hmm.
mean I'm a coward. I'm intelligent. I know where not to go because we all have our dark side. We all do.
Hmm.
That's
And
exactly
I'm
what I'm
more
about to get to.
scared and I'm more
Yeah.
scared of the people that go the extra mile to be kind, to see their bad side, because they really try to stay away from it because it's scary to themselves also.
Hmm.
Like, who was that? you know?
Cool. Is the coast is clear. Let's go. Hey, where's that? But no, I was about to mention about, and I like how you said that though. It was two things I wanted to say, but no, I was gonna forget. That's why I was trying to hurry to get it out.
Dark
So
side,
the
the dark
so the
side.
the one thing is I wanted to talk about it, and I think they kind of should have had answered Hobo's question from earlier, is that just like somebody was saying, you were saying about the about the hoping the best for people and stuff, and I'm like, it's just like it is like even if it don't work, it's a learning experience, like what they was kind of mentioning earlier. Like you can learn from the good and the bad. And, that's the whole
Hmm.
purpose of life. So you can realize, that's why that's a way to look at stuff. Like I said, you got the choice to look at stuff either through a lens or negative lens for real. And I realized that the more I start trying to be more positive on everything, even through the worst stuff, like you be like, you know what, it probably wasn't. It's something different. You know what I'm saying? This ain't it. You know what I'm saying? It's just all it really is. But it's like you feed into it and you keep thinking negative or being scared to, and it get to a point where you be scared to make the next choice and all that stuff. But I think like when you like that, you gotta start building. It's something within yourself though. It's something you gotta keep building, and you gotta start understanding. Just understanding from them things, like just from the things that you learn and stuff. You got to build understanding with yourself. That way you can get more comfortable with how you know how life is. You know what to avoid, what to be around. You get the signs and all that stuff. I mean, that just comes with it. Comes with that, but you gotta get comfortable with yourself first. There was something else I wanted to say, but I forgot.
But can I say something? The other day I was thinking, right? This statistic in this country, because I live in this country and I really care. I love the people. I think that there is more good than bad. I'm
Yeah.
positive. I choose to be so, right? So, do you think is like if just think that tomorrow everybody want to try a new thing, so stay away from their addiction. Do you think the Budweiser and company will be so happy about it? Don't you think that the system is set up to keep those unhappy people because they are big money business? I don't know. Just question.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it is, man. They catch everybody while they're young, brainwash them, get people to argue over stuff we really don't know what we arguing about. You know what I'm saying? It's all part of the game. But it take a strong, like I said, it take a strong mind and it take just observation of the world, right? To like kind of overcome a lot of this stuff. Because like when you really dig at this stuff like, man, I really don't have to go to this drugstore and get me some, or the liquor store and get liquor. I don't really got to do that. Like, why am I? That's why I say you got to always, this how I got to be. You always got to ask. Well, I was always that kid that asked why since I was little. You know what I'm saying? Because I always want to figure stuff out. You know, why am I tied to this? Why do I got to take a pill when I get a headache? Why I gotta, I gotta use sex just to overcome something. Why do I stress when I don't get it? Like they even put in this world like you must do that. You're gonna be stressed out and all that. Like you gotta always ask yourself why. Why do it take another person for me to not be stressed? You know what I'm saying? For me to not get stressed, right? Why do it take all this stuff is like I always had to dig into it. Why I seem like I'm tied to this? Or, so when you keep asking yourself why, because like you don't want to be chained to anything, probably except for like, of course you gotta survive off food and all that stuff, but then you just always gotta that's how I always built my life with. It's just trying to figure out why on every last situation. That's all it is. Why this don't work out the way I wanted it to work out? Oh, I realized life ain't meant for me to make things work out. You know what I'm saying? We get mad at our own entitlements and stuff. I want this
Let
person to be
me
good.
ask you something. Laugh or learn.
Yeah.
Has all of that learning how to depend on yourself made you too independent, and in terms of dealing with people, asking people, receiving help, etc.?
You said, did it make me independent?
Too independent.
What that mean?
You do not like to rely on people. You don't feel comfortable with receiving help or letting people know you need help. Has it affected your ability to love?
No, none of that. That's it.
It's off subject, so, but I just
Yeah.
wondered that.
Nah, no. Even with that what you said, it's everybody meant it's dependent on mentality. Just because you try to do stuff on your own, no, it's just. So I'm gonna put it this way, because like even now, all of us is learning from one another. So I can't say I
Hmm.
don't need another person. I wouldn't say that. But
Hmm.
it's different between needing and relying, right? So
Yes.
all of us need each other in certain ways for certain reasons. It's nothing we can do alone on this earth either. We can't do a lot of stuff alone. We need help on something. Love,
Amen.
and that's one thing I was talking about. I didn't have to find love through somebody else, right? I had to learn how to
Hmm.
love myself to start loving other people. Like once that's what I
Hmm.
mean about being comfortable with yourself, right? To where you
Hmm.
don't have to rely on another situation to build yourself up, right?
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying is like that's what I be telling people, like, because I'm not tied into like religions and all this stuff, because I realize it's separating us, and I realize that just like Tiziana, I do believe it's more good people than bad. And we just trapped in these little boxes that we make upon ourselves to make ourselves feel comfortable when it's really hurting us. That's all it really is. So
Right.
I
Now,
Amen.
realized,
I have to go deeper on that. I really
yeah,
have to go
yeah,
deeper
I
on that.
got you in a minute. I got you in a minute. Yeah. I
Okay.
got you in a minute on that though, but I was just trying to finish this. But I'm just saying, like, yes, once you learn how to really truly like understand, it's come with understanding first. Then you know
Hmm.
who to be around, you know who to be with, you know when somebody actually genuinely love you or not, because you got to have, like I said, a lot of stuff. A lot of people is in traumas and really don't know. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I'm
Hmm.
saying that you shouldn't, depend on somebody else to find all that stuff. That's all I'm getting to about that. Then you
That's
naturally,
wisdom.
because I love everybody. I got to a point I love everybody, and that's how I feel, because then they can't really take that, because I understand people. Like I said, once I
Hmm.
understand myself, I can make mistakes. Or if I'm in this predicament, I can act this way. Or if I do this, I control the way I don't control my emotions and all that stuff. Then I start having a hatred towards everything. But once I figure that out, I realized that, all of us is literally the same. We just living in different environments. We got different skin color. We got different spiritualities, beliefs, and all this stuff. But we really want the same exact thing. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's
Gotcha.
every person that think like that is not always. I mean, not because you hear that they don't rely on somebody else. That don't mean that they just I got a hatred towards everybody. That's all it is. So it's just a
No,
And
mentality.
that's
and
wisdom.
that
Thank
one,
you.
yes, and that one get me to the a topic like when he said we're all the same. I really think, it's like to design my life in my writing is like, how do I come here? I I don't choose my parents. Somebody in other reality said that we do choose the parents, but we don't. So I think
Beliefs,
so.
man.
That's me. I hope I didn't. But
Mm-mm.
anyhow, okay, we are is almost like a gamble. Like the money that your parents will define how much knowledge you will receive and how much truth or kindness receive. That's unfair, right? And by we are just catching up to understand society and to fit. They want to ask us to go in a box that we never felt that belongs to us. And that's where everything become messed up. We do a job that we don't really like. We deal with people that we don't really like. And that's why after the 5 days that you spend at the office doing a job that you really don't like, you need to check out so you can redo the craziness all over again. So to live unhappy, of course you need numbing mechanism. So what is the answer to happiness? Find your true self and what make important living this life to you.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to. Something is up, bro. Every time I click on one person, I was just trying to mute her mic real quick. I hear her tapping over there. That joint keep bringing
Okay,
up King
yeah,
name. Everybody's name is King. I was,
my
I
mic
was trying to
ain't.
just mute it real quick because the other was boop, 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 boop. I
We're
mean, you're
all a
doing a wonderful
king
job. I'm
and a
not saying
queen.
that. This is loud. What's the deal, Mustafa? What's the deal, man?
Hey,
But
Mustafa. How you doing?
who just left? Oh, what the heck on the? Oh, there she go. She wanna be near her friend. Oh,
I
sorry,
was
man. I'm
trying
joking. I'm just.
to take away the video and I disconnected myself. I was
uh,
trying to take away the video.
okay.
I'm learning.
Hey, that's the whole point of this, the room in general, man. We all got to learn from each other's point of view and stuff, and we gonna realize that we all got the same intention. We just going literally going different ways and routes about it and stuff. Like I said, like I said, I really do feel like it's way more hurt people than just evil. I don't think people are just evil. We only saying it because the way we get taught and stuff. I mean, get
Right.
treated, right? We only say that because the way we get treated. But because
Mhm.
we all we care about is only our feelings. That's what it be. But once you start being more caring and trying to understand why people act a certain way and stuff, then you really see. That's the reason. And I mentioned this before. That's the reason why I got love for just humanity in general. Because I'm like I said, I be always looking at it like, dang, I could have been this person. I could have been this person with a mental disorder or something like that. Or I could have been this person that didn't have a father and mother. And all, I could have been this. Like a lot of people got every in their book, they got every right to be the way they are because that's how they handle that situation. Even though even though a lot of that stuff don't be right, but it's like, how can we tell them? I mean, we could try to help them, but we don't know if we could have been the same exact person if we was brought up in that environment. That's how I look at it as. Like a lot of it's not a lot of people's fault in that situation. In a way, it's not. But
But when
it's
you
like
see those
I don't know. It's like
people,
yeah,
don't
huh?
those people inspire you? I mean, it's like when I see there is this singer and I love his song. It's so beautiful. And he was born with a birth defect and
Yeah.
he's there with a microphone singing his song. To me, is
Mm-hmm.
inspiring me. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
if he did it with those challenges, who am I to complain? Do you understand? It's like, truly, it's like, I admire those people, you
Mm-hmm.
know because they're making it every day and with a smile on their face. And then I really feel bad about myself. It's like, who am I?
Exactly.
Like, am I selfish
Exactly.
to that point? Mm-hmm.
I always tell people, man, the problem is we always think that we the worst out of everybody, and it's literally people doing worse than us. You know what I'm saying? If you keep thinking that you're the worst, then you will end up staying in misery. You gotta look at the opposite way, that somebody's worse than me. You know what I'm saying? I need to cheer up. I'm living. You know what I'm saying? I got one arm missing, but some people ain't got no arms. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm missing. Oh, some people ain't got a torso. You know, it's like you gotta look at it that way, that you gotta appreciate what you got, deal with what you got, and keep moving forward. Don't stop. Don't stop where you at. You know what I'm saying? If you just Okay, before I go, I'm forgetting I can go. What's the deal? Lion. I see the little hand is up. And why we don't see the blue sky no more?
Because we inside.
Okay, I got you.
So I saw something the other day, and I wanted, if I could get like everybody's opinion on it, that would be freaking awesome. But basically, this guy, his wife filed for divorce, and he said that he didn't see it coming. It came out of nowhere. She blindsided it with him. So the girl had him, or had his friend ask him about it, and he said that, like, yeah, they were having, like, he knew that she was unhappy, but he thought that they were just going through a rough patch, and basically she had hit a tolerable level of permanent unhappiness. And that's the first time I've ever heard that in my life. And I want to know how y'all feel about a tolerable level of permanent unhappiness in your life. Is that like a thing, or are we just making up stuff?
That's making up. It's like no permanent of happiness. It's something you just choose.
I ain't never heard that one before.
Yeah, me neither.
That's like saying
You
you
know,
got permanent
you know what?
happiness.
Can I ask you something? Talking about questioning, right? So when you see TikTok and people arguing about being a LGBTQ, when they're not involved, they don't have nothing to do, but they have an opinion. It's like, to me,
You
your
scaring me.
sexuality, how you want to live your life, is your business. It's how you interact with me, how you treat me, that I care. What you do between closed door, it's none of my business. And I wonder why nobody got that memo yet.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm scared.
Crazy.
I'm not gonna talk about that because if my room just jump up to 500, we know who it is. I'm scared. I don't want to knock on that door. But I feel
No,
you though.
all I'm
I
saying,
feel
no,
you.
really, I never argue with nobody because I'm very balanced.
Hey,
I
okay?
know.
I'm gonna put it this way. I'll put it this way, right?
Hmm.
Some situations, right? It don't matter how logical you is or not. It's some people just in this world that just based off straight feelings, right? So even if you try to be the smartest or word things the right way, like just like we saying that people just take things different ways or whatever because like I said, a lot of people with so it's like sometimes
Some of their trauma.
even if you understand, sometimes okay, the person that you don't understand, they don't even understand themselves. I'm put it that way. Let me just put it that way. So like I don't know how to explain
I
it because it's like even
understand.
my
I,
own
I,
little
I really
experience.
understand where you're getting. I'm
Yeah,
53 years young, but I'm telling you what I'm trying to do. Sometimes I think that our level of trauma is like in a lockbox, right? And there's gonna be that key that it will open that Pandora box, that will be the beginning of the awakening. So at this point, I believe if I need to trigger some people, they need to learn how to welcome it, because if they have a problem with my peace and love and honesty and wanted to connection, they're arguing, it's their issue. I'm not the issue. I'm not
you're right.
never gonna stop to be myself and be kind and courteous and give people an understanding that they are worth as much as I am. If that's the problem in society, I think that we need to revalue society.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give you an example of what I mean about it, and I feel you on that. But sometimes it's like how you play the cards and stuff, or whatever. Because it's like this. So let's see if I'm a trigger. So it's just like this right here. This is why I don't talk about this because even though I had a live about it though, it gets so bad that if I tell a woman that I want them from their natural beauty, that gets offensive. You know what I'm saying? It don't, that's what I mean about that. I'm like, man, you don't need to wear the makeup. You don't need no. You could be nice as you can, but like I said, their mentality. It don't mean that they're gonna take it how you present it, right? Even if you helping them out or not, right? You still, it's like you got to realize there's certain people you could talk to and there's some of them you can't. So
Right,
it's like
right.
you got to really play it to help yourself, really. Just like I think King was saying, like some situations you just got to, because you're going to find yourself, because you're trying to help so much that you gonna be hurting your own self in the process and end up getting down this rabbit hole, and you get mad like, what the fuck, yo, dumb stuff, you trying to get, you know what I'm saying? You get so mad because they're not trying to understand you, and you get mad, because you had an expectation
Yeah,
that you thought you
look,
was gonna change them. You know what I'm
Hey, my
saying?
I've
friend,
learned to say,
I live with a 21-year-old son, and
Yeah.
I love him. I will literally give my life if necessary. That's how much I love him.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The point is this: sometimes when I'm trying to tell him a truth that he's not ready to receive, he fight it, and I will
Yeah.
find myself saying something and he just trying to maneuver me to another conversation, and I'm smart enough to say, hold on, we were talking about this, why you're jumping to that, and he's gonna get upset. So
Yeah.
I understand that he's not ready to have a
Not
conversation.
ready.
I love
Up there
him
you
that
go.
much. The
Yeah.
point is
right,
this: I'm not gonna stop to be me, to make him feel comfortable. I have to tell him the truth.
Yeah. I
That's
feel
my
you.
mission. So he's
I
not
feel you.
ready to receive it. That's okay. But I can
It's all right.
always put my shoes on and go for a walk, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
you
I
know,
would
you
say
gotta
like,
you gotta be okay with allowing people to grow with their own emotions. That's the emotional intelligence I talk about. I'm
yeah.
good with if I'm coming from a genuine place and I say something, you get flustered. I've learned not to get mad because you mad at me now. I'm gonna let you
Exactly.
process your own emotions. And you can get mad, scream me up. I'm unbothered because that's your emotions. And guess what? You're entitled to be upset. You're entitled to be happy. You're entitled to whatever feeling you want. But I don't have to necessarily respond to your emotions because that's where
Mm.
emotional chaos happens between two people, and that's where arguments stem
Exactly.
from. Hey, why are
Exactly.
you offended?
Yeah.
Now we arguing. It's like in a intimate relationship. Why are you mad at me? Because I'm mad. It's a whole emotional turmoil war, and that's what happens a lot of time on TikTok. Somebody get upset, it's like you upset because they're upset. That's
Mm-hmm.
if I say something that upsets you, I gotta let you process your own emotions.
A lot of
I'm gonna
times
stay
too,
out
it
your way.
can be pride and ego.
Right.
I can
Right.
even use, the way I asked my question to King. Perhaps it was out of pride, and the way he responded, you know, could have been the same thing. But we made conscious decisions to balance it out because people are going to have differences. Thank goodness. I'm glad everyone doesn't think and see things like me.
Yeah. That made me think back to uh what's his Hormiga. He asked me a question, which is, I'm understanding it more and more. He asked what's the power of diversity, and it makes a lot of sense. It is very powerful that all of us think different ways. We know we think different ways, but that's why we come together and realize that we all think
Yes,
different ways, which
Mhm.
help us all out. You know what I'm saying? That like, dang,
yes,
you
it
really
Right.
did
can.
want
But
the
you
same
know
thing I
why?
wanted.
But you know why? Because the different way, they're not threatening to me. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Until it doesn't become a
Right.
threat to my well-being, we're
Yeah.
gonna be okay.
Yeah.
And it
Exactly.
gets things
And
done. Like, say, for instance, I'm thinking that the host, Laugh or Learn, is younger than me. Okay. But I've learned a lot from him in this last 45 minutes or so.
Right,
So
right.
that's why it matters too, because people bring different aspects to the table that we learn and grow and build on.
right.
That's
Most
And we
definitely.
got to
progress.
realize that we don't necessarily know. When you come on a platform like this, you don't know the other person. So interpreting what they say and why they say is very, very difficult to do. Like Kev knows me, and I'm glad to meet Miss Gigi. I'm glad to meet you today, and Miss Tiziana. I'm glad to meet you as well. Those that know me know what I do for a living. So when I ask this from a genuine place, right? If I ask you a question, I'm a life coach and I'm a business consultant. That is my lifestyle. I ask
Hmm.
for clarity before proceeding on anything. But if you don't know who I am, I could be misinterpreted, just like I can misinterpret the next person if I don't know who they are. So we have to really reason together so we can have an understanding and know exactly what we're dealing with. Because certain people, once you learn their personality, you realize I'm not saying this to them. I'm not even asking that question because I know how they will interpret that. So you leave it alone. But that's called growing a relationship at the end of the day.
Hmm. That come with, like I said, that emotional intelligence, and putting that ego to the side. You know what I'm saying? The
You
ego is
know,
what
I
be putting
hope,
us in these boxes nowadays. You know what I'm saying? That just like, nope, I said what I am and I am what I am. You know what I'm saying? We just sit still, 10 toes on that situation. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So that's only hurting
Right.
us. When we sit and put our toes at 10 times, 10 toes down on a situation and not trying to be open minded about different things, we gonna only know what
Right.
we know. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna know anything else. You know what I'm saying? That what type of learning is that? Right?
That's a
That's
very
it.
small space.
yeah.
Right.
You know, I hope
Right.
that Hobo Lion, she didn't drop because I talk too much, but I really enjoy this conversation. And
Her
Gigi,
phone got
you
hot.
never let me down. Uh, and and I'm growing. I'm growing. I'm alive today. I'm gonna do the
Exactly.
best of this day. I've been in the dark, in the deep dark, and I came up on top. So I'm grateful every day of my life.
There you go.
Amen.
So
Amen.
No, she said she had dropped because her phone was hot anyways. She in here, I think. She's still in here. But yeah, man, and I'm glad this how it's supposed to be, man, for real, like, and that's why I'm trying to get everybody so we can because most of the time it just takes simple talking, man. We let and what be the
Absolutely.
problem? We let our feelings take over anything before we even try to understand each other. You know what I'm saying? And then that's why I talk about emotional control so much. I talk about that so much and stuff because, like, if our emotions is not in check, we just gonna respond off the first thing. What the heck you talking about, man? You better not. What you know what I'm saying? Why you look at me this way? Like we gonna do all that stuff, and then he don't even know the reason
Right.
why. He
Right.
probably looking at you that way because he blind or something. Like you just don't know. You snapping because the way they face look, but you're not taking the time to understand it. Even like that's why I talk about grudges and forgiveness every other Saturday, which is gonna be next Saturday, right? So that's why I talk about that because we don't know. We don't know what's going on through other people's mentality and stuff. We don't know. Like we. And that's why I say I be laughing. Not the more I keep hearing that people love using that emotional intelligence and all that. They don't understand because of that. But then again, you don't know nothing about it yourself, right? Because if you had that, then you will understand why they don't understand you. You know what I'm saying? That
That
junk
part.
just it's just so funny, man. And like I said, that
Right.
ego is the biggest problem. Not to this day. It really is that ego and that pride situation because everybody want to be the toughest. Everybody want to be like, you can't tell me this because I'm 18. I'm a grown folk and I don't care. You can't. Not even my own parents because I can do what I want. But then again, all of us is teachable. All of us can teach, but we just limit ourselves to what we only want to know. I don't want to know more. I
Mhm.
just want to know what I know. And if it don't fit what I know, then you're nothing to
mm,
me. You know what I'm saying? All you doing
you
is
know,
is is, is causing harm to yourself.
yeah, but you know
Right.
what? I think that there is a teacher for each and every one of us. And I think that what differentiates a good therapist or a good teacher is the love that they have to want to help people understand.
Mm-hmm.
Because you see a teacher that call a student that is not smart, and with another teacher is a genius. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It is when I see people that they find a way to speak with the president and they find a way to speak with a factory worker. I love those people because
Mm-hmm.
they are humble enough to get out of themselves and go to the level of the person to be understood and to communicate. I love those people.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, another thing is that laugh and learn, or learn said earlier that we all want the same thing. I think that boils down to we want to love and be loved. And
Yeah.
also, something else that he said was how broken we all are from various trauma. And I think sometimes people are repellent to what they want. And that's why they don't want people to see their real selves, and they're really willing to risk pushing people away when they really want people to come forward. So it's
Mm-hmm.
just so complicated. But until we start working inside and fixing that, we're going to run into those complications and obstacles to get what we want.
Yes, it's an
Yep.
inside job.
That is
It
so true.
most definitely it is an inside job. That's what it is. But people don't like that. Like I said, we live in a world where it's it's not you, it's them. That's what it is. We live in that type of world. So anything we could take from ourselves, right? To let it be because nobody don't like to work on themselves. Like, nah, because I'm too perfect for that, right? it's everybody doing bad things to me. It don't work that way. You know what I'm saying? Because I know what I'm doing. I know better. They don't know better. No, that's not how it is, man. That's not how it is. Because if we keep living that type of life, we will never. And I'm realizing like that even being on this a lot, it made me realize that boy, I can. It's so much stuff I had to work on. I didn't know it was more stuff what I had to work on. You know what I'm saying? Every time I talk to people, dang, what the heck? Why did I feel about that? Then I gotta check myself every time on something, and that's why I be telling people when people ask me how I'm feeling or how I'm feeling today, something like that. I always say better than my yesterday because I say that I always, every day is my goal to try to do something better. Even every minute or every situation. Like even if I mess up, I want to be better the next 2 minutes, right? That's what I want to do because I just want to be the best version. I can't say best version because it's no stop. As long as I'm living, I can still better myself. I gotta keep bettering myself on everything, even when I mess up, so I can just learn from that. Like, okay, I know I do that sometimes, so now I gotta stop from that. So it's just like I said, that's my thing, and that's like to me, that's kind of true happiness. We were just talking about that. What is true happiness, right? That's real happiness to me, right? That's just to me, it's just the like to realize that I can get through different things. To realize I am actually human and things happen or whatever, and I got the choice to better that, and I can help people. I'm loving that stuff. I love when people be telling me that they, I did this. Congratulations for certain things or whatever. I be loving that stuff. Like, but you could tell the mentality because some people got the mentality that, oh man, what you think you better, you got it easy and all that stuff. Like this, like that's what I'm saying. This mentality is what's tearing a lot of us up. It's like, why are you acting like that? Why you can't be happy for somebody, right? Just because you ain't get it that way, that it should motivate you. Like, okay, it's possibilities, right? I can do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I even look at it like I'll be laughing at stuff like that be going on today. Like, oh dang, because they be saying with us being oppressed and all that stuff, right? Oh dang, the white man, they got that and all that stuff, Okay, but then as soon as a black person gets something right, that's because he's under the white man allowed him. And like, no, when they gonna get some credit for what he doing, right? It's like we never give credit to even ourselves for the good things we do. We gotta give it to somebody else, or our own kind. Like, dog, why we getting this mentality that we can't be happy for one another, even for the littlest things?
Because you know why? Because in my humble opinion, and this is where, let's see how many friends I'm gonna lose after saying this. But hey, this is me. This is my belief. I think that we're here um we are our fathers and our mother carrying of the generational trauma.
Mm-hmm.
And either we just gonna take it like they did, and we're gonna keep on going round in circle, or we gonna uh, try another way and break this generational curse. So I know that I'm the black sheep of my family for one reason. I was here to ask the question, why you're hurting your own people or your own child or your own descendant, and people don't like abusers don't like to be called out. So the beauty of all this that I did went to the dark, but I came out on top because I'm still loving and I'm still here with a mission.
Mm-hmm.
And trying to make see that my reflection of my trauma it's for many many people, right? And
Mm-hmm.
as I said, either you wanna break the abuse and the trauma, or you're just going to become your parents, and there's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
your children if there is a black sheep. That's simple.
Mm-hmm.
Did I lose one person?
It was something I was about
Okay,
to say.
sing
I forgot.
again.
It was
Is
something
that
you said.
generational trauma?
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is too deep. Not many understand, but I do.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
laugh or learn. I really like your philosophy and how you're living life. If you have children, they have some wonderful, strong, intelligent seeds planted in them. And thank you for that.
Oh, so I ain't got no children yet.
Thank
I wish
you,
I did,
Gigi.
man.
Thank you so much. Thank you
Oh.
so much. I needed to hear that so much. I'm
Yeah, and
trying.
even without children, I'm sorry, Tiziana, I was just telling learn or I'm sorry, laugh or learn that even
Mm-hmm.
without children, you're planting the seeds with your followers.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to have a vast impact because what you're saying is so wise and good philosophies to live by.
Oh, thanks.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm just
yes.
trying to. I just trying to. Like I said, I want the best for this world in general, man. And that's the reason why I probably. That's another reason why I probably don't have kids, even though I could have messed up one time. And I thank God. I thank God. But anyways, but it's just I've been. And one thing I think my dad had put in my mind a while ago, and he probably don't realize how serious I took. He like, hey, you don't want to be a statistic, right? So ever since then, I've been kind of trying to be observant. Like, okay, if I do this, this might happen. I learned from my friends. I learned from so much stuff. Like, all right, so people that do that, they end up in jail. So I don't want to do that, right? Or if I keep driving so fast, I'm gonna get a ticket. I don't want to do that. It's stuff. And some people, because it works different ways. Because some people actually want to be like, nah, I don't believe that. I gotta have my fun, and I'm gonna do this. So some people like learning the hard way anyway. So I actually just wanted to learn from. I learned from others, and like I said, I can thank God that they gave me that mentality to try to learn from others, so I don't go through the same thing. Just like I ain't have to, smoke a cigarette to realize that you can get cancer from it, right? Well, I'm not about to go through that stuff, even though they say it's so good and all that stuff. I learned how to fight my wants and stuff. Now, the most powerful thing I done did recently, which is 2 years ago when I decided to be celibate until marriage, right? Because I realized how damaging that get, right? Because sex, I think that's like the second most powerful thing in this earth, the reason why this earth is going the way it's going to, besides money, is money than that. Because you realize that sex is in the music, it's sell, it creates relationships, and it makes relationships fail too at the same exact time. That's a double-edged sword. So it's like a lot of people ain't got control over that stuff. It's so bad that they feel like, oh, it's a need. I need this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And it's a code. It coach you and all that stuff when you really a miserable person, but then oh no, it's because I got to get me some buns. If I get some buns, I'm good. It's like, what the heck? Who told you this stuff? But they gonna keep encouraging this stuff and putting it out, which also adding problems, which adding more kids on here that's lost and stuff, because everybody think this how you make a relationship now. You know what I'm saying? Just you don't want them if you don't give them no money, they're gonna cheat on you or something. Like no, who want to live in that type of life though? If you get with
I
a person that's
love
like that, you get
I
with a person
love
that's
your
like that.
honesty. Do you know like that there's no many men that speak like you? And let me tell you something. More than Gigi said going back is like maybe you had to be a father for many, many men because
Mhm.
the level of deepness and honesty that you have with yourself reflect to other young men is
Mhm.
gonna be awesome. So
Hmm.
you
Yeah.
have no idea. You are awesome, man. If I never compliment you
Yes.
before, I just wanna take a moment to say that you are refreshing to my. I'm
Yeah.
smiling every time that you were talking. I was just smiling. I'm gonna.
Thanks, man. Yeah, come on, I'm a thug too. At the same time, y'all can't be told like that. Let me get my thugness on, man. I'm about to make no grown man blush around. Chill, man.
Oh,
I'm
God,
trying to
you
get a
should
little serious around
absolutely.
here. Chill.
No, you're an
But I
awesome man.
appreciate
Just
y'all, man, for real, man. And it's stuff like even stuff like that. When you tell me stuff like it motivates me more to try even harder, man. Because like I said, it's a lot of us is just really hurt, man. That's why I try not, and that's one thing I just and more every day. I be having more grace, and that's why I love talking about forgiveness and grudges, man. Because that's our biggest problem. And that's like, it. Dang, what was I about to get to? I hate when I sidetrack myself, then forget what I was talking about. But basically, I'm just saying it's just like the more the stuff happening, like it just make me, like I said, it's really just hurt people and stuff, and we just got to. Man, what the heck I was about to say, man. It's just I don't really try to. That's what I be currently working on. Like, though, I gotta stop being mad. I gotta stop being mad at because that's a recent thing that I had to check myself on a couple days ago, and it made me realize that I be getting mad. And I think I was in. Who is she in here? I was in her room too. I had to realize that I can't get mad because a lot of times I think I be trying to force people. I was in. Oh, she in here too. Class first. I don't know if you in here or she must be just listening. I was in her room and I was like, man, I realized, which I was talking about myself too. I said a lot of people try to force their mentality on other people, right? And then get mad at it. And it's more than just like it's beliefs too, right? But people force their beliefs, people force that. But I realized that. That was one of my problems. Even though, and I had to realize, like, man, dang, I can't be forcing somebody to think like me. It's just like, it's people is gonna do what they gonna do and all that. And even if they got a way that they seem like they mad at you, I can't really blame them on that either, right? Because, like,
Well, think about this. Think about this. How did you got? Is like, do you ever find mentor people that attract you that say, "Ooh, I like that energy. I want to know more." Do you ever had that in your life?
uh, maybe in a different form, maybe it could have been, yeah, could have been, yeah, most
So
definitely,
it's your energy that will attract the people that belong in your
yeah,
path.
mm-hmm,
So it's
most
like
definitely.
sometimes we waste time with people that, because you remember when I started this healing journey, I was like, is this easy to be happy? Just be yourself. Let me go tell everybody. And
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
was a
it
bad
gets
way
bad
to
that
go.
it's so bad nowadays though that even when they see that they be like, and that's how you know how they deep rooted into in misery, right? And don't know it because when a person tell you that, man, why you always got a smile on your face, man? You over there faking it or something. When they talk like that, that means they got something wrong with them because they can't picture themselves being like that. Why the heck you always keep saying good morning and all that stuff?
I
You
used to
know,
be that person. I
yeah.
used to be. I was
Me
at
too. That's
Walmart
always all I'm saying.
three,
It like I
three
grew up
weeks.
this way. That's how I know because I experienced it.
Yeah, but 3 weeks ago, I was at Walmart and I went to this because now that we're truthful, we need to fess up. So I went to her and say, Antonella, I have to apologize. And she said, what for, honey? It's like every time that you post those pictures, an inspirational note, she's faking it. I need to see which antidepressant she's on. I want one of those.
Man,
And
that
now that I'm in her vibes, I
mhm.
understand how terrible I was. So I apologize and fess up.
Right. That's what I tell people. And that's another thing. I tell people to not we gotta stop taking things, even though it's a hard thing, right? We gotta stop taking things personal because a lot of the times it's just be other people projecting themselves on you. That's all it really is.
You're right.
You know.
And we're only human.
Mhm.
We're not going to be on it just right every day. We're not going to know all the right things to say every day. We're going to make mistakes. So we
Yeah.
give ourselves and each other a break and learn
Yep.
from it and keep it moving.
Yeah. Oh, you just reminded me. That's what I was talking about with the forgiveness. That's what I was about to say. That's why I learned because the grace, right? I
Yes.
learned that I have to, if I got grace for myself, and a lot of people don't got grace for themselves, or don't even forgive a lot of stuff for themselves. That's why I say forgiveness start with yourself. That's what made me have even more grace for every. That's why when I tell y'all I got love for people now because I understand myself more, and I love, I got more love for myself, and really realize that just like you said, we make mistakes and stuff. I like, no, what make them any different from me? They make mistakes too.
Right.
So it's
Right.
like that's why I like no, you know different from me. So I'm like, no, I got as much love for myself because I know I'm gonna make a mistake. I got much love for everybody else for real. That's all it is. And I never thought I was gonna catch myself talking about telling people or strangers that I love them. You know what I'm saying? It just seemed
Hmm.
weird, but it makes more sense because it's like you do have like a change of heart the more you keep building understanding. I know they love
It's
saying
freeing.
communication is key, but understanding is way
Mhm.
more powerful than just that because that's what you communicate for is understanding.
Yes.
You
And
keep
it's
saying I love
freeing.
you,
It
and when you keep
makes your
saying I
heart
love you,
feel less
it makes you feel
burdened.
good too.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Exactly.
It makes you feel real
Exactly.
good when you keep saying I love you. It builds
Yep.
you up. It gives
Yeah.
you that energy, you know?
Mm-hmm. It
Even if
do.
you don't
Most
get that
of.
in return, you know? Because a lot of people
Mm-hmm.
won't give it to you in return
Yep.
because
And
they're just
another
Yes,
as
thing that
bad
should
as
have woke
yes.
us up was 2019. Like, if no, a lot of people should have changed that, but if some people got worse, some people should have been better. But the fact that we still living after all these millions been gone, like,
Yeah.
we ain't got time for the bald face, the anger, and all
Yeah.
that stuff. Like, why are we still living the same way from 3 years ago, right? Like, you should have been like,
Yeah.
dang, thank God that I wasn't one of them, man. I need to do better. I need to start setting a better path, right? I need to
Yeah.
stop being the same exact way I was in 2000 because I could have been one of. That's why we are here for a reason. All of us are here for a reason
Yeah.
because I even caught that stuff like what twice, right? I
Hmm.
could have got it as bad as everybody else, but I didn't. God got me
Right.
here for a reason, right?
Right.
Man, that's a. I gotta kill that ant.
You
I ain't
know,
gonna lie.
I'm so much about what Leona Davis said. It is about the love. It
Yeah.
is about the love, and everybody are worth love, and that's. That's why it's like me and Gigi, Gigi always try to tell me, oh, you're a beautiful, attractive person. It's like, my beauty is within. That's the one that I go proud
Yep.
with. Because
Exactly.
people, I mean, we miss so many beautiful soul because it's all based on appearance, the stream media. It's like, I would really start tomorrow a campaign, abolish the Kardashian. They did more damage that we'll never even know from generation to come.
Ain't this weird? Like, you say hello, I mean, I love you to somebody, but a little bitty kid go say, "Hi, I like you," or "I love you," and they respond right back to that child. It's kind of weird,
We really, no, it's crazy.
Ignore
We
us.
little, we really little
They
As
know
kids though,
the
for
adults
truth.
real.
with
They
as
know the
adults
truth, but they don't know.
with our brokenness and the things we've been through and we've been
Right.
unhealed, we're more guarded than children.
That's what it is. Yep. Yep. We get more stubborn because even the child start out with an open mind, right?
I
We
have
just
to
like,
Exactly.
share this. I have to
Exactly.
share this. Please, I have to share this. So, do you know why? Because as children, we are so forgiving. I mean, I just speak for myself. Don't you think like somebody hurt you is like, tomorrow is another day. Start fresh. Were you like that as a child? Because I remember being like that.
mm,
I
Very
think
maybe
fast
in five
sometimes
forgiving.
minutes we
because you
forget
took
as
my toy away from
children.
me.
Yes.
I ain't forgetting
But
that.
guess what? The respiration, I remember when somebody hurt me or was painful, I will cry my heart out and I will have that, when that you had to catch that breath.
Yeah,
And
you're
that
sobbing.
Yeah.
is, and that in a TikTok, I realized that when you do the respiration that we know as children is when you cry out your pain and it's faster forgiveness.
Hmm.
So I remember there was like 9 years I haven't cried one tear. That's how important is because people they don't cry enough, they're not willing to forgive and that pain
Mm,
stay within and is gonna make you heal bad energy to others, isolated, and then it comes depression and so on and so forth. I'm
hmm.
not a doctor. This is my experience, how I experience myself, and I'm just voicing my experience to
Hmm.
whom I help or not.
For sure.
Well,
For
one
sure.
thing that I've learned was the forgiveness for myself. I
Gotcha.
never embraced that for a long time. I was like, nah, not doing it. And I'm fine. But once again, it's a weight off of all of the things that you carry around that help your brokenness stay, splintered. So when you start to forgive, I think it helps to heal that splinter and put you together even more.
Hmm.
So that's a very important aspect in terms of, as they say, you're not doing it for the other person, you're doing it for
Exactly. For
yourself.
yourself, right?
Hmm.
Fact. That's why I
Gigi,
talk about every other Saturday.
there
Got to
is
talk
a
about this.
video of your daughter that she went parachuting, your daughter.
Yes. Uh huh.
And you know what? I never parachute, but I think I want to.
Okay.
And to me, it will mean this. Okay. When you hold on to bad feeling towards somebody that you think they hurt you, you cannot let go, right?
Hmm.
You are depriving yourself from other experience.
Right.
Mm.
So that's what will be the day that I will jump off the plane. It will be I will let go
Okay.
completely. So that's why, and with that video, I understood so much about your daughter. And I would like to ask her next time why she went parachuting, because it's
Okay.
deeper than the action to me.
Okay. Awesome.
Mhm. Can't wait. Y'all see what I talk about that forgetting? That's one of the biggest problems nowadays. That's why I'm gonna be talking about that for like the rest of this year. Every other Saturday, that's my plan, right? Or I'm gonna talk about it a lot. I know it's gonna be a lot, at least another 50 times I'm talking about it. That's why I'm on part. I should be on part 8 next weekend. I think I did part 7. grudges and forgiveness, because that is like one of the reasons why we not, a lot of our ways, the way we are, the way we are, basically, and stuff, because we haven't let go of stuff and we don't know how to, forgive ourselves. But this is all how they just how we got brought up for real. A lot of people ain't get taught that. A lot of people like, no, hold this against them because they did this to you. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So, well, that's all you
You
know.
and,
know how it
and
is left.
sometimes, Mhm.
No,
um,
Gigi, go. And sometimes,
sometimes it's harder, like when people are SA'd, when children
hmm
Hmm.
are.
Yeah.
And so you're going to get into the dark, ugly parts, and people
Yeah.
aren't going to want to let go. And I can understand it from various aspects, even from experience.
Hmm.
Um, but if you don't let it go, it'll eat away at you until for all the time that it's there, even in
Hmm.
small ways. The way you respond to people, like, oh, hi, how you doing? What the f do you want with me? Okay.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So that's that unforgiveness eating away at you, because it's I forget the word that I want to use for it. It's kind of like evil.
Hmm.
It's designed. It's like a bot in there designed to do horrible things to come out through your actions and your words.
Hmm.
So it's going to be interesting as you continue with the series and the stuff that comes up and what people are holding
Yeah.
on to.
Oh, I ran into
Yeah.
that a few times already. Them are my
Okay.
hardest ones. Some I get to, some I don't. So that's why I know eventually I'm gonna run into some that have overcome it, right? Now, because every person is for different people, right? So I'm like, if you really want to break any of these chains, like I do believe, and I mentioned that before in one of my lives, it's literally a million ways to try to figure it out. It is. It's up to you if you want to live in what you
Mm,
live in or if you want to change. That's all it really is.
okay.
Because you got people that actually, like you said, that went through that serious stuff, or maybe even worse,
Yes.
maybe lost somebody in the process, but they
Yes.
still found a way. But they got to talk to somebody
Yes.
like them, because some of them,
Yes.
some
Yes.
already biased to what you already saying. Anyways, you ain't go through what I
Yes.
went through, so I don't want to hear it.
Right.
So
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's
But
all.
you know what? Pain is pain. It's like I think that that's the part of that, the design that they make us to feel
Hmm.
ourselves. Okay, it's like, oh, hold on to the pain, because then to quiet down the pain, you're gonna get to cigarettes and whatever addiction and this. It's designed so the quicker we let go of that matrix, the happier we'll be. It's like
Yeah.
because I question everything now, and I might have so much to catch up to learn from the true sources that there are to me right now, that I everything that comes from, even the therapist. Do you know that my last therapist, I went to make this research on her. I had to understand that the next person I sit down and pours my out or feel that she's trustworthy to hear my story, I better know who she is. So I nail it, and that's why I am where I'm at now, because she
Hmm.
understood that I need more than a person that just learn how to read books and apply. She had to have lived it to understand my story. So yeah, it cannot be just any therapist. The best to be your therapist, the one that cares about you enough to want good for you.
Exactly. Exactamundo. Yeah.
And I
Cause
like what
like,
she said. I like what she said about the smoking and all that stuff. If you
hmm
forgive people, and you probably just let all that go, like I did. I used to smoke cigarettes like a chimney, but then when I let everything go, the smoking went away. I just stopped smoking, And she is so right about that. She is so right.
hmm
Eating,
Oh,
all that
Leona
stress.
got a follow. She's true to herself, so I like that kind of people. It's
Oh
hard to
yeah, yeah. You
find
already know.
Leona
That's why
type
she
of
my
people.
mod. You see, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying
Do
to
you
keep the.
understand what I mean? It's like I never have an argument with somebody that already did the healing work themselves. We're on the same
Yes.
page.
Yeah, most definitely, and that's the whole point. That's why I think it's at the bottom part. I used to have this thing on there where, I'm big on. Yeah, of course, I want to hear people out, right? I want to, cool, you tell me your problems and all that stuff. But my thing is, like I said, my whole life is kind of like I'm solution based and I want resolution on different situations. So it's like I don't want to hear about your problems all day. You not doing anything to try to even work on it. Like a lot of people just want to be heard and don't do nothing about it, right? So I'm like, dog, when okay, I hear what you're saying, but what are we doing so we can get out this box? Because a lot of people, some people get a pleasure out of just staying out of the situation, even if it's hurting them, but they just love the attention they getting behind it. I love, they keep rubbing my head when I say that I've been through this, I've been through this. Thank you, ooh, that feels so good. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they love that stuff though. They gonna keep, so, but it's still hurting them at the same time because that late at night when that computer shut off, the phone shut off, they back up there in a fetal position, curled up, like man, hey, like you know what I'm saying? They keep going through the same thing. So that means a lot of stuff you gotta when we get this type of stuff, we
Yeah,
gotta
but
do
we were
something with it,
programmed that way. Hang on.
huh?
I want you to. We were programmed that way. Do you remember Snow White and Cinderella? Do you remember the wicked mother and the
Yeah.
prince will come and save her?
Hmm.
Do you know that realizing that I was looking for the savior in a man, and that's why maybe the reason why I married 3 times. And
Mm,
some of it, I was true to myself. He was a man, but I didn't understand that my healing will come from a man that he was my son. Do you understand what I mean?
hmm.
It's
But
like
you
we are
didn't know.
programmed for failure. We are
But
programmed for failure, truly,
Mm,
from
well,
childhood.
you didn't know. And if you like
right.
men, there's nothing wrong with looking for a partner to enhance your life as you enhance his. You're
Mm,
both going to be helping each other through things. But if you didn't know the way to do it that was best for you, you went the route that you were most familiar with.
hmm.
So you
Yeah.
can't blame yourself for that.
Yeah, but
You
It
can't.
was
No, you
all
part
the
of
can't.
your
things they do cartoons target to children to start to think that way. Do you understand what I mean?
Oh,
It's
I was
yeah,
deeper.
about to get
but we
about
don't
that too.
but I would say having a daughter, grandson, and a great grandson, we should not use cartoons to uh, make the foundation of our kids' lives. I watched
Right.
cartoons, and cartoons have always been violent. If
Mm,
you think about it,
They
I
are,
didn't
yes, they
go
are.
around being violent because of what I watched. So there are a lot of seeds that are planted, but the main ones come from where inside our homes with the people and what they do and say.
right. Exactly. How they the image that you seen all your life and all that, and that's how you feel like it's how it's supposed to
Yes.
go. That's why I say it's take a strong mind to unlearn a lot of stuff. That's what it is. It take a lot because a lot of people do want to follow their traditions or they want to follow their all this or follow their family. I don't want to be I don't want to upset my family. Like I had, and that's another
Right.
thing. Oh man, I'm getting somewhere else now, because that's the one thing I've been learning. Like i I had to learn, like I got to do stuff for myself, man, because like even the family, just because like it's weird. That's why that's how you end up becoming, like they call it, the black sheep or something like that, right? Where you be just to yourself, because a lot of stuff, it's just they if people, if a lot of them didn't grow from the mentality they is, and that's why I'm so big on that, because a lot of them hold grudges, they don't like each other, all this stuff. It's like you got to find a way in which everybody is not strong enough to do. You got to find a way to break that generational habit. You know what I'm saying? Curse, whatever we want to call it. You got to find a way to break through that, because they going trying to please them or please your ancestors or please that is just, it'll never, you know what I'm saying? You'll be toe up trying to do that. You got to learn how to please yourself. You got to please yourself. Please
Yeah,
your
in
or
a
your maker or
healthy,
something. Huh?
yes, in a healthy, balanced way, yes.
Yes, exactly. Well, yeah, you're right. That
Yeah.
sounded weird. Don't please yourself. Yeah, in health, yeah, you're right. Clean, clean. You can help me out a little bit too. I forgot there's many ways. People gonna
No, you
interpret
know
that wrong.
what?
My bad.
Uh,
Oops.
and that's
They like, you right.
Gigi.
Yeah.
Gigi.
Let me go do it
Gigi.
now.
Yeah, but I gotta tell you something. What you just did right now made me understand that we're all the same sometimes, because at the beginning with his life, now I know him more, and I know that, I mean, whatever he say, I will always trying to see the good side, because sometimes
Mhm.
in the first life, you remember I said, well, be specific, because what you're saying, you remember that conversation? And he said, well, I didn't understand that you understood
What's
it
up,
that
Harry?
way. It is like people, we need to be specific, because sometimes we mean good, but some people may be confused.
Right.
They don't mean bad. So, especially when we are on the internet. But
Exactly.
Gigi did the same with you, because she's your first. Gigi, is this your first live with Laugh
Yes.
Hmm.
Out?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, it's
What
good.
did I do?
It's like be specific. It's like just a balance. You had to put that, it's okay what you said, but even that with balance.
Oh
You
yeah,
can over.
because
Yeah.
we all can go back to how we used to please ourselves. I didn't go to college for a long time because I was out drinking, hanging,
Mm.
all that stuff, and didn't feel like I needed it. I was making decent money at the time, and so yeah, I was pleased.
Yes.
You pleased. Say no. I'm talking
It
Well,
didn't
is
help
it
in the
please
long run.
or 1 second though? Because when we say please, right? Looking back as young is one thing, but now when I
Right.
read that what alcohol does to you, or don't sleep at nighttime, it's really we don't live our full potential, because we waste so much time in frivolous things from society that they tell you have to do to be part of the feeding group, right?
Mm.
uh I think that even that with balance, because I no longer drink alcohol, but I'm
Mm.
happier than ever. And guess what? I don't need to go to the discotheque. I just turn on my boombox and I dance in my house.
Hey,
You
there
know
you
Yeah,
what I
go.
mean?
but I was going to bring this up. You and Laugh or Learn perhaps aren't the average, because the things Laugh or Learn was talking about that he's decided to do are very honorable, but that's not what a lot of people are deciding. It takes extra discipline, it takes extra strength, and I think using some extra brain cells. And but it isn't the average. So people are going to look at you sideways, people are going to
Yep.
think something's wrong with you. But
You
I
right. You
think it's
weird.
great.
While
Yes.
while all along I'm thinking what's wrong with them at this point. I really, I know that I'm outnumbered, but to me, I'm still hopeful. It's like, listen, just try this for a week and tell me afterward, because it's almost like I want to better for you when you don't want it. I know
Mm.
it's a losing battle. The point is, I cannot stop being me, and I don't believe in just be by myself and living this beautiful life without giving the knowledge to the one that used to be me out there, that is there and doesn't cost you money. You just need a lot of introspective work, and and the only way to get out of it through the pain is to go directly through it. Stop running from it.
Yeah.
Just go
You
get it
know.
over with and be better.
Yep. And another thing, with that, I think you said something. But another thing is like we were just talking about with the people gonna look at you like you weird and what is that? I can't believe that. It's like a weird talk, like because so you doing something different from other people and stuff, right? So it do get to a point, and then like as you keep growing, right? Because that's just like that's what I prioritize. And everybody got their own definition of growth, right? But my growth, I want my growing mentality. I want to grow in how to handle my emotions, all that stuff. I just want to grow in. I feel like it's internal, right? So the more I realize that the more you grow, you start actually understanding people more than they understand you. That's like one of the main things I kind of noticed though. It's like because it's like, and this is what I was meaning by that when you were saying that you look at other people. I think did you say something about you look at other people like they weird or something like that? No, after they what I'm saying when
Yeah,
they look
when
at
they
you.
when they say, "Why are you so happy?" Like I used to see my friend Antonella weird when she do all those posting, but now
Yeah.
that I feel the same way like Antonella, I know that there is more unhappy people out there.
Yeah.
with the hope to become happy, but they don't know. So I want to be the Antonella. I'm doing the quirky post is like take a deep breath. The sun is beautiful. Go out, take some fresh air, have some fruits and vegetables. And I know that for the unhappy people, I will look like the weird one, but
Yeah.
I mean good. So I'm
Yeah.
not gonna be shamed to mean good for society. Although I
Mhm.
may look peculiar, I no longer care. The
Yeah.
message is more important than my feelings.
Yeah, exactly. Got to be like that. So the point I was getting to with that is like when you keep like as you keep growing and learning about yourself though, like you start it don't even get to like looking at another person as weird. It's like you start to actually understand like other people and stuff what they're going through. And it's like you could just tell it's just really like different levels, right? Because like you can literally see yourself in other people because you used to be like that, or you might have had to experience something like that, and or you could just only imagine and stuff. So it's like, man, dang, it's just they not there. You just kind of feel more sad than anything. It ain't even like something you got to take offense to. It's like you just feel sad, like, man, I hope they get the help that they need for real. All of us literally need help, no matter what level you on, right? No matter level of thinking or whatever. All of us literally need help. Like even like today, you know what I'm saying? Like I be needing to hear certain words for real, which I be needing to hear different things just to keep myself pushing, right? Even though
Right.
I wasn't thinking about giving up because I'm still putting my situation like I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing until what I'm saying until because it's like I said I'm still helping myself in the process anyways until I can reach as many people as I can and so we can all trying to find a way to find some type of unity and stuff so we can get along because the problem nowadays we all separating and fighting with one another and all that stuff. I mean, as long as I just want to try. A lot of people want to just give up. It's not gonna happen. It's just a myth. This, that, like whatever. What's the point of it? You wasting your? I don't look at anything as a waste, right? I don't
Mm-hmm.
regret anything in my past. You know what I'm saying? I don't. All this stuff. Everything is happening for a reason. And if if,
Yeah.
if I decide to stop, that's when it's gonna stop, right? I'm not gonna stop because somebody like telling me like this because whatever. Like I said, whatever is meant is meant. And what's the deal, Sierra? What's the deal? What's the deal? So it's like if I know if what I want for people and all that stuff, I'm gonna keep on going. Like imagine this. Imagine if somebody told. I'm pretty sure Martin Luther King heard this stuff. Like it's never gonna happen. You never forget all that. You sound crazy. You're weird and all that stuff. But look what happened now, right? The stuff that he did. All everybody here is literally playing some type of purpose on here. It's just what you willing to tolerate, what you willing to put up with, and how hard you gonna, how hard you gonna keep striving for it we and giving up. You know what I'm saying? If you give up, then that's the end of your journey right there. But you shouldn't give up. We shouldn't give up. If we feel like we can make something happen, keep going for it. Just like as hard as everybody be fighting for their identity, fight for what you feel is right. You know, people like you can't tell me this. Then keep that mentality that nobody can't tell you what you can't do, and just do it. Right? We can't get somebody else to tell me what I can't do. Oh, you sound crazy or something like that. Whatever. That's you.
Oh,
What you think.
I have a good one. I have a good one for that. So I recently bought back my house, right? And in my mind, because I know I did the work and I'm worth everything that I desire, because I know I'm balanced and I'll never ask more that I'm expected or that is fair. So
Yeah.
I gave them a price to the owner, right? And he said no the first time. And I said, okay, I'm moving out and this and that. So then my son will say, well, ask him one more time. Maybe we can give him more. I said, well, I'll do because this is important for us and is a sentimental value. I will still offer him the same amount. Maybe he changes his mind, but I'm not going a dime more. And all my friends, they were like, when I was telling, it's like, oh, you're never gonna give it to that price. Oh, the house market is you are my friend, people that I share meal, that I call friends. They were the biggest Debbie Downer. Guess what? Second time that I called, I text him with the specific reason why I thought that the price I was offering was the right price. So I came with all the make him understand who I was and why for me that price it was a fair price. And guess what? The second time he told me yes. So the first thing that I did, I went with the email to all those my friends, knock on the door and say, hey, look, I got the house for the price that you told me that I wasn't gonna get it for. So it was a lesson for them also, and a lesson for me to don't just listen to everybody that want trying to bust your dream or your
Hmm.
reality, and just go with your guts. And then when your reality becomes real, go and knock at their door and remind them that you made it, even without their support.
Hmm. Got to, man. I'm responding to some comments and stuff.
Well, I know Henry, music guy, and where did he say something? He made a comment about surrounding yourself with people where you want to be in terms of people that you're on the same page with and aren't trying to stop you.
Hmm.
And that I think that is one way to do it. And sometimes you're around people inevitably who don't understand. And so there's a way to deal with them as well. Like you said, laugh, just not let them ruin your dreams.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly. But I do feel like what he said too, though. Like it do make it more powerful when you around powerful people, right? It make you more powerful, though. But okay, I'll put it this way. So this
It
how this
depends.
works because it is like a number thing. It's a number thing too, though. Like if you like even with your friends, right? If you spend a lot of time and you got 100 friends that just always on some, or you got 50 something friends, whatever. You know, that's on some negative stuff and that's your friends, you know what I'm saying? You are going to, because the friends and all that stuff is they influence. They do influence as much as as strong as you are. You keep hanging around them. Yeah, you gonna end up being that one friend that end up, kind of, because we are like energy, right? And it's like when you around certain stuff, yeah, you can be easily swayed to that situation. Now, if you got around a bunch of positive friends and like you got two negative heads in there, it's they have no choice. I mean, they do got a choice, but then they got no choice like to actually just understand the whole group, and they get pushed up forward. You know what I'm saying? So if everybody talking big and stuff, that they gonna big you up. If you in a
Mhm.
room full of negative people, you gonna end up falling into the negative way because we get influence on both things either way. No matter how human, I mean, just because we human, but we get influence on both sides. So it's like yeah, you can. And just like like I was mentioning earlier, yeah, you can get into certain situations, but you gotta be able to call it a quits or know your own boundaries to where, all right, okay, I see I'm getting to a dark path, so now it's time to
Mhm.
separate myself, right? Because whatever I'm
Yeah,
doing is not working.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you know what? There are stories, right? It's so difficult because we're imperfect, right? And we're having this human experience, which is called life, right?
Hmm.
And when we think we figure it out, it's when we really fail, right? Because there is all kinds of energy, all kinds of people, like the person that said, "Well, be surrounded by successful people." Well, I did that at one point, and the point with those successful people, they think that they got it, and when you're trying to, evolve or find a better idea, they dab you down, or worse, they steal your idea and put it around because they have the followers as their idea. I mean, there is all kinds of people, right? So let's just be very aware with ourselves, know what we want, and just taking the step to achieve that regardless, because when you put limitation, do you know how many times I had to put limitation on myself to don't make my mother feel bad about herself, or my siblings, or my friends, dim my light. So
Hmm.
let's be careful. It's just do the best. But I think that if you draw your energy out of love, you'll be fine regardless. If not with
Yeah.
society, at least with your conscience and yourself. And I prefer that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but like I said, we gotta still. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but we gotta still be conscious of who we messing with for real too, though. Like, cause like sometimes, a lot of times we miss signs and stuff. It might have been some signs before somebody even be that way. That's why I say it's weird to explain that though,
That's
cause
true.
all
And
our
we have
decisions ain't
to
gonna be perfect
discern.
either. Huh?
Yeah. And I agree with you. And we have to discern. We have to use the gift of discernment, intuition, gut feeling, red flags. Because if someone reacts in a negative way, if once you've succeeded or you show something positive you want to do, they've shown it before. And it isn't going to be the first time.
Exactly. That's what I say. Got to. You got to read some signs sometimes to know, like, so you don't get. And that's why I say
Yeah,
that's all about just learning for real. Some stuff might be a surprise, but then again, some stuff is like
I know.
repetitive. It'd be so repetitive that you
I
end
know.
up, yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's hard. The hardest part in this journey is to cut loose people that they no longer serve you, and those are blood related. Because truthfully speaking, right now, all I wanted out of them, it was good for their life, and I would have joy to see them happy. But sometimes you cannot do that, and to cut apart and leave your true self from those people, it's heart wrenching because it could have been different, that it could have been if you just would have let it go. But oh well, I cannot live their life. In that, I need to understand and just keep on going.
Mhm. Right.
Are there any blood that you can truly
I'm
separate
sorry.
yourself
I'm sorry.
from?
If I serve you, I say it's like serving me is like is their energy. It's a give and take. I'm not trying to say that, oh, if you're not here to serve me. No, no. It's like I realize that while I was living my life, I was making sure everybody is comfortable and happy with themselves. But their comfortability and their happiness would come into my expense that I had to dim my light. So if we're not here to draw good energy and empower each other, we're not in the right room. I
So
need to
something that
be with
resonate with
people.
you.
Right, right. That is helpful
Right.
for
Yeah,
me.
serve is a harsh
That's
word. I
what.
get what you're saying in a way.
Yeah.
Like,
So I'm
yeah,
sorry. I will
somebody
share.
present. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I get it.
But I mean it in a good way. If somebody
Yeah,
will
I
tell
get you.
me, it's
It's all
like, if
about, and
this
that's why I say it's
situation
all
is
about.
not helping me,
Yeah.
I'm out, because
Yeah,
if
I
it
get you
doesn't
though.
help each other, it will drag us down both. Been there.
Yeah. It was just like when I was saying that pleasure thing, right? I had to watch how I was saying it because it was, say everybody interpret different ways. So it is like, me myself, I understood what you were saying though. But yeah, it showed everybody wouldn't understand it the same way when you put it that way. I ain't
Because
think about
we've
it that
been
way.
in many lives together and we get acquaintance better with each other personality and our way of thinking. So
Yeah.
I
So,
never think that you're saying something in bad meaning or intention. That's what
And
it is
yeah.
for me.
also, let me say that again, I know Music Guy, and he and I laugh and joke a lot. And so he was, I'm sure, meaning it in a joking way. The
Thank you.
same thing
Yeah.
with
Thank
the
you, Gigi.
please thing.
Thank you for
So, I
saying
mean,
that.
we're all adults, and, I hope we can have some fun and discussion and not be all rigid. No pun intended.
Right. Exactly. No, I don't
Thank
think
you for
nobody like
saying that.
that.
If I say something and I didn't come with the right
You must
word
serve
because
me.
it's helpful,
Get on your
I
knees.
I'm gonna try to learn. There is so much in the vocabulary. I'm sure I can find the neutral word, a
Nah.
neutral white flag
It's,
word.
nah, it's alright, man. As long as about you how you explain it for real, that's all. Some stuff, some people, and even if you could say the right words, some people just interpret stuff the way they want it to. But it just, it did sound funny though. I guess people just don't use that word like that. I don't think I do. I use that. You better serve me, yo. It's like no, I'm talking to, but but
In therapy books, it's like in a lot of wording, it's like, yeah, it's like, make you understand. It's like if you are in a situation and all it does is make you feel worse and stop you from your growth, is it
Mhm.
serving your life experience? No. So in that frame of the wording, it makes sense to me. So I understand that some
Get you.
people didn't have that kind of knowledge. So that's good. That's good. I'm sorry.
Well, Laughter, are you a comedian too?
I don't know. No, I'll
Is that
never
why
say.
you have that in your name?
I mean, yeah. The reason why is because, because I used to call myself LOL man because I just love to laugh, right? I love to
Me
laugh.
too.
I love and now I realize I love to learn and stuff. So me
Mhm.
myself, I love those too. And then I'm like, I would love for to teach and make others laugh. So it's like I
Yeah.
want the same thing that I'm giving at the same time too. So that's why I call myself that.
Okay. I
And then
love that combination.
you diffuse a lot with laughing, you know.
Oh yeah,
I use it to diffuse situation. It's like people was
like the
getting like
triggers.
yeah, it's like
And
so you
triggers
put
like
it
you got to start laughing at them nowadays. I remember when they used to call me a B word. You stupid man. They don't even hurt me no. You know what I'm saying? Change it up as a whole different thing. That's what I kind of do nowadays. I kind of laugh at some of my triggers and stuff, or the stuff I used to probably got picked on, or the stuff. This is funny to me now. And you still immature. Stupid, dog. That's crazy. You're silly. Grow up. Stuff like that. You gotta change it. It's better than sitting here being mad at everything. Gotta put a smile on our face. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Man.
I laugh a
So
lot
for
about my past self. I used to be really not very bright. I mean, I did some dumb stuff, you know. So I
All of
laugh
us
a lot
did.
about it, you know.
If you had a
haven't we
smart kid, what
all?
the heck? Came out intelligent. Oh, I'm coming with a suit on. Come out like mommy. My mommy. What the heck? It's like everybody did something dumb though.
For
No, I know not to
real.
do that. That's called emotional intelligence. You need to
I
tell
mean,
another baby to stop crying.
without making mistakes, how do we learn? If you did everything
Exactly.
right, there would be no need for this live or these conversations.
Right. Right. My man said, he said that's how you know good and or they say good and bad is meant. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause they said if it wasn't no bad, then would we appreciate the good? You know what I'm saying? I was like, that's
Right.
bars. I'm like, ooh, that was nice. You know what I'm saying? Even though I used to say it a
Hmm.
different way. I used to say it a different. The way I used to say it is like because I believe in God and stuff. So I was like, they be saying people act like it's supposed to be heaven on earth and stuff. And I'm like, if it was supposed to be heaven on earth, right? I said, when will we ever have the chance to call upon God? Like, we would never have to ask for
Right.
anything because everything going our way. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Hey,
true.
yes, yes, we did this. This supposed to happen to me. Yes, yes, no. That's what I say, and I tell people, and this is my main thing. With even when I be talking about the grudges of forgetting, this is the main thing. Like we supposed to do with our traumas, our failures, and all that stuff, or just life in general. Did my trying just freeze? Hold up. Did my trying just freeze? Can y'all hear
I
me?
can hear you. No, I
No,
Okay.
can
you're
hear you and
fine.
see
My,
you.
my phone was
You're fine.
freezing on this one. Okay, trying to make sure. So I tell people, it's three things, and that's how you look at stuff in a positive way, or to grow from is like with stuff that happened in our life. I always say that it's meant for us to either learn from, uh adapt or grow from. It's the three main things because I don't think no stresses, no traumas, none of that stuff is supposed to stick with us for the rest of our life. That's why we make the mistakes. That's why I don't try to regret anything because like I wouldn't be the person today if this stuff didn't happen to me, right? I wouldn't be
Right.
thinking this type of way because it'd have been a whole nother route. So you can't be. I mean, you shouldn't be. I can't say can't. You shouldn't be, regretting anything. Think I should. If I would have
Mhm.
went this, I would have did that. No, if it was gonna happen, it was gonna happen no matter what.
Mhm.
You know.
Music guy said it's the not learning from the mistakes that presents the
Oh
problems.
yeah, right,
Mhm.
right.
Yeah.
Because and even Gigi in that
Yes, ma'am.
mistake, I think it was used by that society to make us feel ashamed. Now in therapy, I've learned why don't I call those so-called mistake learning experience? So now I see it with a different perspective that there is something to take out of the whole thing. Did you
Hmm.
see? So let's not call in anymore. We fuck up is part of this our imperfect and how we become ourselves through our learning experience. So even in the wording, we need to understand that we're set up for failure. I don't like to call it mistakes. I didn't do things that I cannot overcome or make amends. So
Yeah.
why do I call them mistakes? They were learning experience. I'm trying to learn from it. So
Or it
that's
was
what they are.
meant. What's
Yeah.
meant is meant. Because we can call ourselves a mistake. I bet none of our parents is supposed to. A lot of us wasn't playing. I bet you that. A lot of us haven't. You know what I'm saying? Ain't like they would let them sit down and some of us might have been, but like if it was really such thing as mistakes, a lot of us would not be here. You know what I'm saying? Well, that was a mistake, child. I wasn't planning. No, it's part of the plan. You just didn't know it was part of the plan. That's all it is. You know, because
Exactly.
our creator knew all what was gonna happen. He knew I was gonna be here. You know, I mean, he knew that this relationship wasn't gonna work out. You know, all this stuff was already part of the plan. Because we don't like the way it's going, right? That don't mean it wasn't meant to happen. Because, like I said, if everything was supposed to go the way we wanted it to go, then this world probably be 10 times. It probably wouldn't even made it to the year 3. You know what I'm saying? That's how bad it'd be. Because like we want everything to go the way we wanted to go. Imagine everybody getting everything that they want. That'd be horrible. Oh man, I want this person because he hurt my feelings. I want him to go. You know what I'm saying? Disappear. Good night. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Yeah.
But you know what,
Well,
guys? Have you
speaking,
ever experienced an earthquake or situation when you think, oh, I think it's over and it's not? Have you ever experienced that with a group of people?
Yeah.
Because let me tell you, the beautiful experience I ever had is when we survived a 6.8 earthquake in Incirlik, Turkey, and we had no power. Houses they stay in place, but they had big cracks, and we have no power, no electricity, and we was in the street cooking barbecue hot dogs with children. And also scared that we didn't want to die. You know, it was
Oh, you
a
scared me. I thought he was crying
time.
for real. I'm like,
But you
the
know
heck? I
what
ain't
I
trying to cry
mean?
right now.
It is like, but we share our food, we share our blanket. There was a connection that it was so powerful. So what is really matter in this life? Was never about I. I am okay. It's about we. The power lays
We,
in we.
us. Yeah. Go
Yes.
ahead, Gigi. I know you was trying to say.
let's see.
Hope you ain't
Oh,
forget.
I was, yes, I do. I was thinking that when you were speaking of believing in God and we're talking about mistakes, one thing that was hard for me to grasp was thanking God for the not so good. That was
Mm,
really, really
Mm-hmm.
silly, but
Mm-mm.
it's true. Like when you go through some really hurtful times and some really hard times, it was challenging to say, God, thank you for allowing this to happen.
mm,
Um, but I understand embracing that now because it prepares you more um, for it to not have such a harsh impact on your life. And you get ready for the other side of it sooner. It
Mm-mm.
seems like the more you hold on to it, that it's, this shouldn't have happened to you and why, and not somebody else, the
mm-hmm.
longer it takes to get over it.
Mm-mm.
But if you
That's it.
embrace it, I feel like it opens the path for me sooner to get to the other side. And so I understand thanking God for the hard things now.
Everything. Yep. And that you
Mm-mm.
survived it simply
Yeah.
because you survived
Yes.
that situation. That's exactly.
'Cause
Yeah.
I
Can
used
we?
to actually resent it.
Mm.
And Tiziana knows my story some and music guy. When I was a teenager, my mother got arrested and went to jail. And I had my daughter at that time as a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
And I was hurt and angry, like, why me?
Yeah.
What is going on? And later on, when I joined the church, they, encouraged me to be thankful. And I'm like, why should I be thankful for that? That was one of the most humiliating, hard times in my life. But as I
Yeah.
became even older and experienced more challenging times, I started to understand things happen in life. The things that you have no control over, you have to find a way to deal with and embrace it and balance it out. And one of those ways for me is thanking God that, this too has happened. Show me what I'm supposed to learn and where I go from here.
Exactly. There you go.
I love you, Gigi. I love you, but I really do because your honesty and how true to yourself you are is just warming. You know, I love it.
Appreciate that.
And I'm gonna tell you one thing. Um, forgiveness is what make us become the better person. And it's hard. Boy, it is hard because it's like this is crazy. It's like I remember one time my mother trying to make me go and say hello. to a person that molested me as a child. And when I confronted her, how dare you, like she said, well, you should forgive him. It could have been worse. And and I understand now what she meant, but boy, in that moment, I
Yes,
thought, how dare you?
of
How
course,
dare you? You should supposed to protect me. But it's
of
bigger
course.
than us. It's bigger than us. I understand that it was about how I think that my mother should act when it was her life to live. Do you understand what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's so deep, and not everybody are ready to say it's my fault also.
Mm.
It's better to live in that victim train. Why,
Right.
why, why? And as like you said, is when you start to say, why not me? What makes me better? That I
Mm.
don't
Um,
deserve this.
may I just say, it is that Sierra, the other panel guest?
Yes.
Yes, here. Yep.
Okay, hi Sierra. I can't see in the small
Hello.
picture, but I think I see you wrote something. Hello. Sorry,
Hello,
I
everyone.
didn't acknowledge you sooner.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
okay. I'm okay. I know you were already in conversation, so that's totally fine.
Did I hit you up today? Do I do it? Did I do? I ain't doing the wrong thing. Hold up.
She's been writing many
Welcome
different.
to the live. It's here in the
Now
building.
it feels official.
And she giving the goodies. Well, that ain't sound right. I'm sorry, not
Yes.
like that. But she's giving us the good topic. I don't know how to cover that. My bad.
I try to make it sound
You
Awesome.
sweet.
tried it.
Oh, like that.
I just wanted to
Yes.
say quickly while we're on the pause, though, I had a point to what Kevin said earlier about. I'm making a coffee. If you might hear that in the background. What
Yes.
Kevin said about, and someone else in the panel or the chat said, having surrounding yourself with the right-minded people, that are on the right positivity, not the
That
negativity.
was
My
music
response to
tonight.
that, sorry, this coffee's a little hot. But I have an example for that. My dad wasn't in my life when I was growing up, but through growing up, and I have a child now, and putting things aside, we've built a relationship, and we're working towards that. And it's really genuinely, I'm blessed to even have that. I'm going to say that that's true. I'm
Mm-hmm.
blessed that we can put our feelings aside and look at each other as humans and just try to get forward. You know what I mean? Because he's a man who's walking through life just like me, and so um, what I'm trying to say is that sometimes my dad, when I vented to him about, say, my fiance, he's always been full force on his side. He'd be acting like he's on a pedestal, like this is the man. But what I had to recognize was that, number one, as a man who wasn't necessarily there for me, he's looking at this guy like you're doing your job. I've got no reason to be mad at you, and I'm going to praise you, and I totally understand that. But I noticed when I vent to my mom, sometimes she'll say things which would feel like it's in agreement with me, and it's coming from good intentions, but when you get certain advice, it could make you eventually you could make a wrong decision from it, like a petty decision, like, oh yeah, and what I'm trying to say is at the time I'd get mad at my dad, like, Dad, you're not seeing me, you're just on his side. But what I wasn't understanding, he was giving me the advice I needed. And
Mm.
when my mom gave me the advice I wanted,
Want
me
it?
saying it
Oh.
actually, I didn't like that. I actually, it bothered me when my mom said what she said. I'm like, because I'm like, I actually had to call my dad and tell him, I'm sorry in the past when I had taken it offensively that you were putting him up, because it wasn't to be offensive to me. It was just you telling me from your perspective and giving me the positive advice. Cause like he wants us to be married, be together, do what we got to do better than what my parents have done in the past. And that's the right thing. That's the right type of advice and support that you should have. You don't want those people in your ear going, man, fuck that guy. Go out and go have fun. Do you? Because that's not going to get you where you want to go. And that's coming from a
Mm-hmm.
bitter perspective. And you have to be careful of who you're taking advice from, because they could be coming from a bitter place. It's not healed. They're not unpacking. They're not doing the work. And so um, it's just that I'm just trying to point out that it is really important to have the right people in the right mindset around you that want you to go in the right direction. Because when you're in a bad place seeking advice, um, it really can make or break, you know, how the situation's dealt with. Is it going to be dealt with better? Is it going to, like, you know what I mean? So I'm just
Wow.
trying to say that.
Sierra,
Yeah.
can I ask you
Hold
how
on real
old
quick.
are you,
Let me
if
get
you
that
don't
real
mind?
quick. Let me get it real quick. I know you be trying to eat it. Oh, I know. Let me try a little bit. You know. I know. But no, what I was about to say is what I got out that situation though is like, and that's what I be talking about. That's why I got that little saying. I got this saying where it be like, and I made it up too, just because I know it gets to people, but until you hear the full thing. So I came up with this little quote said, you know, I'm not here to protect your little feelings because we all need some feeling. I mean, oops, my bad, I'm messing up already. I'm not here to protect your little feelings because we all need some healing. I'm here to protect you from long term misery so it can be left back in history. That's something I had made up. So with that situation right there, you had one parent was trying to protect your feelings, and then you had the
Mm-hmm.
other one that was trying to protect your life. And I always tell
Mm-hmm.
people that I rather live good rather than feel good. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people always want to just feel good, and it ain't always about the feel. You know what I'm saying? Because if you
Well,
feeling good, that don't mean you're gonna
exactly.
necessarily live good. Sometimes
But
it take your
sometimes,
feeling to get hurt. You know what I'm
but
saying? Huh?
sometimes, but sometimes people, all
Yeah,
they
just give
know
me an
is
example because I
feeling.
was trying to get that out.
You know, that's all they know. It's a feeling good feeling. They grow up in a society with instant gratification. They don't know it a different way. Do you understand what I mean? They
Yeah, I
don't
know
even
that.
know that it exists.
Yeah.
Left, let me ask you something. Are you saying the father was trying to protect her life? And if so, if yes, how so?
You said how so?
Yeah.
I guess what. So what was happening? He seen from what it is. He seen whatever problem she had because I don't know the whole story though. He seen whatever problem he was saying, so he addressed it what he need to tell her. This is like I said,
Okay.
one was telling what he need, the other one was telling what he wanted. So a lot of things, even as adults, a lot of us don't even want to hear what we need because we rather hear what we want. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they don't, I can't do this. You know what I'm saying? So what he was telling her, or whatever he was telling her, right? It was something that was to change her life or better her life. So what her
Hmm.
mama was telling her was like she didn't want to hurt her feelings, right? So she had to like, nah, baby, it ain't like that, it's not,
Exactly.
some,
Exactly.
huh?
Mm. Mm-mm.
That's exactly what it was. She was
Yeah,
comforting me for what,
comforting.
with good intentions. She was
Yeah, of
doing what she
course.
thought was right, but not for
Hmm.
the long haul because
Yeah,
it was kind of like putting a band-aid on it quick. Like instead of taking the time to,
exactly.
because me and my dad have been working on this too. We
I have
hear
a
each other.
question.
Like,
Are your
go
mom
ahead.
and dad together? Your mom and
No,
dad,
they're
are
not.
they together?
And they
Okay.
really never really were. It's a really long, I'm not going
Uh-huh.
to get into it, but I'm saying it's a really long story. My dad's got multiple kids with a few children's mothers, whatever. But the point is that that would be hard for him regardless of how he got himself in the situation and him navigating that and getting to a point where he can, my thing is with my dad is like, you can't change the past, but all I really need is to feel heard. And my dad's really, what I learned, I've always felt like, oh, I don't like, I just felt so different. And then when I met my dad, it was like, oh my God, I'm so glad I got the chance to just hear him and stuff. Cause he's just like me. And so what he does lately is I'll call him on the phone and he'll just listen to me vent. He won't always give me advice. He'll genuinely just be listening. Number one, because he will admit when he doesn't have the answer or the advice because maybe he hasn't mastered it. And number two, that's all I really need because a lot of the times I know what I need to do. I just need to vent, get it off my chest, and be on the way to the right direction. And he will
Hmm.
listen to me and agree with me. And what that takes patience to listen to someone, hear them out, and then give them the advice that they may not want to hear. That takes genuine
Hmm.
patience and time. And maybe
Exactly.
my mom wasn't. It is what it is. But she
So,
wasn't in the
so what,
place to do that.
so do you think that your father is on the healing journey? He's trying to be a better self, and your mother is still stuck in victim mentality?
Most definitely in
It sound
ways
like it.
that my dad. Oh, quickly, Kev. Go ahead, Kev.
Oh no, you can go ahead. I'm gonna go next after this though, but you can go ahead.
Okay.
And
I
I'm
just keep
going to
my
So
go
hands up. Let
after
quickly,
everybody know
my
I'm
you.
going
dad is
next.
a Muslim man, which he told me he's been Muslim his whole. Like he said, he's been Muslim his whole life, and I've seen him like he really does his prayers and everything. Like it's not just a not like you would think it was, but he's really a Muslim man. So by that itself, he is always trying to heal and go in the right direction, and we try to help each other do that. And so it's not to say he's better than my mom. It's to say he's had the patience and he's had the time to sit back and think about certain things. Whereas my mom, she's always working and always on the survival mode, always on the go. So it's not to say she's not wanting that, but she might not have the time right now to do that, because doing the work, it takes time. You have to put that time aside for yourself. But anyways,
Oh,
I
I
would,
can't
I would
wait to
agree with
go
you.
after you, Kev. I can't wait.
I'm waiting too. Go for
As a
it,
matter of fact,
Gigi.
I'll let you
I'm
go. Then I'm
gonna
gonna say, it. Go
put the
ahead. Go ahead.
mule.
Go ahead,
Uh,
Gigi.
so Sierra, right? Um,
Yep.
I'll be 64 years old this year. So that's not to say everything, but that's to say I've been around the block a few times. My daughter's father has been in her life all her life. He died recently, but he was in her life. And you remind me of her in that I'm doing all the hard work, me primarily. It's easy for someone else to come along after they've made all these other babies elsewhere and got all this other experience elsewhere, and then tell my daughter what she wants to hear. It's almost like you're saying that it's almost like you don't see your mother's frustration and what she's had to go through, and that she's just telling it to you how she sees it with all the burden on her.
I can
And you
respect what
seem
you're
to be
saying, and I hear you. I would just like to say that I didn't get into any details specifically because,
right.
number one, it would take a long time. And to answer your
I
question,
got you.
I can see exactly what you're saying. And now, to be
Okay.
clear, my mom's had to work. She's had to work jobs. She's always been working. She's always kept the house clean, and she really never asked him for help. So I completely, as a mother of an 8-year-old, I respect what you're saying, because I'm with my child's father, and I can understand that if he had not been there, or I can understand the woman, how big the woman's role is often in the child's life regardless. So I respect that and her struggles. And I can always tell my dad, I wasn't there. I wasn't there to see the man you were before you were in this healing phase. So the things that you did to make people feel the way they feel, I wasn't there for that. So I can't tell my mom how to feel. So to your point, I would like you just to at least know I can see both of my parents, but I can also understand who they are as people, and their mindset, regardless of whether my mom has done all of that work and is frustrated. So just quickly to answer that, I hear you, and I definitely understand what you're saying. And I don't not see that. I definitely see my
Yes.
mom.
Right. Now that's what I about. Okay, I'm glad she said that too, though. So with that one, yeah, I don't think that was. She wasn't putting it in a way. It was just, even if you do all the work, right? Um, she just put it in a way that the message, even though, because everybody got their own ways of how they deliver messages, and or everybody got just they in their nature of different ways of how they present stuff. Some people move off emotion, some people move off of logic, some people, you know what I'm saying. But everybody teach different ways, right? And all she was really saying is just that what she really needed to hear just didn't come from. It couldn't come from because everybody don't know everything, right? No matter how much hard work you put in, everybody don't know everything. And I was about to say that's a prime example that shows that you need both of your parents. It's a prime example because usually one of them is and just like and that's why I'm saying it's a balance. It's supposed to be a balance anyways. It ain't one more of the other. You ain't more feelings than logic. It ain't more logic than feelings. You got to have a balance. That's where, like I said, even with that, that's where you learn emotional intelligence because the if we want to put it, if it was going the way that it's supposed to be, that more the women's supposed to be able to be more in tune with the man's emotions, just like a man's supposed to, you know, get him to like it's like both of them need each other, right? But if you got too much of one thing, then you ain't gonna know how to see the other way. So she was like, what she was getting was all off for like, making sure that her emotions was in good and all that, but then again, it wasn't helping. Like it's no different from like how they got panderoons that's out here on this app and stuff. Like, oh baby, it ain't you, and man, all that stuff. But going to the rooms that hold you accountable, that hurts a lot. It do hurt you a lot. And then because the thing is, if you keep getting told that it ain't you, you will never change you. You won't.
And it's up
So
to
you
us to
gotta.
take it. take the message from each parent and do what we
Yeah,
gotta do.
exactly, and that's all. Yeah, exactly. And that's where the balance comes in. So
And
that's
I
why I
want to
say I
take
know that she knew, huh?
I want to take a second to say thank you to Sierra because the level of her deepness and understanding to her parents and having a relationship with both being divorced, I know which kind of good-hearted person needs to be, and I thank you for being that. I wish you were my daughter. That's how
You
much I
taking the
like
time to
you.
say that, and I appreciate Gigi too. And I totally understand where you're coming from with your questions because it was a short. It wasn't like I gave you the whole story, so you're just wondering, right? And to just to further understand. So I definitely understand, and
Yeah, I
that
understood it
was just
actually when it came
it
out
was
your
just a
mouth. I
response.
understood it though. I understood it though, and I just like I said, it's like I was mentioning for real. Like it's really balanced, man. It ain't no. It's not one of the. It's just like I was just saying earlier that some people don't get the message till they heard from somebody else. Remember, I was just talking about that earlier. So it's like, and that's why I said I even had to realize that myself when I was talking about earlier that I can be saying all the stuff I need to say and all that stuff, but that don't mean that somebody's going to necessarily understand me, even if I could be super logical or super emotional or whatever. Sometimes I'm not the person to deliver that message. Sometimes they might have to hear from somebody else or hear from a different way so they can get understood. They might
It's
have to
true.
hear from somebody that need to be experience something or whatever. So I'm fully aware. That's why I don't even try to, like I said, I don't take things personal. I just say I did what I did. I tried. I tried. At the end of the day, I tried. And if they don't hear it that way, I at least planted some type of seed in them. All of us plant seeds in one another, no matter how we look at it. Even if it's a
Yeah,
negative seed or it's a positive seed, but it's something to get it planted there. And sometimes it don't
yeah.
hit us until like a later down the line. Like, dang, that person was telling me that, right?
So
Sometimes it hit
true.
us the next hour. Sometimes it hit us the next couple days, right? But that's
And we'll go back, and I will go back to the people and say, you know what? If and I hope that I had the fortune that these people were still in this planet, and I say, you remember that day when you said that? And say, yeah, they're surprised that I still remember that. Well, thank you for saying that because I didn't understand then, but I understood now exactly what you were trying to tell me, and there's nothing more beautiful than that calls. It's true.
yeah,
But at least remember when you say the truth to somebody, even they have poor reaction, maybe stay with the hope that they'll come back and understand what you really meant to say to them. They just wasn't not ready at the moment.
yeah. Some people just don't be ready. That's all it is. That's why, like I said, that's more reason why I give grace in situations because some people just not ready. Like I be having people that, oh boy, I be having people get mad at me on this live. I done lost friends off this live because they don't understand me. They don't understand that I mean well about the stuff I say. I'm not, they so used to angry people talking the same way, how I talk sometimes. Like, dang, what the heck? What you trying to say? You trying to say what you trying to, what I'm saying? So that's victim blaming, victim shaming. They, that love that stuff too, though. Like, no, if you take the time and actually hear what I'm saying, because they got brought up with that mentality that anything will go against, of that's not agreeing with them. They're not used to that. A lot of people just not used to somebody opposing what they saying or opposing their way of thinking. They think that they live with that life. You either with me or against me type mentality, right? Oh, dang, you don't agree with me? That means you my enemy. No, it don't work like that because we don't all have to agree with each other on anything.
In
We got.
some
Like I said, it's all
in
about
some
listening to. Huh?
And sometimes there are gray area, and sometimes it's okay to say, I will remove myself from this conversation because I'm not educated enough. I'm not living your same experience. It's okay to say, I don't know it all. You know what I mean? Because when Gigi say, it's like, we're doing all the work because I relate so much to Gigi.
Hold on, I'll be right
Every
back.
time taking care of the 360, the children, and then the father met them when they're grown and done with, and now they take all the glory, and that seems unfair. So I relate to what Gigi said, but I notice that more times come. My children, all the favor that I did to him, never explained them how terrible this man was to me. I understood that I had to keep it for myself, the struggle and everything. But the satisfaction to see my adult kids to come back and point out the fact about their father, it just I just smile, but I say, you know what, maybe one day he'll grow. Wish your father well. I wasn't good myself, and look where I'm at now. you know that's the best thing that we can do. But I relate exactly how Gigi felt, because it happened. But I also know that Sierra, she's a balanced human being with a big heart, and she'll figure it out.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And, just a random point. I was just thinking to myself, I always think because I only have one daughter, and that can be hard. Being a mom is hard at times, like not hard, but your child needs a lot of things, obviously. And so I think to myself all the time, I have no idea how my mom did it with two kids. And like, we were troubled kids because like we didn't have our dad and stuff. There's a lot of things that happen. So we were probably like, it was probably really hard for her. And I really, like I was saying, I can't imagine what that's like. So I understand that everything, all our responses are really where they come from, where we are in life. And it's not even a fault or like to make it sound like a negative, but I'm just saying because of my mom having two kids, she's still on the survival mode to that. And so that's why I was saying, she didn't necessarily have the time to sit down because even to this day, she's still kind of working all the time and that type of thing. And um, even just with one kid, I'm like, oh my gosh, sometimes I'm like, I have no idea. Because if I had another kid right now, this would be even worse because I've had to do, the busing to the grocery store. Like, not everybody sees that, but I've had to do those different things where you have to do what you have to do. And that's, it is what it is because we choose to be mothers and we expected this type of stuff sometimes. But I'm just saying, I can't imagine with the two kids and without the father's help because my
Yeah.
dad wasn't there and he
There
was
should
very
be a
cocky.
support group. There is a support group on TikTok, the mommies group. And I know the girl, and it was amazing. But yes, I think in this society, we don't give enough credit. Or it's like, you want to change a nation, it's a woman, we raise the next generation. So there is a support group on TikTok. If you want to go check it out, it's a mommy group. I bought 3 shirts, which I'm waiting in the mail. But yes,
Thank you.
I have a shirt saying, "Hi, mommy. I see you. I love you. I support you. We
I
need
like
more
that.
support." Yes. So check it out. Maybe it's going to
I will.
help you.
Thank
Yes.
you so much, ladies.
Yeah, that's nice, Tiziana.
All right, let's get it.
What did you say,
Hey, where my
Gigi?
earphones at?
That's very nice.
No, we need to. That's our job. You too, Gigi. You have no idea. Just listen to you talking, how much is helpful in my daily life.
Awesome. Same.
We got some more people in here. I just noticed that. I came back. What's the deal, y'all? Had to do something. Did I
Yeah,
miss
my
something?
friend Leo is here.
Leo, okay, let me hit him up with
Yes.
some.
Welcome to the live. It is Leo in the building. Welcome, man.
Very nice. Very nice.
You read, guys. Leo, you see, I'm jealous now, Gigi. I'm not the only one.
Surviving. What's the
I'm
deal?
joking.
Surviving.
No, it's nice to see. You see, it's
Oh, is
what I just
surviving
said.
here too? She's my friend
Leo.
too.
Who was that? You got all
Come.
your friends? Come on, man. Okay, who was that?
Surviving.
Oh, hold up. Let me get her too.
Yes.
My
Yes.
bad, survivor. I should have gave you that extra. What's the deal? Welcome to the live.
It's really
Awesome.
Kevin.
Okay, come on. If
You
you got
see
some more people
what
that's like
Gigi
us,
bring
man, I
in?
would love it, man.
Yes.
People that's trying to grow, let's go. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's been my dream, you know?
Right.
Let's needs some good energy in his life.
Oh,
Come
yes.
on.
Got to, man. Got to.
Awesome. Awesome.
So that before y'all get any, deeper with with this stuff, man, I'm gonna let y'all know about me real quick, cause if any of these words kind of trigger you, this ain't the life for you, right? So
Okay.
what I talk about, what I talk about is My main thing is emotional control, right? Emotional control, intelligence, or whatever, because that's a big problem nowadays. I talk about accountability. Who? Let me see how many people left. How many left? I know people don't like that word. Let me see accountability. I said. Let me say it 3 more times. Accountability, accountability, accountability.
None
Okay,
of my
nobody ain't
Still
friends
a
leave.
left.
strong 12.
And I
It's
talk
still a
about
strong 12.
There's
Keep
zero
going.
people
It's
on
still
the
a
line.
strong
Great
12.
job.
A strong 12. Keep on
and
going, my friend.
and one more is the last one is putting your ego to the side, man. That's one, and that's and them three things I talk about all the time because them is the reason why we can't grow. A lot of us can't grow because a lot of we let our egos and our feelings take over, and just we refuse to hear each other out because we think we got the best answers. You know what I'm saying? So, if we good on that and know how to do that. Emotional control. The reason why I talk about that is because, like, a lot of us will snap on some stuff before we even hear the full thing. You know what I'm saying? So we got to be able to,
Mm,
put the. We got to. Okay, what do you mean by that? You know what I'm saying? We got to do that
yes.
stuff with each other because we got to realize all of us think different. Every last one of us, even if we got the same intentions and stuff, we literally all
Yes.
think different, and we just got to be patient. That's all it is. So that's what I talk about. So.
Yeah. All
Yep.
right.
Yep. But what went
Yeah.
down?
Oh, it went up for a second, but it's still a solid 12 people. Yay! Applause. Come on, do that.
Yeah, hey,
Do
that's
that.
why I tell people this, and I've been noticing. I mean, like in my journey and stuff or whatever, I always tell people that I realize what's more important now, especially when I'm doing these lives. What's more important is it ain't the followers no more. I said it's more of the supporters now, because that's the only way
Mm,
I can even grow. I said I literally will take 1,000 supporters over 1 million followers. That's how it is. That's something I actually noticed because like people just follow you just to follow you and all that stuff, but they not trying to contribute
hmm.
anything. You know what I'm saying? So if
Yes.
somebody on the same journey as me, that's the only way we gonna be able to all grow. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So.
That's true.
You see, that is never about the number. It's always about the quality, right?
Quality, right? The quality over the quantity.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's okay to be a loner, it's like to
Oh,
be
there's
honest.
my other friend, baby
No, you
Kevin
got all the good
Hart.
people coming in here.
Hey,
Boy, what the? Let me go
Yeah,
ahead.
look at
my
that.
brother.
Welcome to the live. It is baby Kevin Hart in here. You know he about to crack some jokes. Let's go.
Hey,
Man.
so awesome to see you. I
Mm-hmm.
got to tell you, he went fishing with his son yesterday and he put the camera on, he turned the camera around. It just made the live so much more beautiful because we
Mm-hmm.
had the lake, we had the trees, we had him and his son casting, and we were talking about this video that I saw where this black man was telling the community to jump police when they arrest somebody. What? But even with
That's
that discussion,
crazy.
the environment was so beautiful. And thank you, Kevin Hart. I really appreciate seeing y'all fish and seeing you interact with your son.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
All
his
right.
life is all about, you know?
Inspiring, right? Motivating, all that stuff, man. That's how we all grow for real, man. We got to. I told y'all, like even when y'all, that's why I said, it's like it is a such thing as you can motivate the motivator. That junk is like true stuff, like that little stuff we making. All of us uplifting each other and telling each other and congratulating each other. Like man, and I'm glad you made it through what you made it through. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? That help
nice.
people give an extra fighting in life. It helps them push because
Yes,
all of us can only take so much. Besides just our self a self motivation, all that stuff. That adds an extra plus to that situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, dang, you know what?
yes,
Even though I wasn't gonna give up, I'm really not about to give up. You know what I'm saying? You get even happier. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
yes.
all that stuff is needed, man. And that's how we get pushing, and we end up thinking we at the highest level. We get pushed to even more higher level. Like it really ain't
That's
no limit.
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, baby Kevin Hart. We appreciate those
All
gifts.
right, thank you. All right, thank you, baby Kevin Hart. Good looks, man. But
Yeah, he's a cool dude.
uh, I got all the boy. He said the pockets ain't baby either, boy. Got a grown man pocket over here. I'm sitting
That's
on
right.
it. It's like no, I'm talking just. Oh man. So what did I miss out on, man? I mean, it's a lot of stuff. Even like I said, all this stuff, like And that's all. That's some stuff like I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm growing every day. That's the reason why I say that. If you want to grow, you can find ways to grow. You only, like I said, you stop. We all only stop ourselves. We only stop ourselves. We the main ones. You know
Mm.
what I'm saying? If I want to be
Mm-hmm.
stopping by this anger problem I got, that's why I'm gonna be stuck at. You know what I'm saying? Like I be
Okay.
hearing people address their problems and do nothing about it. Like no, you got to do something because you got to break out of this and have more. More faith, more all type of stuff within yourself so you can move forward. If you want to really grow, then do what you got to do, what it takes to grow. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
people be saying this stuff and don't want to do it, you know. But what was I? It was something I was about to get to. It was
So let
something.
me ask you this, Kev, while you're thinking. What
Okay.
are some of the ways people can do what they need to do to grow?
Mm. Them three things that I actually started off with.
Okay.
You gotta first realize that we all make our decisions in life. We got full control of what we decide to do with what we got, right? Because everybody always like
Mm-hmm.
to say that, oh, I'm getting held back because of this person or something like that, or the environment is holding me back. No, like I said,
Mm-hmm.
first off, I tell people to work with what you got. Because like
Right.
I mentioned before a while ago, even if you get your leg chopped off, you're not going to sit. Don't sit in the rest of your life with one leg chopped off. You better
Mm-hmm.
start finding a way to scoot forward or hop your way back up to where you got to get to. Because if you stop right
Okay.
there, that's just such a waste of life. So
Mm.
you gotta keep on. You got to keep moving forward. You know what I'm saying? You might not be able to move forward the same way you did before, but you could still find that way. Just don't
Yeah.
give up. The problem is a lot of us just give up. You know?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So like right, I tell people to even like this another thing, and accountability is really something bigger than what we really think it is. Because the more I start realizing that when I was because accountability actually it do make you want to change a lot of stuff about you. Like I said, it started what was I about to say? Our ways, basically our ways and stuff. So I even tell people like be accountable for the stuff that you feel like that you shouldn't be accountable for either. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Okay.
like once you got that mentality and stuff, like that also help you try to grow and look at stuff different way. Like, you know what? I did and I'm selecting the wrong type of person I dated and stuff. I should have knew better. Let me find something to change my selection, right? Let me shine. I know I messed up when because I should, all that stuff. You just got to look at all your choices you make in life, hold yourself accountable on that. All the stuff that the environments you went to, I went to a club, like another one. I went to a club before when I was younger, and somebody bust my window out and stole some stuff. But I could be mad at the person all day, but that does nothing for me. I can be playing blame, but what is that doing for me? So after
Right.
that, I learned like, you know what, I gotta be smarter. Maybe I gotta park here. Eventually, I ended up saying that I need to stop going there anyway because there's nothing but trouble at them clubs anyways. I mean, it's nothing I'm getting out of it. Actually, like I said, when I made that change of being celibate and stuff, I'm like, it really ain't no purpose for me to go to no club. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not trying to get no
Right.
buns or nothing. So I'm really not about to go. And it was nothing but drunk people there or people that was sitting there, acting like they in a relationship with somebody or they is in a relationship and just they're like, I just want to have fun and twerk my booties and all that stuff. Like it wasn't doing nothing for me. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, man, I gotta. That's why I stopped drinking like that because like when I drank, it was nothing. I was thinking about getting buns once again. It was nothing like. So I'm like, no, I gotta start finding something that's gonna help me. And that's why I tell a lot of people this too is like before you make your next decisions, figure out how it's gonna impact your future. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people
Mm-hmm.
people doing stuff for the now. You know what I'm saying? They help you move forward. When I eat this
Mm-hmm.
burger, all right, is this gonna make me healthier or is it gonna make me is it gonna make me healthier or is it gonna make me worse? You know what I'm saying? We gotta every last move, every word come out of our mouth, we gotta think about what could be the possible thing that's gonna happen in my future with this situation. Oh, when I take this, when I if I end up punching this guy for making me mad, what's gonna come out after that? You know what I'm saying? We gotta really take the time and think before we react. We gotta do that
Mm-hmm.
because them couple seconds can mess our whole entire life up. You know what I'm saying? So I always tell people like if you doing or if you find a habit of doing something, ask is you getting growth out of that. If your intention is to get growth, ask is this gonna help me grow? I could be like right now I could be try to smash a bunch of chicks or whatever. What is that doing to help me grow? You know what I'm saying? That's
Right.
nothing. That's doing
Right.
nothing. That's just bringing bragging rights. Like, look at this. That's why I told myself I'm not about to be, because I'm 30, I'm 32, right? About to be 33. I told myself, and that's why I really made that decision. Like, man, I'm not about to be 40 years old talking about where the 304s at, guys. You know what I'm saying? That's teenage
Hmm.
stuff. We was teenagers when we was
And
talking like that. Why is I still talking the same way? If you feel
I'm
yourself,
not.
if you, huh?
Mhm. I was just going to say real quick, I'm not a man, but I would imagine that after a while that just gets to be all the same.
Something going on. I think I'm about to have a. Oh, I'm about to have that puzzle. My bad, y'all. Give me a second, cause my live about to shut down if I don't do this puzzle. They done got some new
Oh,
stuff on here. All right, you can go ahead.
what is that? What is the puzzle?
It's a like they got a new thing because people used to probably fall asleep on their lives and all that stuff. So if you don't
Oh,
do the puzzle in time, it's gonna shut your live down. Yeah,
isn't
they just
that
added that on
something?
there. People getting free money on
Wow.
here. They like, nope. What's the deal, Queen in the bed? Let me hit you up real quick.
Okay.
What's the deal, Queen Mila? What's the deal, man? How you feeling?
But you can go ahead, Gigi. I think you was finished saying something. My bad.
I was just saying, you said you could go smash three chicks or whatever, however you said it. But I would imagine after a while that gets to be all the same.
Man, it is. And a lot of times, and this is another thing. That's why when I told my friends about this, me being celibate and all that stuff, man, what the heck, that's weird. Because it's weird talk. When the dudes don't talk like that, right? And they like, oh man, y'all can't do it without it. But they always ask them like, why you say you can't do it without it? Why are you stressed? Oh, I'll be so stressed if I don't get no buns. Like, why? You must never got to the root of why you got to go through. Why you got to smoke to get rid of
Right.
your stress? Like, why all this stuff? That means you just miserable. You're miserable, and I'm not trying to say it in a way to make them offend them, but that's what's really going on. When you gotta coach your misery, you still miserable. You just at that moment you feel
Mm,
good. You know what I'm saying? You only treated that moment and stuff. So
right.
when I realized that I was only doing this to impress another dude, that's all that really is. You try to brag about how many bodies I got. Ooh, I got, man, I done hit my 50 now. You know what I'm saying? That's doing nothing. That's doing nothing but you
Right.
just looking good for the wrong crowd. You know what I'm saying? That's doing nothing for me. So I had to change that around. Like, you know what? If I want me a wife and all that stuff, I got to get this stuff and I got to get it in check right now. You know what I'm saying? And that's another
Right.
reason why I thought about this too. Is like when you don't got that in control, right? You can't control yourself on how many girls you sleeping with and stuff. That's the reason why them insecurities come around when the girl be like, if you can't control yourself with me, every time she gives, oh man, baby, if I do this and lick my tongue, you gonna go for it. But that's what they thinking about is that's why they got insecurity because they see how easily they can get you to sleep with them. So they gonna think you gonna do that with every other girl. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
if I can show my girl that I can control myself, even if she trying to throw that thing on me, I could tell her I could let her. I'm waiting till marriage. You know what I'm saying? I'm strict with that. She didn't have
Hmm.
no reason to even be insecure because I held myself from her. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
that's how I
Right.
be looking at things. You know, and then it's not
That's a
doing
good
nothing
view.
right now for me but a quick little splattering for five whatever. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to make it sound
Right.
bad like that, but it ain't doing nothing for me. It's not helping me grow. I mean, it's one part
Right.
that's growing, but I'm just saying it ain't helping me grow. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know how it's like I'm a 53-year young, and this is the first time I heard a man talking like this. So to like Gigi will say, I've been around the block a few times. I've yet to hear a man don't be selfish and do action taking in consideration how she wanna come across to the partner. And that's admirable. Thank you for
Hmm.
saying that.
Hmm.
Oh, it's called. I'm an alien now. That's what it is nowadays. Cause dudes look at you. That's lame. What the? You know what I'm saying? I decided in my life, like, no. If it take me to be lame to become a better person, it is what it is. I'll be that. Cause being popular, that's why everybody's sitting in the same misery. You know what I'm saying? They still going through the same exact thing, following the same train. Because I need to be popular. I need to catch
You
up with
know,
the Joneses. Let's get the
when a
Jordans and
person
stuff. Cause that's popular.
when a person calls you name like lame, what you can say, what when a person call me lame because or cheesy, I'm gonna say, oh, I see, you are not in touch with your emotion yet. Sorry,
They
you can
not.
understand me.
Yeah, but I'm not. See, not this, and I feel you on that. And this what I've been learning, even with that. I'm not gonna do that because, like I said, now that I know I'm the bigger person and I probably know better, a little better than them, I'm not gonna say nothing to offend them. Even though they offend me, I'm not gonna try to put it in a way to offend them because I do know that they don't
I'm
know, and
not
I
offending
understand them.
them.
Huh?
I'm not offending them. I'm really sorry that they're not in touch with their feelings, because
Yeah,
it
yeah,
doesn't feel good to be on a TikTok and having two people thinking alike or heal enough where I can have a decent and loving conversation, respectful
yeah,
conversation. It's sad because the reality, the standards in society are very, very low.
yeah.
Very, very low.
Hmm. And
Mm,
and
may
with
I?
that, that's what I was just about to say is like even with that, I'm just saying it's people that's actually out here doing it. Like they know that they better than me. Like, oh, it's not my fault because your brain is not like that. You know what I'm saying? To kind of offend, it's still offend them in a way, but it's like they got to get it off their chest. But I realize it's like it's just better off just staying quiet and like let them think what they gonna think. Because like even if you tell them that, it's not gonna like they gonna understand. They're not gonna understand. Like, dang, you right. My brain is not there all of a sudden. Like, as soon as you say that or something like that, so it's like better off just bro, I know what
He's
I'm
just
doing. And
being
then you
Well,
humble.
I
move on.
understand.
You
Well,
I
move
understand,
on.
but I have a
Yeah.
question to ask you on that. Did it ever occur to you that it's always been required in my life to understand them and make them feel comfortable, that when I call my truth, why I have to be uncomfortable? That's my question to you.
Uh,
What I'm
my
saying
bad.
is like
Say that one more
make
time.
sure it's like when you go on TikTok, I'm
Mm-hmm.
just speaking my truth, and
Okay.
when I go on TikTok,
Mm-hmm.
I see most of their life. I don't want to be in the box,
Right.
because if you go against stream media, this hate train, they
Right.
will literally bully you, wish you bad, and I'm staying away, because the time that I try to show my perspective, I was attacked.
Yeah.
You
Oh yeah,
know
that's
and
something you
and the
personally
point
got.
is this, is like
Yeah.
you live the life, and it's like I was trying to show them a better way, a loving way. I've been where they
Yeah.
are, and they reject it. So
Right.
at this point is like I'm not apologetic to be me. Does
Yeah.
that
So,
understand? Because
so
if I
yeah.
start to be apologetic, I will go back to addiction and a lifestyle that doesn't serve my life or well-being. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. So yeah, with that, that's where accountability come in again. Like I said, that's what I'm saying. Because that's like I said, if you keep going in areas like that, that's what it's up for you to learn from that. Like you know what, some people I'm not gonna get through, and it's also your fault if you want to go in the room and get jumped too. You know what I'm saying? You go in there like, hey, no, y'all not right. You're good. How you gonna think that your finger gonna be bigger than everybody else that's in there and be like, no, what y'all doing is wrong or something like that? And then they just gonna you know what? You're right. They're not about to do that. They already got their mind set up that whoever come up here and oppose me is done for. You know what I'm saying? They already doing that. So it's kind of like you be setting yourself up. That's why. That's when that comes with. You know what? I went through that. I learned, and I'm not. I'm gonna try to avoid situations like that, so I don't have to do that again. Because
yes.
like I always wonder, like how do you get jumped anyways, unless you allow it, especially on the internet. And I can see if it's like in person or something like that. Yeah, you can get jumped or something like that. But if you got the option to walk away, you chose to get jumped because you stayed in your feelings and sat there like and want to go back and forth from it. That's what I mean about accountability. Because you didn't have to sit there. Nobody had to sit in this stuff and take any torture from anybody. That's why I'd be like, what the heck is internet, you know, what the heck is internet? I always wondered what that was, internet bullying and stuff when we had real bullying back then. You know, because we got literally
Yeah.
option to block people. We got an option to walk away or leave a room or something like that. Or we got the option to just simply drop. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I be meaning
Okay.
about
So
accountability. You got to be accountable for your actions and the
I
choices that you
understand.
make.
No, I understand that part. I really do. That's why I have the healing word to protect my peace. I get it.
Right.
What I'm trying to say at this point, I really see the human race needs to change, or this is the next generation. It's like I'm sick and tired to see people that they're sick and tired and they don't know how to help themselves. And because I did the work, I'm on the TikTok to make them understand is like you don't have to suffer. Did you ever know that there is another way to see things and have different perspective or therapy? And that's how I want to do. But you see how I talk. I'm not a confrontational kind of person. I come
Right.
at you humble, right?
Right.
And some people can be triggering, and that's weird to me.
Yeah, that's where you gotta go where you could tolerate for your own self and your own safety and own mentality because maybe somebody else might be got a tougher skin can actually go through there and not lose it or feel some type of way when they leave that situation because they know what they can handle. And everybody got their own tolerance bars and stuff. So if you can't, handle that situation, it might be somebody else that can go in there like, nah, man, y'all not about to do this. And then even if they do, because I remember a couple of times I have done that before, and I went into some stuff just to even test my own self, right? It was just really for myself. And they told
Yep.
me up, and I actually turned into laughing. Like, dang, this one person did call me. When I remember I was laughing about that joke earlier when I said somebody called me a B word, I laughed. That literally happened to me though, because they was like, they didn't like what I was saying. Because I was like, dude, why y'all keep trying to find some way to separate us when we can, this? Why you keep sound like you making competition? Then this one girl like, oh, you're gaslighting me. I'm like, I didn't never say that. You're putting words. I'm like, no, I never said you put words. I'm just trying to give you another way of looking at things. But some people are so stuck at the way they want to look at things that they feel like I said they feel like you opposing them. So this one dude was like, yeah, you gaslighting. They called me a B and all that stuff. I just started laughing. But I was like, but because I know myself and I'm comfortable with myself and the way I think, I ain't let that bother me. I just sat there
I
like,
hear
oh,
you.
that's crazy. I just know that they
You
hurt.
have,
I mean, they
yes,
going through
in
stuff.
those moments, that's the best way to take it because then you think you're going lost your mind because I see that I say one thinking word and they start attacking you and I say, why are you attacking me? And then I ask them, well, what do you think I said? And everything they said, they're just explaining their pain and have nothing to do to what I was trying to say. So I laugh because this is like, this is crazy. I gotta go. It's like, you know, it's like I'm not receive. It's like they don't understand my word. There is a problem in understanding. So I'm removing myself because
Hmm.
what I just told him, it was nothing of what he understood. So I'm out of my understanding. I'm out, you know.
And do you mind if I just say, to how do you pronounce your name, Miss? Is it Tiziana?
Tiziana, Tiziana,
Okay,
thank you
that's a
for
nice
asking.
unique name. Of course. So, a point to that is I have this problem all the time myself because, and it's not really a problem because I'm willing to communicate through it, but when I speak about things, sometimes because we all can only often see things from our own perspective, I have people who will sometimes think I'm speaking towards them, but I'm only ever speaking towards my own perspective and the people that I know because I understand that I can't speak for strangers or for everyone. Everybody's
Right.
situation is unique. So this is just a disclaimer that going forward, like if anyone's ever hearing me talk, I'm almost never going to speak on someone else's situation unless it seems like we've got a relationship and they're comfortable hearing me out and like I know that they're going to understand it's out of love and just wanting them to grow. But if I don't know these people, or I more than likely am not going to speak as if I'm speaking towards them and where they should be or go or what. I just usually give my perspective from what I know about life just because of that what she was saying. It happens that a lot of people won't hear you and they're not receiving it because wherever they're at in life, they're hearing what you're saying. And so I have that happen to me a lot where people might misunderstand me and think that I'm speaking like I'm being cocky or I know everything, that I'm only speaking towards myself, and I hadn't always been at this place. So people don't see the work that you had to do and the tears and you know what I mean, that they don't see how you've had to get to that place of understanding, and some people will take it the wrong way, like not seeing that you had. That's why I was saying doing the work is that it takes work to get to where you want to be. It takes genuine work unpacking your feelings, like Kevin was saying. Even like when you ask your friends like, why can't you go without, a lot of people, they don't know the answer because they're so fast paced living through life, trying to distract themselves, keep themselves busy, do the next thing, that they're not sitting down really doing the work on themselves. And so when someone else comes and says a certain thing, it can be triggering because it makes you feel like bad about the fact that you're supposed to be doing the work and you're not, when really people shouldn't take things so personal because it's really almost never about the other person.
It's
You know what I
projecting.
mean?
Yes,
Right.
Sierra, that is so true. That is so, so true. And he's like, you know, sometimes I goes like, do you think that I really enjoy going on the internet and pour my shame out? I call myself shameless because I understood you know, don't say it, this. It never took me any benefit. So I have no problem to share my learning experience if it can help somebody else to be better self or to make them say, hey, I'm not alone in my struggle. Because let me tell you, in some of my struggle, I was so ashamed that I thought that I will never be understood. And when a therapist direct me to the right material to educate myself, I really got the big picture. And I wish that for all, you know, because that's true freedom, understand why things happen the way they do.
Mm-hmm. Gigi, what you got for us? I know a lot of they want to hear you.
I'm just listening. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. I wanted to talk about her what Sierra was saying about she said people be when they think that she basically being arrogant, right? Because of the way she feel. And I was about to say it is a difference between confidence and arrogance. I talked about all this stuff I talk about. I be feel like I know it's new to other people. It just sounds so repetitive to me because I talk about it so much, but that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? So uh with that situation, when your confidence messes up with somebody else's confidence or whatever, that's a them problem from that point, right? Because especially if you ain't expressed it in an arrogant type way, then that's something within them that they trying to project on you. Like, man, did you think you know what you think you a better person because you ain't acting like me? No, that's something that and that's why I say that's why you don't take, just like you were saying, don't take things personal. It's just them projecting on you. You know what I'm saying? Because it's most definitely a difference between arrogance and confident. You know, confident is something you ain't got to really
Okay.
express out loud to everybody else. You know, there's just something internally from you. You know, yeah. Baby Kevin Hart, what's the deal, man?
What's going on, brother? How you?
Hey,
I'm
my
good,
friend.
man.
Hey, ladies. Hey, Gigi. How are y'all?
Good,
Yeah.
good.
That's good. Yeah. To her
Hello, baby
point,
Kevin.
how you doing, Tatiana?
Well,
Tiziana?
I was coughing on some saliva, but I'm better now. Nice talking to you.
What the
Girl,
heck?
that's TMI. But
Wow.
I wanted to go back to something Kev said, not baby Kevin Hart, but laugh or learn. You
Mm-hmm.
talked about people going in others' lives and coming across like they have all the answers. So
Hmm.
sometimes that can seem like arrogance. And then
Hmm.
when you're on the outside looking in, you can tell when people are closed to hearing what you have to say. You know, they say a lot and they say they're open, but they aren't receiving anything you say. The answers are still all about them. And I think that's how people come across arrogantly as opposed to openly.
Hmm. Hmm. Makes sense. Yeah, they do, and they get mad
Gigi, I
about
have
it
a
too. Like,
question
what
for
you,
you.
you know what I mean?
I have a
Yeah.
question about that. So, when you go to a doctor office, right, and you put literally your body, your life in their hands, and they don't know you from yesterday, right? And and they give you advice, and you take it and pay for it. Then you meet an everyday person that you just say, "Hey, I feel this way." And when they talk they hear your story, they reflect their past self, right? So without charging you, it's like, well, this is how I achieve my happiness or this. And they say, oh, what's your title? It's like, my title is my life experience. I did it. What I'm telling you, I apply it in my life, and that's why I can tell you that with me it works.
Hmm.
Hmm. Yeah. You know, I'm gonna just
It's gonna be
want to say.
echo. It's gonna it's gonna be echo because my son is trying to call me. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pick up this phone call. I'm sorry.
Oh
I'll
yeah,
be
for sure,
back
for
later
sure. We here.
on.
I mean, we here. You can do your
Okay.
thing. We oh here, little baby Kevin Hart.
Wow. First of all, let me address that part. You choking on your saliva? Okay, TMI. But anyway, I want to say that before you got off. But nah, I mean, you going, you got to pick and choose your battles. You know what I'm saying? You can't go
Yep.
into all these lives because a lot of times these lives are trigger something that you never thought that was in you. So some lives you just can't go into. And then sometimes you go sit in these lives and then now you're thinking the way they're thinking. So you got to
Mm,
protect your mindset of going into people's lives because everybody's lives ain't good lives. You know what I mean? If
mm,
you want something that's going to build you as a person, not tear you down as a person. That's why I protect what I do. You know what I mean? Yeah, I like going and listening, but every live I don't listen to because they're just
mm,
rambling off. Prime example, I was in a live last night and this guy came in there and he was just talking about all the degrees that he have. And by me, hey, I don't know everything about different degrees and all that other stuff. So I listened to him. And when he was saying, now he's talking about being a lawyer. Now, one thing that I do know, I know my daughter wants to be a lawyer. Now I know the things that a lawyer has to be, the tests they have to take. And I knew what he was saying was not the truth. So, me, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to listen to you. But then I'm right as I'm listening, I'm getting the facts. And before I can say it, someone else has said something to me. But yeah, you really have to protect yourself from a lot of these, how to say, self-titled people, and probably don't have the
mm,
education to back it. So they're just rambling or trying to figure out something or beating or trying to pick in people's heads. So
mm.
you really have to be aware of these people on TikTok.
Got to.
You know,
Got it. Yes, exactly. And like I said, that's where the accountability come in for real. We
yeah.
gonna blame everybody for what our decisions we made to go in whatever. Um, yeah, exactly. But dang, I had something. I did think I had something. Oh, and that was good. I wanted to. It was something I wanted to piggyback off that situation too. Oh, I was about to say, yeah. Now this is like the different because I was about to say I do, like I said, every now and then I do the same exact thing, but it depends on your purpose or why you doing it, right? So, like with me, I was mentioning earlier that I went in a couple times. I go on these little toxic lives, right, or whatever. But it's really for me, right? It's me.
Hmm.
It's trying to. I go in there, see what they talking about, talk to them, whatever. Even though I know I might not change their minds. If I do, and no, and it's for them. It's for me. Reason why I say it's for me is because I want to see that if I end up feel like I'm about to react to somebody a certain way or something like that, or if they talk to me or call me out my name, I want to see how strong I really am. You know what I'm saying? And see where I gotta fix myself at. Like, dang, why this person, why this angle? And so the last live I did do, like I said, the last one I was actually kind of happy that I could see that I'm not just talking just to talk. You know what I'm saying? I actually test my own emotions and went in there and then they told me out the frame though, but then again, I still feel like I'm like, okay, cool. At least I know what worked. It's confirmed. I can check that off the list because I ain't sit there and cry and went back and forth with them. That's why I be even like I be proud of people on here when I be seeing them that they become the bigger persons. I remember somebody recently was like, "Oh, you just said you proud of me," and I said I'm proud of anybody that actually do something different from what a lot of average people do. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can snap off at the mouth and off the tongue and go back and punch somebody back. Like, cool, that's sweet. That's nothing new though. You know what I'm saying? What's new now is holding your tongue and not cussing somebody out because somebody hurt your feelings and all that stuff. That is something new. And that's what I'm more proud of than anything. If you're proud of the negative stuff, that's a problem. I'm more positive. I'm proud of the positive stuff. Hold on, let me get something real quick because we got the gym dropper. No, if she come in this box, let me go. Hey, hold up.
Welcome to the live. It's little head AJ. No Saints. What's the deal? Come on up, cause I know they ready. They got to know what's another part to me. You know what I'm saying?
She spits that fire too,
Okay.
man. Y'all want to add her when come on up, AJ. Yeah, y'all want to add her. She been part of my team for a minute too. She's doing her thing, man.
And she said, I ain't
Oh,
no
you said you
saint,
driving? Okay.
AJ.
Yeah, that's little head. She called me big head. I call her little head. And as soon as she pull over or when she get done driving, it's gone. I be I get home listening. Okay, for sure. But yeah. So books, like I said, just like we were saying, that is like a form of what they say. That like it kind of is arrogance. Like you think that okay, watch this. I'm gonna be that person that come up there and make them change their whole mind and stuff. Yeah, and then at the end of the day, you hurting yourself. Like what the heck? I can't believe
Yeah,
these people think like they get mad at them and everything.
yeah, you're right.
Man.
Yeah. I mean, people have to know who they are. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Where they at in their life. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And you
Yep.
can't be mad at everybody or, because you're not where you're supposed to be in your life. You know,
Right.
and because people don't have the mindset of everybody else. And when you said earlier about how you are, that don't make you lame, not at all. That means you're trying to get clarity and understanding from a lot of things that you used to do. You know what I mean? And I understand that. I'm 47, and when I look at the things that I used to do and I don't
Right.
do no more, I get clarity. I get understanding. I get a lot of things that comes to my mind, and maybe I don't say it the way it comes to my mind a lot of times. So that's where I come in. That's where I need to get more clarity. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Having sex all the time, yeah, I used to do that. I used to love it. But now I'm to the
Mm-hmm.
point in my life, it's not about the sex. It's about now finding that person that fits me
There you go.
other than just sexually.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Can you fit me without us, going months without having sex? You know what I'm saying? When we first meet each other, where can we line up on that aspect? Is our mindset on the same? Are we on the same page? Or are we on two totally different planets? If we're on the same
Mm-hmm.
page, hey, we can work together. If we're on two totally different planets, we probably still can work, but it's a great area right there. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I feel you, brother, and I
It,
mean I applaud you. You know what I
oh
mean? Wait
yeah,
for
man.
that
It's good
right
looks,
person,
man. Good looks, man. We both
never
Kevin. You see what I'm saying? Kevin, you know what I'm saying?
And you know
look.
something, baby
I,
Kevin Hart? You might need to be on two different planets for the celibacy for
Hmm.
a minute.
Hmm.
And
That's true.
I, I just want to tell the hostess, you mentioned about celibacy before. There's nothing
Mhm.
corny or lame about that. I've
Oh, yeah.
Right.
experienced that at various times in my life. I think it saved my life
Most
Hmm.
definitely.
um, in so many ways. And it made me what I am instead of what I could have been
Right.
in so many ways.
Yeah.
And so, yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
when I
good thing.
mentioned that, oh, my bad. Oops. Go ahead. You said
I'm
something?
done.
Oh,
I
okay.
finished.
No, I was saying when I mentioned that, I'm fully aware. Like what y'all saying, I'm fully aware. I'm just saying to the other people that would be considered that, like even being positive alien talk, that's lame to people. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the type of world we live in. But like people like us, we understand. You know what I'm saying? We understand the intentions behind it. We understand what happens with it, and we learn from certain situations. It's a reason. We know the reason. They don't know the reason. So of course that's going to be lame, or it's going to be weird to them, or not normal because you're not following the normal thing. You know what I'm saying? Following the normal or following this world itself. It wouldn't even guide you the right way. You gotta have a mind of your own. You gotta figure things out for yourself because everything that's popular, or I'm even saying that it's because they made a law of something that don't make it right. You know what I'm saying? All laws ain't right because they made it a law. You know what I'm saying? Or everything that people do in life ain't right because everybody is in common. You know what I'm saying? So that's something I had to learn from myself. And then another thing about with the celibacy thing, right? Because a lot of people they don't realize is because they think they got full control, right? Because besides that, it wasn't even just that. It was just me being self-disciplined on a lot of stuff. With my emotions, with the way I eat and all that stuff, which I still got to work even more harder on that because I've been slacking on the eating stuff. But can y'all hear me? My junk lagging on the other phone. Is my stuff good?
We hear you.
Okay. So I was about to say with that, and that's what I realized that thing is like I said. Besides number one, money being powerful, sex is the next powerful thing, and that junk it gets brainwashing on both of them. Both of them is brainwashing. It will have you feeling like you in love and you not. I call it you being in lust. You really in lust for real. So I always tell people if you feel like you can't stick with a person without sex, you really don't love them. You know what I'm saying? You see a lot of stuff, and that's what I realized with my situation when my ex and all that stuff. I was realizing like, dang, I'm only putting up with a lot of stuff because she look good, or the lips look good, and them hips is look sitting right, and all that stuff. Or you know what I'm saying? But not really looking at what I really need. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at, of course they might have treated me right at the moment and all that stuff, but then you see the real stuff when you get in an argument, right? How they handle that. If they mature enough to get out of the situation, or they want to keep it going and all that stuff. Or is they, you know what I'm saying? You see a lot of stuff, but you get blinded because that lens, and because you over there, like that sex is very, very powerful, and people just don't understand it. It will make you
Man,
make the craziest decision. You will do anything for it to get to it. That's why people stress over it. They made it a priority now, or a primary thing. They call it a need now. You know what I'm saying?
May I add something as a woman?
Okay.
All the things you described, there's nothing wrong with admiring. If those are the gifts that God gives you, the
Mm-hmm.
right lips, the right curves, the right hips.
Right.
But what tends to happen is that men see those things in us and like them, and we share those things, and it can stunt our growth when we
yeah.
share ourselves for just those things. So that's why you don't see the maturity. And that's why those people also need patience when it's time to grow,
Hmm.
because they haven't experienced a time where what people see on the outside, nothing more was needed. So
Mm-hmm.
the inside stays kind of empty unless you find a reason to fill it yourself.
And to add on to what you just said, Gigi, there's both sides. It's men and women.
Hmm.
That looks always look on the outside and never looks on
Mm-hmm.
the inside of a
Inside,
person.
right.
Hmm.
We start
Okay.
looking at the inside of people and get our clarity that okay, this person may look good, she may have the hips, he may have the muscles, or he may have the six pack abs, or whatever the case may be.
Okay. Come
Okay,
on
can
now.
you
Mm-hmm.
can you look at the heart of that person? Can you look at that
Right.
spirit of that person
Right.
before you start laying down with these people? And then okay, now here we are 9 months later. Now you got a baby by this guy,
What's the
and
deal,
this
punk?
guy's not nothing, or this woman is nothing that you thought they were. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? Now all of a sudden you having regrets of why the
Right.
why. You know what I mean? It's too late to ask
Yeah.
why. You should have asked that why in the beginning when you try to look past the physical and look at the spiritual side of that person.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody ain't meant for I mean, yeah, everybody it's somebody out there for everybody, but we have to learn how to be just like with what Kev said, we have to be able to get clarity of that person, get the full ambience of that person, get to know them. I mean, do we all do that? No, we don't. And I think that's probably where we got to change about where we come from and where we're trying to go.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean,
So
because
this is
15 minutes is nothing. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I was about to make sure. But this I'm about to say this how you know how serious this is though. Because like even like and some people unintentionally doing it, some people do. It's like and that's why I tell people. I recently said this, which is kind of sound. I know it probably sound harsh though, but I said that. But it's true at the same time. I said if you have to sexualize yourself or make yourself, stuff you gotta bang out, or you gotta put all this stuff on just to get some love, you really don't love yourself. You know what I'm saying? So this is another reason. Just like right now, right? It's like I don't sit here and do cover up my patch and all that stuff. It is what it is. You gotta set me how I am. I'm not about to cover anything up, right? If,
Right.
if 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 it's something that I can't control or something like that, I'm not about to work. I'm not about to sit here and put the liposuction just to make myself look good. I'm not about to do none of that stuff. Like, so I'm not. The thing is, I'm not about to. I don't have to come on here and get put my six pack online and all that stuff. Like, hey baby, you like this or something like that's you're not people trying to find love through that situation. That's why they get hurt all the time.
Every time.
Some of those chicks, they got to turn around, put their little booty thing out and stuff, and sit on the sink and stuff, and think they gonna find love out of that, right? And then when they get treated how they present themselves, it's a problem, and that's when the traumas come in and stuff and all this
Mm-hmm.
stuff. Like, you can't find love through lust. That's what I'm trying to tell people,
Mm.
because that's what they taught is lust is what love is. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look good. You gotta put this stuff on your face to make you look, get them lips popping and all that stuff. No, that's all for the wrong reasons. That's
Mm-hmm.
all for the wrong reasons. And it hurts people when I talk like that. It hurt them, but it's the truth. If you really want to find love, let somebody love you from the inside, not from the outside.
That's
But
true.
people be saying they know this, but then when you tell them about stuff about their or how you trying to keep a dressing yourself up and this type of appearance you trying to put on, and it's for the wrong people, they get mad at that, and it's sad that it's like that. It's kind of
Hmm.
sad though. But if you take the time and listen and realize that people want you to be you, so they know who they with. You know what I'm saying? And that should be the most easiest life to live is they know they love you for you, not for what you trying to put yourself out to be. You know what I'm saying? But that stuff hurt nowadays. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Gigi.
Did my stuff freeze? Or
No,
did it?
we hear you.
Okay.
Hi, hello, Miss
It got
Davis.
too quiet on me. It scared me.
Hello.
Oh,
How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good.
I'm
That's
not at
good.
home, but I'm doing great.
okay.
That's
Okay.
good. You're still doing great, whether you're
Right.
home
You
or you're
still
at
doing
job.
great. Right. I'm about to say
You,
that to you. Thinking the same thing. Look at that Kevin
I don't
power
want to
going
be
on
out
right there.
here. Put it that way.
you know. Yeah. I mean, we all got to, do our self valuation of ourselves. You know
Yep.
what I mean? Is everybody gonna do it? No. You know what I'm saying? But I pray and I wish that everybody do a self evaluation, so
Mm-hmm.
then we can make the next generation better. You know what I'm
Yep.
Right.
saying? It ain't gonna be perfect, but we can make it better than what it was, years ago. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then they got to start with us men as well. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Because we are the carriers, or whatever however you want to put it. You know what I'm saying? We have to evaluate ourselves. We got to deal with our trauma. We have to deal with our hurt that we, you know, brought through our lives, and women as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
I agree. If men are going to be the leaders, head of household, which are roles that I don't mind,
Right.
um, I think there is a lot of healing due.
Mhm. But some of them are scared to recognize the hurt. You know what I mean?
Right.
They can hear it in everybody else, but they can't hear it in themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
They can point the fingers at one person, but they got to realize that's three pointing back at you. That you have to do your self evaluation. You have to get in your little corner and think and be able to talk to yourself and find out what are your triggers. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then a lot of people are scared to be alone.
Right.
Yes, they
Oh
are.
my, he's saying too
Yes.
much stuff in
And
there.
when they're scared to
About to
be
make me pause.
alone,
Cabs at work.
yeah, I mean, I'm to the point now, you know what I mean? I've been single now for 4.5 years. I'm not afraid to be alone. At first I was, until I got to myself. When I got to myself 4 years ago, I'm like, man, the
Sit down.
first year it was hard. I'm not gonna lie to nobody. The first year was hard. Like,
Right.
man, I can't do this. I need me somebody to lay beside me. And then my mind wanted to go out here and get back with my ex, or find this woman. But then I was like, damn, I don't need this. I need
Right.
to get time to myself. And like a ton of people would say, God had to speak to me, because I was just
Right.
tempted to go back to my ex,
Hold on,
you
I'll
know
be
what
right
I'm
back.
saying? Regardless. But I think at the end of the day, I got clarity.
Yes,
I
you
can
did.
listen to someone talk, and I don't have to have them sexually, Gigi. But there's just a lot of things that people don't get chance to really sit back and think to themselves. Get by yourself. Take yourself out to dinner. Take yourself to a movie. Take
Right.
yourself out on a trip. You know what I mean? A
Right.
vacation. It's nothing wrong with being alone. Yeah, do everybody we want to share something with a special person? Sure. But how can we share it with a special person? We keep getting the same people, same man all the time.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
You
Yes.
know what I mean?
Preach.
And when
Yes.
you
Yes.
find
Yes.
that you're getting that same person, now we have to look at ourselves. Okay, why am I keep getting these same type of men? Or why I keep getting these
Mhm.
same type of women? Time.
Mhm.
Take time for yourself, find yourself, love yourself, enjoy yourself, heal yourself.
Mhm.
You know,
Yes.
that's just me.
And baby Kevin Hart probably called me out because he and I have talked about this before. I think he's a great catch. And I've asked him so many times, how is it so hard for you to find the right person when there are so many women of different levels and different value out there?
Hmm.
And if you are attracted to black men, you have a lot less to choose from because of unavailability. But black women seem to be available a lot. So
Mhm.
yeah, that one's a little hard for me to grasp why you all have a hard time finding a
Well,
mate.
it ain't the fact that it's hard. It's just about finding that person that fits you. You
Right.
know what I mean? It's hard to find that person that is willing to deal with, you know, I'm not perfect. You know what I mean? There's some things that I'm insecure and there's some things that I need to work on for myself. You know what I'm saying? So no, it's just me trying to be right for that person
Mm-hmm.
when it's right. You know what I mean? I'm not sitting out here, trying to go to every woman or whatever. It's just the fact that person got to be right for me. God
Right.
gonna
Right.
reveal
Of
it to
course.
me when it's time. You know what I'm saying?
Of course. Yeah. Yes, sir. Tap to get to 80. We're at 20 now. We got to get to tapping.
50, just get to 50.
Oh, well, I can't see. Thank you.
So yeah,
And look, I'm sitting here without my glasses. My glasses are just not doing me well these days.
oh, it's time for some new ones then.
Yeah, and it's a dilemma with that too. So,
Okay.
but at least I can see better than I used to. And for those who didn't hear before, I've had several eye surgeries over the last couple of years, and my vision is just getting back to be really good. But obviously not perfect because I thought 50 was 80.
That is absolutely true. Give me a second. I'll be there. Uh-oh. Right
So,
back up.
who is someone said, can who is that still a post, Kevin?
Yeah.
Can you be ready for Can you
Relation.
read that for me?
Can you be ready for a relationship without being ready to be vulnerable? Now,
Mm.
you have to be vulnerable in order to be in a relationship.
Mhm.
Just
Mhm.
my opinion. You know what I mean? Because
Okay.
you got to be vulnerable to that person. You got to be able to
Mhm.
be open with that person in order for that relationship to grow. I mean, you in a relationship ain't gonna make it grow. It's just gonna be stagnant. You'll find out that it's
Yes.
fulfilled. You know what I mean? You're being unfulfilled in the relationship without
Mhm.
being vulnerable.
Mhm.
I mean, so no,
Okay.
I don't think so. You have to be vulnerable.
So is
And
it time
I
for you to
think
go
that,
out there and look for somebody? Is it that
say that
time?
again.
Is it that time for you to go out there and look for somebody? Or you still want to be alone?
You talking to Kevin?
No, baby.
Baby Kevin Hart?
I'm sorry.
I said, so is it over where you trying to look for somebody now? Or you still want to stay in that stage where you want to find yourself?
I'm at 50-50 with that.
Oh, you at 50-50? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's some things I still got to work on. There's some things I want to work on. I want to
Oh,
get better. You know what I mean?
okay.
I don't want to be in the same predicament that I was 4 years ago. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be in that place.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But you've
Things I
grown
So you
definitely,
since
open.
then,
So
right?
okay,
of
so you're
course,
open
of
to
course.
it. Okay.
Yes, I'm 47.
Okay.
You know what I mean? What I did in my youth, I don't want to do in my 40s and 50s.
Right. Right. I understand. I
You know,
understand that. Right.
well, late 40s. I ain't gonna say 40s, but late 40s.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, you just got to take your time, Don't rush into it,
nah, not gonna do that no more. I
Right.
rushed,
Right.
I rushed into too many situations that where I came
I
out on
like
the
this.
short end of the stick, or that person might have
Right.
came on the
Right.
short end of the stick. I mean, I'm not gonna put it out on one person. You know what I mean? It could be me. I look back on it and I realize it was a lot of that was me.
Right. I
You know what I mean?
understand.
So, but yeah,
So I like that too. I think it's the same thing I'm going through to it. As I said, the thing is, a lot of people, and I don't know if y'all caught that. There is a lot of people, majority of people. I'm just gonna say majority. They are scared to be alone, and that's the problem. They scared to be alone, so they trying to rush into situations that they not even ready for themselves. So,
Some-
so if you was to ask me that question too, right?
That's what, yeah, right. I
About,
was gonna ask you that question. Are
yep.
you ready to go find somebody now, or
Oh,
do you still
I'm
want to
most
be
definitely
alone?
ready. Yeah, I'm ready though. But the thing is, I done like as I built myself up, it's like I'm not gonna settle for anything less on certain situations. Even though I'm still fair with it. But it's just the things I ask for is kind of hard because it's really me myself. All I ask is for understanding and peace, right? But that's more harder than than what I'm saying about that because a lot of people don't get it in them. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna do what it takes to get back to peace. They're not
Right.
gonna do what it takes to even understand because a lot of people are so stuck in being and stubborn and under pride and all this stuff that it's hard. It's more harder than what them two things I asked for. It's because them the two things I say it for a reason, right?
Right.
The accountability. People don't like to be accountable for certain situations. Some people just don't want to understand. Because I'll be saying, if you get in a relationship, it's not meant for another person to understand you. It's up to you to understand the person. That goes on both ends. But some
Right.
people rather be understood than try to understand.
That
So
part.
if you was asking me that, I would say that because I'm not scared to be alone, right? I'm not scared to be alone, but if I fit the right person, I'm not gonna miss out when I get the right opportunity. But I'm gonna know when it comes. I will know. I'm not gonna miss out on it. But whatever how long it takes, because I'm not going for anything less. I know I got my standards that I got, and I got my boundaries and stuff.
Mhm.
So I believe if it's out there, it's out there. If it's meant, it's meant. God gonna put it on. And he gonna he got it in me. When the time comes, it's gonna come. I mean, but it's not something because a lot of people always want to pressure themselves and stuff like I got to be with this. I got to keep up with this because they got people and I ain't got nobody. I'm alone. I can't believe it. No, because if you do that, you're gonna pick wrong again. You're gonna keep picking wrong because you keep trying to rush it and listen to everybody else because you see they have a good. The stuff don't work out like that because somebody else got a good relationship. That don't mean you're gonna end up with a good one. And some of the stuff be fake. It's a fake image. Some people look like they having a good, but getting towed behind closed doors. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about how you feel, and if it's as long as you, because when you get to that level of comfort where you saying that, hey, it is what it is, because that's how I am. It is what it is. If I end up with somebody or not, it is what it is. But I know that I'm not about to go against what I already know what I don't need in my life. You know what I'm saying? Because it's many stuff I done came up to the conclusion and learned from many different situations that I'm not about to allow this in my life because I prefer peace over everything, and that's what I'm in love with right now. You know what I'm saying? So I rather,
Right.
I'd rather be in love with peace than any other situation. And if it ain't bringing it, or if it ain't trying to come with it, then I'm good on it. Because if I can do all this stuff literally by myself, why would I add somebody on there that ain't trying to even uplift me? I
Right.
gotta see it, spend my
Right.
life trying to make sure that they doing good, but then it's not getting receptive. So it's just all about
Right.
in the time when the time comes, it's gonna come. Just don't rush it. Patience, the best things come out of it. That's with everything. I can't rush to push a 300 pound weight. I gotta take my time to push 300 pounds. Eventually, I will get there,
Exactly.
right? So it really
Exactly.
just patience. Patience was hurting a lot of us.
Oh, okay.
Think when people end relationships, that's the time for self reflection. That's
Yep.
the time to look back and say, what went wrong? What that person did, you're going to see automatically, but you also need to look at what you contributed. And sometimes I find people don't want to do that, particularly, and I say this as a woman because I know women best, we tend not to look at what we did. We might think because we were nice, because we tolerated so much, because we gave so much, that we had no fault. We aren't looking at it like we enabled someone. We chose a person who wasn't ready and we tried to make them ready.
Hmm.
Those are all things that we need to work on inside ourselves and say,
Hmm.
that's not what I'm going for anymore. I need to choose a person where we're on the same page, we're in the same space
Right.
initially, and we build each other up. But it is a time for self-reflection to see what we contributed and how we can do it differently next time, I think.
Hmm. Too loud here. Yeah, I wanna see what you was meaning about that. You said is you are too long for it is what it is. What do that mean?
Who said
I
that?
wanna No, I seen Still a Poet say that. I gotta see what she mean
Oh,
by that. I really want to know
okay.
that one. Too
I wonder if she
young.
talking to Kevin Hart because he was
I don't.
speaking when you were
Right.
away. Hmm.
Yeah, I was hearing them on my phone. I was on my backup. I was listening. Yo, that's why I
Okay.
was saying, telling people to put them likes up real quick so we can get some more people in here. You know, find some more people. Like I'm loving it, man. It's showing me that I said I be love coming on here and meeting new people that got the same mentality and stuff. And
Yes.
I got faith that it's people out here like that. I don't be like, man,
Yes.
there's too many evil people because all I'm seeing is that. But I know it's people that's like, and that's why I get more excited. Actually it's helping me grow more and more. I have more hope and all that stuff because I'm like, dang, it's actually people out here like that. I be loving it. I love it, man, and that's the reason why I ain't stopping.
My friends are the bomb.
Hey, if I don't say anything for a minute, I just stepped away from my phone. I got to do
Oh
something,
yeah, for,
but I'm
it's cool.
listening though.
Oh yeah, for sure, brother.
Thank you, Gigi.
Okay,
You know what? I
everybody.
appreciate you for sending me this live. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Because
you're
I'm
welcome.
learning, I'm listening, and I'm learning a lot of things that I thought, and I'm gonna just say that I kind of pushed down. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what you're saying, it makes sense. You know what I mean? And I just love this. I love being around people like this.
Yes.
Man,
Same here. I was telling Kev, even though I'm quite older than him, I learned stuff in the first 30 minutes from him that I was here.
man, that's how it's supposed to be, man. We all can learn from each other. That's how it is. That's all it is, man.
This is
Learning ain't no
exciting.
age limit. It ain't none of that. Hey, it's like I said, when you enjoy just learning and understanding, when you make that like a goal or just a thing in your life, then you just get happy like you, and then it help you, and it just help, you know what I'm saying, it help you look at people a whole nother way, it help you look at life a whole nother way. You realize that, and I always mentioned before, like, sure, I believe, me myself, I believe life really ain't tough, it's just we not tough enough built for it, that's all it really is.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
wow.
That's all yeah, because like we get more sensitive on certain situations and all that. It's like, but we gotta always ask ourselves, why do I feel that way? But we just ain't built for that situation at the moment. But keep living life and keep working on yourself. You will be there. You will.
Right.
So hold up, let me hit you real quick.
Still a poet is in the box. Even though I think I hit you up early, but hey, we gonna do it again. But what is up? You know I want to talk to you. What you mean?
That was yesterday. But thank you for the welcome. I do appreciate the invite. I had to step out just for a minute. I like the conversation. I'm gonna
Yeah.
follow Baby Kev
Oh,
and
you follow.
Gigi,
Yep. And
so that
Gigi,
we can
follow her too.
get you all in some more rooms, as well as Kev is a
Awesome.
great room.
Ain't
But if
nobody
you
better
don't
than my
even
room. Chill
follow,
out. It's like no,
no.
I'm
I'm just
talking
say
junk now.
that this is a good spot. This is where I started,
The
but
arrogance.
I'll just I was just gonna say that the way the algorithm works is when you follow positive people that you agree with, you get a lot more rooms like this, right? To go and share your positive aspects. But Kev, I was saying to you, you are too young to be saying if I find somebody great, if I find somebody don't.
Oh, you say that?
um,
Nah, man.
I say that
No,
all the
it's
time.
yeah, I feel you on that. But reason why I said it's me saying that out of understanding. That's all it is. I understand the way the world is. I understand because a lot of people, and I feel you if you're saying it. Some people will just say it out of that's like they have like an emotional block or something like that. So they just go, whatever it is, what it is. If I can't find nobody, so I understand it in that way too, though. But me myself is just that I'm not I'm not prioritizing that situation because I'm so big on trying to just better myself and finding my happiness in my way. You know what I'm saying? Then rather
Mhm,
than looking
mhm.
through other people for my happiness,
There's no
you know,
time. There's no time
huh?
at all. There's no
Yeah,
time at all. I'm so busy to catch up how much I miss that I really don't even worry about it at the moment.
yeah,
Yeah, no, definitely that's understood. It goes along with my comment down in
yeah.
the comments. I had also asked, do you feel like the boundaries that we set induce hope or delusion? Because I just think that sometimes we build those boundaries trying to, learn how to navigate, right? And so we put these walls up for protection. And sometimes, as we know, that could be to a fault, right? Because we can get comfortable in those spaces, and we don't let anything new in. So I think it's important to find a pretty good balance, right? And to step out of that every now and then and try things when it's safe, right? We definitely don't want to do anything blind, and you want to make sure that you do respect your boundaries, as long
Yep.
as they are valid. But I just think that everything evolves, and sometimes we can hold on to things for what seems like forever, right? Because of some experience or some trauma that we are personally inducing without even knowing it. So that was my comment.
Okay, so let me. I like that though. So with me and my balance, my boundaries, right? Like I said, the two things I really require is peace and understanding, right? So with my boundaries, all that stuff revolves around peace. You know what I'm saying? If I feel like it's gonna be affecting my peace in some long run, or if, what I'm saying, if it's something dealing with like one of my boundaries, I'm not trying to be around confrontational people, right? I'm not trying to be around people that like starting stuff. So, I'm already, that's like one I'm cutting off already. I'm not trying to be around people that don't know how to take accountability. That's going to end up, disturbing my, what I'm saying? All that stuff is like my boundaries is really just set around peace. You know what I'm saying? So anything that can possibly affect my peace, that's where I set my boundaries at. Or the way people like getting this unwanted attention. I'm not dealing with it. A person that was one of my main things. A person that love attention, that's an automatic cutoff on my thing too, because that turns to a problem. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's where I mean, and where understanding got to kick, because them the two things. Now, if a person that understands me and realize that it's going to affect our peace, when they understand that, then that's somebody that we can get along with, rather than fighting and like, well, nah, I don't get that. I don't, why that? Well, why you saying like that? Or, so that's what I mean. And them the two main things, but it's a lot though. That's what I'm saying. Them two things I asked for sound like I mean, it is a lot, even though it's only two things. But it's like anything, because like I can't go back. I can't go back if I made them boundaries right. I can't go back because I know that this can affect me, and that's me just taking a gamble with going against my own situation. Like, dang, if I don't learn from all these people in this world what to avoid and what to watch out for, that's the whole point of living life, is to learn from your mistake or learn from others' mistakes. So that's when you got to set. That's why I said that come with maturity, and that's when you got to set boundaries and realize that your peace is worth more than anything else. They're more than just, because you can find happiness within that too. Some people's happiness is that they got to find somebody, and that's you already messing up already. If you can't find your happiness within yourself, then you trying to rely on somebody else to make a family gonna make me happy, or this. You know what I'm saying? That is, you already messing up already in that situation. You know what I'm saying? So you got to find that stuff within yourself. So until that's met, that's what I'm saying, which just seems like it's hard. Until that's met, I'm not settling for anything less, because and peace is the most important thing to me. That's the only way I can function in life and move forward.
So that's definitely understandable.
Right.
I think that there are a lot of things that, if not everything, requires balance, right? In order to get something, sometimes you have to give a little. And I'm by no means saying, like I said, throw out your boundaries or throw out your red flags or anything like that. What I'm saying is learning to manage them, right? Takes it. We, and I'll say this because I think people have heard it before on your profile, but when it comes to trust, right? We try to navigate the world by trusting other people. And I always say the trust that means the most to me is the trust that I have in myself. So that means that if I'm starting a relationship or starting to talk to someone and things are not exactly the way I think, that communication is by far the key to my relationship. So I will communicate about it. And I think that sometimes when we look at things from afar and we tend to label them, we tend to just pass them up when there could be another explanation or there could be another outcome, right? It may not be as I seem. So we have to allow ourselves a certain time and space to investigate things, right? So if I trust me, then I can go anywhere. Because once I deem it unsafe, unreasonable, I know how to back out. I'm not waiting for the other person to decide. I don't even care if they agree, right? I'm done, so I'm leaving. That's what trusting me looks like. And as long as I trust me, then I can try things. Then I can, be in certain spaces, just enough for me to see if this is going to work out, or be a good fit for me.
Yeah.
Does that make
I'm a,
sense?
yeah. So, all right, that's another thing right there too, and that's probably what the difference is, and why we think two different ways right now in this situation. Because I done came to figure out that and it's not even out of hurt. It's just I came to realize it's just reality that I realize I can't trust myself either. I can't trust people, and I can't trust myself. And the reason why, before everybody try to tear me up, right, is that because I know I'm human, right? I could tell myself I'm gonna do something and something else can happen, right? I can tell just like I'm gonna put just the simplest things, and just so I can get a little, understand of it. Just like the simplest thing, I could tell I used to, like, when I play the game, right? I tell myself, like, dog, I'm about to be smooth, and this ain't about to get to me. I know better. I keep cussing people out and getting mad because I didn't get, like, I ain't get my way or something like that. I'm like, all right, I'm good today. I'm not about to. As soon as I get on that game, right, and something dumb happen, guess what? I'm blood pressure and that vein is in my forehead, and I could have sworn I just talked to myself before I went on there, right? So when it comes to emotions and all, you can't trust your own emotions, right? Because anything can happen, or the way you express, you can't trust that either. That's why you can't get too mad because you're going to making the wrong decision. You can't get too drunk, you know what I'm saying? All that stuff, like, that's why you can't. You do have to have a balance with all that stuff, anyways. You get too much in love, you make the wrong decision. Like, all the emotions, if you get too much in any of that stuff, you kind of, I don't know, can you have too much peace? I don't know. But what I'm getting to about that is just like, by us all being ran off emotions and and mentality and all that stuff, you really can't. And if there's room for mistakes in it, if we what's that called? If we procrastinate, that's another form of, what I'm saying, I told myself I'm gonna do this tomorrow, but I'm waiting to the last second to do it. I just said I'm gonna do it at 4 p.m. Why is it 5:06? You know what I'm saying? So we lie to ourselves a lot. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's just being real. You gotta be real with yourself and realize that things can happen. Things just can happen. But once you start putting trust, I call it faith. I just say faith. Me myself, I don't like using that word trust. You know what I'm saying? I just say I got faith in the situation because if it works, it works. Faith is like hoping for something, or you can say hoping for something that didn't come to pass yet, or didn't even, that you don't see, or that you feel that's there, but you physically can't see, or you know what I'm saying? So that's what that more likely, because of course, I wish I want 1 million followers on this stuff, but that's me hoping right there. I can't say I trust it, because if it don't happen, then that's gonna hurt me. I believe trust is 100% on anything. And that's why me myself, I only feel like you can put 100% trust. And if people believe in God or not, that's the only person you can put 100% trust in. There ain't no such thing as no partial trust. Oh, I trust them in this, but I don't trust them in that. Either you trust that person as a whole or not. But it's not one person on here we can say that I trust, because all of us can make a mistake. We can make the wrong decision if we in survival mode. Like, I had to do this, man. You know what I'm saying? Some people be robbing just because, or get or cuss they friend out from a misunderstanding because of what somebody else told them. Went up, like, it's all type of stuff, but we all human and we take stuff in different ways. So that's what I mean. That's what I'm meaning about that. Cause
I
that's what I'm
definitely
meaning.
understand
Question
that.
too. I want to ask a question. Okay,
What's up?
since this is new, in this new generation. Okay, when you get in a relationship, why, when you be in a relationship, it's not a relationship, it's just you getting to nurture this person, right? Why
Mhm.
do they always ask for money? Why?
That's a red flag already. Good night. That means
That's why.
why means good night. What the heck?
Why do they do that? It's a couple of
They don't
people
even
did
say
that to me.
what's your name first. What's your money? What's your pocket? What the heck?
Yeah, I
What's
don't
my?
know.
Well, that's wrong.
Okay, but can I say something? It's
That
like
hasn't been
even
my
the part
experience.
of and it's like the part of money I never had really to ask, right? It's like in a relationship, it's like it was understood. It's like if they invite me for dinner or this, they pay, but that's what it was expected. Now I feel awkward when I see couple. When I had a bistro, I had a partner coming in and their boyfriend, girlfriend, and she paid the bill. And my mind was why, but you can't say it out loud. But it depends, it's not always a bad things. And I'm sure that if you really want to know, when you see a woman that she's about to ask money, You should be a fly and say, why you're asking that? Because we'll never know why they do it unless we are the people that were doing the act.
I
You know
get
what
you.
I
Somebody
mean?
just said
I
it's a
get you.
test. They saying
You
it's a
right
test.
about that. You gotta ask why before just reacting off emotions. Even though I
Right.
just messed up early, like nope, good night. But you do gotta, and I just gotta check myself. See, I just held myself accountable on that. Sometimes you do gotta ask why because it might not be the way you think it is already. You know what I'm saying? If you just judge it off of just that, because sometimes it do be a reason behind it. But then that do sound weird if you saying like first thing. No, I'll take that back. I'm not
So,
enough.
so,
You know,
so
I ask
it's
no
right.
why on that.
I
You know, come
thought
up
that
to me and
It's
Right.
meet
only
me and
like
say where your
if
money
a
at. I'm
woman
good.
see
I was just
you
about to
and
swipe.
ask
I'm
you
Right.
good.
money
I'm
right
good.
away, you know it's a transaction, right?
I was just
If
about to
a
shout
woman
out.
see you
So
and say
my
100 for the
question,
hour, you know exactly.
I'm good.
well,
I'm good.
everybody
I just
might
thought
know,
my
I was
right?
trying to.
question is, why do some women give it?
Oh, I
Why
don't.
even entertain it? You
Mm,
know, like you
yeah.
said, it's a red flag, and
Yep.
it's boy bye.
You're
I
right.
will
You're right.
say, I will say this: anytime you get more than one person asking you for unreasonable requests, you have to check your bait,
So
right?
so what? I
What
mean,
what
I'm not rich. So what do I do?
what? I don't know because I don't go with you,
Yeah.
I'm
Why do I
very
ask
but
people like
also.
that? Why do
but
I ask
listen,
people like that?
you
What the heck? You got to look
you
within
have
yourself
to.
if that's the case. What the heck?
you, you have to understand that what we put out attracts something, right?
Yep.
It attracts people and it attracts things. So there is something that you are putting out. There's some similarity between you and these people that are all asking you for this one thing,
Right.
right? And that's the same thing with like sex or, money or, just
Right.
advice, for goodness sake. If you're the person that everybody comes to for advice, there is something that you're putting out
Right.
that causes them to, right, to come to you for this.
Y'all
And
need
you
to
Mm.
tell
know
me what
that
it
it has
is.
to be true because you have several different people from several different angles who are obviously not talking to each other, right?
Exactly.
Who are coming at you. So I don't know what it could be, but that would just be where I suggest.
That
Is it
makes
where I
sense. I
drive? Is
agree.
it where I live? Or what?
Is you walking around with the money hanging out or something? It's something
No,
up. You know what I'm saying? It's
no.
something reason why somebody
Me
asks you out of nowhere for money.
This is
Okay,
what just happened.
years ago there was a study. Put 10 people in a room. In this case, there are 10 men.
Mm-hmm.
9 of them are non-alcoholics. One of them is an alcoholic. If
Mm-hmm.
you grew up around alcoholism, guess which one you are going to gravitate to without them even interacting with you. There are certain behaviors, certain phrases, certain attractions about your history
Mm-hmm.
that will make you appeal to someone who can fit that criteria.
And I never grew up
So
around alcoholic.
even if they're not coming to you,
Coming.
there's something about your choices going to them. It's the same thing when we pick men who cheat. If our fathers weren't available, oftentimes research says we're going to pick men who are unavailable in one way or another.
Mm.
Wow.
Don't hurt him like that.
could I could I make a comment along
I've
with
done
Gigi
that.
and Lena, if she's finished?
Yeah. Somebody
Is
said
this
something. Oh.
That one.
it's me, Sierra. I'm just saying I have a point to follow Leona and Gigi there.
Uh-huh.
Um, to Leona's point about people like just kind of asking for money and like attracting that, I don't think it's really our fault, but I think it could be like people taking our kindness, like if we're really naturally kind and we seem giving, and maybe even like sometimes people take your kindness for weakness. Like,
Right.
um, I'll give an example. It's really strange, but I have this neighbor that like we're not in fights or anything, but I don't even have them on social media. I keep a lot of people blocked that I don't really want to associate with at all. And so they messaged my fiance on Facebook and they're like, you asked Sierra if I could borrow $50. And I told my dad, I'm like, Dad, this is so weird. Like a neighbor that I don't even have on Facebook went out of their way to ask my partner for to borrow money. Like, why would they even do that? That's crazy. And my dad said, he's like, well, do you look like you got it? Are you out here acting like like, and he kind of said what you said, Kevin, like, oh, what are you doing? Are you acting like, do you look like you've got, like, are you being flashy or something? And I kind of was like, how are you going to make it about me and what I'm doing? But when I think about it, I think it's just that either people are looking at you and they're making a judgment, or
Right.
I think people are taking your kindness. Like, she looks vulnerable and really kind, and she looks like she would be giving if I told her the right story. And sometimes people are gravitating towards you because there's people who are like the rob Peter to pay Paul type of people, and there's people who will try to like think, okay, she looks like she's got it. It won't hurt her if she loses this $100, but I really, and there's some people who will gravitate towards you, and it's not even about you doing something. It could just be that they're thinking that they can leech off of you, and that's just
Mm-hmm.
my take.
And you
And
know
So,
what?
Sierra,
so with the
on
difference,
that
hold
also,
on real quick. Hold
you
on real
will
quick. That's why I seen you on mute. That's why I put my fingers
no,
up because I think he's about to try to tackle. I want to tackle this real quick. Just real quick. You know what I'm saying? So with that, right? And that's what I was meaning about that. So the difference between you and Leona, you know the reason why. She was wondering why. So
I
you
think I
already
know
said
why.
it's probably because you seem like you too nice or something like that. But that's what I was meaning about. It's something within yourself you got to figure out, right?
Hmm.
So that's the difference. She don't know why. So it's like she got to take the time and wonder why is these people keep asking me for money. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times it is a type of image we put out or how people look at us and stuff. But at the end of the day, it still comes back to how you present yourself. You know what I'm saying? And then once what I'm saying, you gotta question it because oh, I'm probably just too, and that's probably people taking my kindness for weakness. You got your answer already. That's something you really didn't even got to answer. I mean, that you got a question on. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference between y'all, both of y'all. Even though y'all doing the same, y'all went through the same thing, but and she said she don't know.
And I need to add to that just quickly. I also know that it could, for me, if I'm thinking about it for myself, I know that I need to make stronger boundaries, and I need to appear as a person who has, like, not that I'm not, but I need to appear as a person who has strong boundaries and won't be falling to any nonsense. Like, not that I am, but if I was looking at myself and like how you're saying, it comes back to you. For me, for whatever the reason, I might be presenting myself as, maybe young and naive or whatever the case that's making people feel the way, and I just got to
Mm,
look at myself, and I would just say I need stronger boundaries. And so it's not that I, you know what I mean, am more aware or anything. I'm just kind of thinking, I've thought about what it could be for myself, you know what I mean?
mm-hmm. Okay.
and can I
Tiziana.
say one more thing? You know, I I believe in this, right? I believe it in pay forward, right? I believe that if I'm here talking to you guys, it's not just because of me. Lots of people influence it, contribute in my well-being, my growth, everything, right? So to me, it's like if I can share something that I have at this point of my life, I'm willing. I think that people are more important than money and things, right? And once you give stuff with the heart, there's going to be repercussion because now you're pointed out by your humanity how much others are unhuman or justify themselves just to get out of helping somebody when they have the means. So don't take it personally. When a person attack you for you being kind or call them naive,
Right.
shame on them because
Right.
they're attacking you because they cannot be you.
Exactly. That
So
projection.
that's say more about them.
Yep.
So Sierra, deflect on that because you're just beautiful as you are. Don't let nobody tell you that you're less or bullying you out of your humanity. No way. Okay?
I
So
appreciate it. I appreciate
responsibility
it's teaching me to give.
Oh my
responsibility
goodness.
is not accountability. When I say what are you doing or what energy are you putting off, that's just you of being accountable of your actions. You cannot be responsible for how other people act, right? So accountability is only your part, right, wrong, or indifferent. Responsibility has everything to do with the relationship. If you're not in a relationship with someone, then you're not responsible. So strangers and people you barely know, you're not responsible for the way that they react. Even if you show up a certain way, right? You're not responsible for them asking you for money. I want to make that clear.
Thank you
It
for
was not
saying
an
that.
accusation. What I want you to know is sometimes I'm glad that you said that, because sometimes we think that if we have to say no, then we're mean. If we don't give, even if we have it, then we're not being a humanitarian. And I'm against that idea. It is my choice. I can give if I want. I don't have to if I don't want to. It doesn't matter if I have it. Because the key to giving is your intent. So if I don't intend to mean good by my giving, there's no point in me giving it anyway. So sometimes we demonize saying no in a way that we don't confront the confrontation. We avoid people so we don't have to say no to them. And those people who don't like confrontation and they avoid people that they need to deal with will find people that will go under, over, and through to get to you because they
Yep.
know that you're not going to stop them at their aggressiveness, right?
That
They'll find
part.
another way to get to you. So when I say be careful the energy that you put out, it doesn't mean that you're wrong. It means that you need to notice it, because that's where we need to start building those boundaries, learning to say no without an explanation. It's your money, it's your resources, it's your time. You do not have to give it, even if you have it and somebody else is in need of it, right?
Oh, I would say
Your
that. I would
resources
never.
are for you. We will
I
find areas
appreciate that.
where we can and are willing to give, right? But nobody has the right to force you. It doesn't matter who it is.
Right.
And
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 knowing that for
poet,
go to Chief
yourself
and Leon.
helps you
and
navigate.
poet, you've said that eloquently, and I just want to add something else to it. People don't mind putting you in uncomfortable situations for you to respond, to give to
Mm-hmm.
them. And then you turn around and feel uncomfortable to say no. That's a great
Hmm.
imbalance. They aren't feeling uncomfortable to make you ill
Exactly.
at ease, but yet we feel a responsibility to make them feel okay.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yeah.
ma'am. No, sir.
It's
Hmm.
it's it's also a responsibility to stay away from them type of people too, and learn that it's actually people out here that's like that too. Even though the stuff that you do might not be from a certain intentions and stuff, but it's like you got to be aware that some areas it show that can get worse. And some people you could say if you okay say this right, you flash your money right. You
Right.
flash money and you like I'm doing this because of me or something like that, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing is that, but whatever what they do to me, they responsible for that, right? But you don't want to. You still got to be responsible with that because you realize that it's irresponsible people that will actually take your money. You always put it out in front of your in front of your face and keeping it out your pocket. You got to. So the responsible part for you is to try to avoid situations like that or try to be as safe as you can be. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, even if you feel like you doing no wrong, you got to still be aware of your environment that you in
Right.
because like that's called being careless on your end. Even if you wasn't at fault of why you got robbed, right? So
Mm.
you gotta be aware of where you at, what you're doing and why you a certain way, or you gotta or avoid areas like that or or places avoid people because it's people like that. So no matter it's about what you doing and it's about where you around too at the same time. So
And it
I'm
just
just
came
saying,
to
just
me
be
too.
aware that because it ain't safe. Even if you get signs for a reason from different people, so it's
Right.
either like I said, just to avoid them or avoid the area. That's the main things.
Yeah.
I
And you know
know.
what? It came to me too. It came to me why? Because remember I told you I used to sit at the library and give out gloves and hats and stuff,
Yeah.
and that's probably why they think I had money too, because I used to do that every year, and that's where I met these people in the library.
Oh, it's the people they knew you already.
Well, no, no, these people didn't know me. They were just coming in, They come in to do
Uh,
books and all that stuff,
yeah, I'm just saying
strangers.
they seen you before. I mean, like
Oh
literally
yeah,
knew you. They
yeah,
seen. Okay, I'm about to say because if you saying it's like random people, right, that never seen before doing the same thing, that's something about yourself that you got to figure out. Because random people
right,
shouldn't like if they're that's like people that don't want to own up to that they got. And I love talking about this. People that got attitude problems, but they think it's everybody else, and that reason why they can't keep a job and all this stuff. But they don't. They blame it on everybody else but themselves. So if it's 100 strangers telling you that you got an attitude problem, obvious is you. But some people are so stuck and stubborn in their mentality. They like, no, it's just they don't like me. You know what I'm saying? So no, you got to take the time to check yourself because that gets dangerous. If 100 people telling you that you got an attitude problem, that is it. It's the truth. Especially if they don't know you. You know what I'm saying? I,
right.
When 10 people on a row tell you the same thing and they don't know each other, Absolutely. The point is,
Yes, sir.
sometimes is the level of pain of, when you said, it's like, whoever wanna stay here, put the ego aside. Boy, that ego, ugh, you know what I mean? If the
Boy, I
ego
told you.
will be in a box for a few years, we'll be all better off.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so I think it's valuable to ask yourself certain questions, so that you can get to an understanding. Um, so now we understand, right? Because I said that hasn't been my experience. People don't walk up and ask me for money. It's really not that people walk up and ask for money. There's some.
Hmm.
This is TikTok.
Muted still poet.
Yeah, I
If
really
y'all can give me
like
the
and
30K, if
respect
y'all
what,
can, even if y'all in the
what
box, y'all could tap too. You gotta give me the 30K
we
real quick. We
can.
Yes,
gonna try.
Okay,
I've
still
been
poet.
tapping.
Although what you just said about, it's like, is my money, I can do what I want. Absolutely correct. If that's the kind of person or your belief, I respect them. Uh, Also, I hope that the same respect I give you, you respect my belief that, to me, married are just good when they circle around. It's
Mm,
like, if I see somebody, me myself, speaking for my life, that say, I need, it's like some food, and I have just the sandwich, and in my way is like, okay, I'll share. But I have also friend, and I respect in their belief. They say to me, "Why you're giving? What you gonna eat tomorrow?" And my belief, I will worry when I get to tomorrow.
mm, mm,
Think
mm.
between helping another human being like myself.
Exactly. Exactly.
But that's my belief.
All right, cause you all right. I like that. That's good.
I hear you.
It's all about that's the heart. Okay. I just got. I swear, it'd be so funny. Everybody want to talk when I talk, then they get extra quiet.
Yeah.
Well, if
Yeah.
I start it up again, nobody better not break up
Nobody said
through it.
nothing,
It's like,
right? Right. That's true. I mean, I'm gonna piggyback off of what Ford said. At one point in time, it was hard for me to say no to people,
mm,
and and it took years because getting out of a marriage and whatever, I want everybody to accept me for who I am. So it was hard for me to say no. Now, when I learn and figure out myself, now I don't have a problem saying
right.
no to nobody about you want to borrow money because I know that money can separate us from each other, no matter whether it's family, friends, or whatever the case may be. Now, a random person, now it's easy for me to tell a random person no easily, but it was hard for me to say no to family because I want my family to be family. You know what I mean? No matter what the cost was. But then I had to look at, okay, well, is they really loving me for me, or are they loving me because
Mm,
of the fact that I had the money? You know what I'm saying? So when I took that
exactly.
accountability for myself and my actions, that's when I realized that it was just there for me, just for the money, because I can give it. I had it to give. You know what I mean? I didn't go out and floss it and put in people's faces. It's just the fact the way I carry myself. You know what I mean? I always like to dress. I like to smell good or whatever. You know what I mean? But
Me
at the
too.
end of the day, they was looking at me for what I can do. They wasn't looking at me for we being family. It was just the fact they wanted to see what can I give. So when I started saying no, gotta tell you how many family members I have now. Tell you that. But
Yeah.
that's the thing about it is we shouldn't be afraid to say no to people. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Hmm. Yeah, we be so busy about just like I was mentioning earlier, we be so busy trying to satisfy others than ourselves and stuff. We trying to make sure that they, oh, let me not hurt their feelings if I do that. You know what I'm saying? But if you
Exactly.
got good intentions behind what you're doing, you gotta stuff gotta be said no matter what. Stuff gotta be done no matter what. Cause like you gotta protect yours at the end of the day.
Exactly.
And try if you trying to protect others, you gotta do what you can. Cause sometimes a simple no can protect them too. They might not
Exactly.
And
know it, but you know what I'm saying. But eventually they'll grow. That's why I said that come with maturity and actually understanding each other and stuff. So yeah,
and sometimes they'll disown you, you know, and
hey,
Yeah,
it
that's
is what it
fine.
is. It is what
that's
it
true.
is.
And that's absolutely true. Family come thinking that they still family, but they all the while they either plotting, hating, or something, and you'll find out you're losing family members behind it. You know what I mean? And what I believe in this song so true when the OJ sing, money is the root of all evil. You know what I mean?
Love of money.
Love of money. Yes.
Is that what the lyrics say
Hey,
in that song?
no, it don't, Gigi.
Oh,
But you know what I'm saying? You know what I meant, though. You know what I was meaning.
So, baby
You know.
Kevin, when I say that money needs to float, be circled, need to go, it's like where it needs to go, then holding to it. Do you relate when I say that?
Say that one more time.
Okay, money sit under in my bed, it's like my money, is my money, but
Hmm.
it can become like almost an addiction. So money use well, to use it for the service that they need to provide you, roof, food, is when you go overboard in the fixation of money. That's is when become a problem.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah.
Do we agree
Yeah.
on that?
That's where greed
Yeah.
come from. You know
Because
that.
let me tell you, I have a next door neighbor. She have 9 houses and she have
Oh
a
my.
good chunk in the bank account, and she's losing her mind. And if that's what it makes to be rich, I don't want to be rich.
Yeah, that's
Just
the
saying.
and them that's the people that think you can buy you money buy happiness type situation. I was actually thinking about that too, because people literally be thinking that this money is make them, but you got to make your character before you even get that money, because that junk is not true. And like I heard recently, like about Cardi B, right? She got all this money and she said she done bought everything, but she's still bored. She called herself bored now,
Hmm.
because it's like that ain't that ain't it. It's all about your character and how if you got a rich soul, then you ain't got to worry about being rich. You know what I'm saying? And then another thing
You
is
know,
like um
when I see Cardi
uh,
B's, I would like to have them in a room, in a couch, like therapy, nice tea, and say, tell me, who are you? Question like that, because when you see Viola Davis, she's a very famous, beautiful actress that she tell her story coming from poverty and then to find worth in her acting and achieve fame. And once she's famous, she's still sad and she's not unhappy. So true happiness, it was never the fame or the money. It was finding yourself within you.
Right.
hmm. And then another person, like for example, would be like Robin Williams. You know what I'm saying? He's rich and all that. You see what happened to him.
Hmm.
You
um,
can't, like, that money don't buy happiness, man.
I think he was depressed, and Anthony Bourdain, to the point of mental illness.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And, someone like Cardi B, you think she has everything,
Hmm.
because she's talented, she looks good, she seems like a fun person, but you can listen to her conversation and there's a void, there's something
Hmm.
that she hasn't dealt with.
Right.
So she's only fooling herself by thinking you can buy your way
Hmm.
into happiness. On the other hand, with what
I'm sorry,
baby
that was
Kevin
my door
Hart
open. The door is open.
and what Kev said, I wonder, are we being a little naive? As you said, Kev, we know that money is a number one draw. We
Hmm.
need it
Hmm.
to live. It can improve the quality of our lives, not
Right.
happiness. So if
Hmm.
Right.
you're walking around acting like you can make it rain, that's going to attract certain people,
Hmm.
Right.
and they're going to do what they can to get it.
Yeah.
Whether it's family or not. I received a small inheritance from my grandmother, and I had more family and friends than ever in my life before.
Hmm.
They were there for the money.
Of course.
So it's like you said, Kev, you have to work from the inside to determine what you want to do with your life and how you want to spend your money,
Hmm.
to fulfill you, or otherwise people are going to come for it. It's
Of,
just a fact.
of course. That's
Whether you're
definitely.
Cardi B, Viola, whoever, she abject poverty. So you
Hmm.
would think that she would be happy with a lot of money, but apparently she isn't.
But Gigi, let's woman to woman, right? And I hope that if I'm overstepping, let me know. But I'm that deep. So woman to woman, I see all these stars that, oof, it must be hard to be them because I cannot stay to do the perfect makeup with the perfect eyeliner and the perfect hair. Do you know how many hours to do that? I really have no interest in that. So to know the life that they're doing and what they're protect is like when you see Cardi B and this is how I see it, is like it's all about sexuality, and nobody care how she feels or how she was as a mother or what's going on in her life. All she have to do is to look good and shake it good and act silly because that's how the fan they portray her, just go happy and f everybody else. Do you understand what I mean? I see
I
the
do
human.
understand, but
Right.
I wouldn't mind that. If I had Cardi B's talent, I would go through that whole ordeal and do what I have to do. How
Right.
much am I doing it for free every day? How much of myself am I giving going to work and working just as hard as Cardi B and not making the same amount of money? So we give of ourselves in some way every day. And for me, I think I would go with the flow if that was the life that I was meant to have.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a woman, obviously. I mean, just the outside looking in. You know what I mean? It ain't about uh me and the fans. It's about what the producers and the owners are doing to make her that image. You know what I mean? Your image is what you are,
Yeah, so is she
and
really living her true self? Is like how
she
much
can't.
money it is to live somebody else's reality or be a box of full of money?
Well,
You
she
know what I
can't
mean? That's
live.
hard.
Yeah, she can't live her own life because once you sign a contract, it's like you gave up your whole entire life for that company.
Right,
You,
right.
you know what I mean? Because you think that this money, we got to make this money somehow. And so if sex sells, that's what the image they're going out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Regardless of what you have to deal with in your personal life, you deal with it without, behind the scenes. So I feel like that's probably one reason why she's not happy because a lot of that is that makeup and stuff. That's a camouflage from what's behind it. She's hurting. You can look at her eyes and you can look at her as a person and tell she's hurting. She's putting on this facade because the company is making her do what she got to do. Or
I
Well,
know.
and
So do
that's
you
how
think?
she makes her money.
I
right,
know,
that's how
but
she
my
makes her
question
money.
is this at this point, right? Is it worth it? Because you just said yourself, baby Kevin, that you can see in her eyes she's hurting. But still there is a machine, right? She needs to do that song to do. Are we still willing to invest on unhappy people to just, have that little tune? I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like
Mhm.
next Thursday, I'm gonna go to my first concert of a guy that is self-made, that is not behind a machine. And I'm gonna go see him in the House of Blues and say that I really like his song because they inspire me. So that's the kind of money I want to invest in, that I actually can shake their hand and say, good job. I no longer want to put my money in the machine.
Well, I don't, I mean, this is my perspective. Regardless of the end of the day, whether it's behind Carter B or not, you're always going to put your money in the machine. No matter how you try to portray it or how you look at it, we're all putting money behind something that we don't even see that's going on behind the scenes. You know what I'm
And
saying?
my response is yes, WAP is pretty deep.
That
It
wet
has some
ink.
pretty deep
Language
lyrics.
barrier. What is WAP? You have to
Oh,
It's a
explain, please.
song that Cardi B made.
Not the
Okay.
WAP.
Who
Y'all bringing WAP
who
up in
she
here?
make it with? My girl Megan.
I think we're
Did she
making
make it with?
Meg the
Okay.
Stallion.
So yes, so it's a very deep record, Titiana. But let's say we do the opposite of what you said. It's not taking her hours to get up. She's going natural, not doing eyelashes, eyeliner. How is she making her money? How is what she doing improving the quality of her life? I'm not saying it's right. I'm not, I can't judge what's right or wrong for her, but I'm saying, particularly as women, and maybe all of us, we do something every day to
Mm.
support
You
our
see, Gigi,
lifestyle.
you
right.
asked me a question there, and I'm sure it's like, did you thought about the answer? Because I went as far as thinking about it, because it's a bigger issue than just Cardi B, right? It's almost like with everything. So here's the deal. It's like everybody is willing to invest $2 at the lottery place with the hope that they become millionaires. We start to support those artists without having them to go through the machine that make them work like a modern slave where they lose themselves. It's like, let's just do like, it's like, since when we are obligated to just go to shop at Walmart? Where is the fruits and vegetable place that mom and pop will used to have? It's like, it feels like I have no control where I want to spend my money. We're very limited now. You know what I mean?
Well, this is a capitalistic society here in America, and that's what we have to deal with. But we still can go to fruit stands. We can, because we're capitalists, we can open a fruit stand,
Hmm.
but we can't make everyone do it our way because we feel like that's the best way.
Right.
You're right. Everybody has the right to choose what to do with their life. With that said, I also have the right to choose my life, and I'm happy. So when I advertise that, it's like, because I hear a lot of people that they go with the capitalistic society stand and viewpoint, but they really carry themselves around very unhappy in many other things. So, do you know what I mean? It's like, okay, that's the way it is, and just lay yourself down and take it. It's like, it doesn't have to be that way. You can either buy into it, or you can say, it's not you people, it's the system, and I choose to no longer live with the system. I'll do anything where I stay legal, I pay my taxes, I do my things, but I no longer buy in these stream media stuff that either you have to think this way or you're bad. I no longer buy that.
Okay.
Hey, I heard something. I don't know if I heard it wrong at the wrong end. Hold up, let me get a little close with it. There we go. Let me go kiss that boy real quick. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, um, I was hearing. So I be hearing of like, oh, I gotta do what I gotta do to survive and all this stuff, or why they do this, or like we was talking about with Cardi B situation, right? So the thing is, a lot of people, and it made me think about maybe talking about that selling souls. I don't know about that, but I don't know. But I be looking at a lot of people be doing stuff. They do stuff, a lot of stuff. They might have to do things to, change their appearance and to fit in and make money and all that stuff. But then again, they still like they destroying themselves in a internally. Just like when they, of course, like we know that one of the number one things now is sex sales, right? We already
Hmm.
know that. That's why they got the tight little stuff on and have everybody curves. That's why they changed the way people, the different levels of how sex supposed to look, whatever. Oh, this look good, that look good. They got the ratings and all that stuff. Oh, this how you supposed to look next year. This how you supposed to look. That's why everybody trying to keep up with the. That's why I remember back then with Soldier Boy had the big clothes on. Everybody was trying to follow that. Nah, everybody got the skinny jeans now. Everybody got it's all these trends we be trying to follow or how to look. Now they got the booty bopper stocking things. Now they found some new stuff where you can put the pads and fake that off. The push up bras. They got all this stuff right to say this how you supposed to look right. But like even doing all that and following that and trying to keep up with the Joneses is like you still never found yourself because you saying you finding yourself through other people or this your way of how you feel like because you fit in. This is you. You know what I'm saying? And it be hurting. And it hurts you because you're not really living self like comfortably because you're trying to keep up with everything else but what you can keep up with. You know what I'm saying? So that's why people keep, oh, dude, spending all this money on cars and fancy cars and rims and all this stuff or whatever. Some of them can't even afford it. Got to keep up with all the Jordans and stuff, but then don't even drive. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got no car. Like all that money you just kept up with the Jordans, but you can't do that. So, and that's what I be mean about just in general that sex sells and dudes do things for anything for it and women love the attention that they get behind it. Like both of it is just it's on both ends on that situation. That's why it makes so much money right now to this day. That's why the makeup market probably would never go away because that's what they told people that you got to look like this, paint your face this way, and then you're considered beautiful, right? Stuff like that, or dudes think gotta wear all this jewelry. Actually had a live on both of them. They gotta wear all this jewelry and stuff. All this stuff is to impress the wrong people at the end of the day. And then we get hurt about it. We get into the wrong situations, and so that stuff is real though. It's a lot, and it's a true thing. Even though you got to do what you got to do to make it right, but then again, you lose yourself in the process. That's why a lot of people don't really be happy. They might look happy on the outside or how they show it to y'all, but y'all don't know what's going on internally with people. You
Right.
know,
Right.
so
I mean, their actions will show. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Because I'm gonna give you a prime example. Look at John Moran. You know
Oh,
something is going on. You know something deep is going on behind the scenes that we don't want to see. All we want to see is him going playing basketball. You know what I mean? And you can go on for different NFL, baseball, a lot of the league uh, places where you can look at that people are hurting, and the only way that they know how to show is publicly. You know what I mean?
Well,
Because
let's concentrate on Ja for a little while.
oh yeah, yeah, that part. Mm,
So I feel like he's one of these guys who wants to show his homeboys that he ain't ever going to not be down,
mm-hmm,
and he rather live in the trenches.
mm-hmm.
There is something wrong with that.
It
There's
is
something wrong with when you can't stand up, and I think particularly as a man to say, "Yo, man, unless you want to come up here on top, I see you later."
right,
I ain't got
right.
time for no dog fighting and ruin my whole career. I know that's NFL now,
Mm-hmm,
but I'm thinking that there's something wrong with him and other guys who do that. And it,
mm-hmm,
like you said, is obvious. On a side note, I think colleges should give courses that are mandatory for athletes for finance
mm-hmm.
and I don't know what you would call it, some kind of self esteem, confidence. I don't know, something to help them
Mm-hmm.
to not give in to that kind of negativity and that kind of lifestyle. Leave
Right,
it behind.
right.
So do you
That's where
think
it
that,
belongs.
but Gigi, don't you think that they didn't have these kinds? Do you know that when it really shocked me how much they know when you just tap in books of therapy, about the mind. And believe me, the stuff that I talk about, I don't talk with just anybody because I know that you need to have a level of education or understanding for even dive in that. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
So understand that if they start to educate the people to make a better decision for themselves, I'm telling you, the cigarette factory will be closed, the
I was just about
alcohol
to.
booze gone, and this is don't think that they didn't know how to make people better. They always knew.
They,
It's deliberately done for keep on make a slave of addictions in some level
yeah,
because there can be it's not just that the addict the one that goes and buy the street drugs. It can be in overspending, it can be in abusive behavior, it can be in over sex, so many ways. And to me addiction is a way to check out from your reality.
Hmm.
whatever
Yeah.
that might serve you. You know what I mean? So it's a deliberately thing that is made to make people unhappy and
Yeah.
frustrated because then they're better consumer.
That's all I'm about to say. That's what they do though. They're not about to teach people how to better their lives, man, because they make too much money off of it. Y'all
So
gonna People gonna realize that there's a lot of these this world or this country, they don't really care about you, man. They care more about that money than anything. That's why the elites is still the elites and all that situation. They make money off our feelings, right?
right.
That's why
They
we make our
do.
own decision. They set stuff up and we follow after it. Don't really look at the bigger picture and stuff. So like they will not, you know what I'm saying? If you going through whatever you going through, or you got mental stuff or whatever, that's why I'm about to say, just like the fools, right? Let's talk about that then. The fools, they're not, of course they put the how many servings you must have and all that stuff, but they know how people eat. They gonna eat
Hmm.
how they want because they feel good. You know, when they get full, they feel that sugar feel good and all that stuff. But they're not gonna check you on that because if that was the case, the hospitals wouldn't be as big as it is now. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna, they love when somebody else got a heart attack. Oh, on, now we got a job. Now let's go. You know what I'm saying? They love they. That's how they make their money.
Right.
That's I mean that's how they make their money. They're not about to tell you how to that gamble stuff. No, they're gonna keep on tricking you and think you're gonna win you $1 million and keep spending your money. You go broke. All this stuff. It's a lot of stuff they just not because it's all about the money at the end of the day. That's why they allow so much stuff. That's why so many laws is getting accepted now because they really don't care. It's an agenda and it's something behind all this situation. I'm just saying they don't really care about it. That's my whole message on that. They don't care about you for real. They care
Yeah.
about them pockets.
So that's why I love
Um,
TikTok because I no longer care about, it's like, for example, when you said, I wish I had 1 million followers. I'm telling you, my friend, if you are in your right path, everything that is needed for you to stay in your meaning or your truth, it will be provided for you. I do not
Right.
fret how I'm going to eat. I really don't. And call me naive. But because I know one thing, when I was in misery, I was still breathing. Nothing happened to me then. So I'm gonna be okay to be my true self and take the best decision for myself. That's the
Right.
I'm just gonna tell
secret.
y'all I'm gonna head home and I'll talk to y'all later.
All right.
Yeah,
For sure.
everybody
For
have a
sure. For
nice day.
sure.
Bye bye.
Nice
Bye,
Talk to you,
meeting
Miss
Fiona.
you.
Davis.
You too. Bye bye.
Baby
Have a
Kevin
good night,
Hart, you were
Fiona.
trying to say something.
Oh, yeah, we was talking about the players in the NBA. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure when they go to these colleges, and you know, what I mean, I'm glad that they changed the rules of a player coming from high school to college. I mean, to the pros, because I feel like you need that year to evaluate yourself. And I feel like that even though, these players are good athletes, I feel like they need to be in some type of psychiatric program to really find out their mindset. You know what I mean? Because a lot of them do come from poverty. And a lot of times they do come from areas where all they see is crime. And I think they need to, and someone said it in the comment, they need to talk to someone about their mental. You know what I mean? Can you handle jumping
Right.
from college, from high school to college? Now here you are making millions. Can you handle this money coming at you the way it comes at you? Because John Morant, I feel like that he could, basketball wise, he's a phenomenal player. But once he leave that court, I think a lot of his demons come start attacking him. And I believe that's probably why he don't have the right people. I feel like he don't have the right people in his circle. He got a lot of yes men, just like Antonio Brown, just like with Mr. Ruggs, the one that, you know, did what he did, and now he's in prison. Now you done lost millions. And so countless others that have fallen by the wayside. If they, I feel like just like what Tatiana was saying, therapy is very, very important, and I think they should at least do that for a whole year while they're in college. I mean, that's just my personal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Financial
then another one.
irresponsibility, it's something that it's trying to give a child that loves sugar, uh put him inside a candy store, see if you're not going to have to take him to the emergency room. It's like, if you're not taught balance or how to manage money and make them work for you, They will work against you for sure. So it's like, let's stop and say, oh, he had all the money, shame on him. And he didn't know any better. Nobody told him what to do. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Let's see reality for what it is and stop blaming the victims.
yeah, that's true.
Kev, was you about to say something?
Yeah, it was. I just dang. That's why I be trying to get it out real quick. Uh, no, no, no. I was about to say just like that's how to add extra to that. What I was saying about they not really caring. It's like because if you realize even with the music and all this stuff, that's why I said it's all off our feelings and stuff. They know how to get to our feelings and stuff. So do you ever like remember back in the time? So some people probably still do it. Like that's why we can relate to so much music, right? It's the
Right.
reason why we can relate to it. You know, when they play that F that, I'm something that you feeling good when your spirit, when they get you like, oh yeah, you right, man. That's what it is. They trying to, they get us.
Oh,
That's why we relate with that music so much because it's our hurt. That's our form of trauma bonding, right? Because somebody else went through that, so that's why we connect. But at the end of the day, is it uplifting you, right? That uplifting music though, when we get some stuff that's telling us to do something, we not trying to hear that. But that's why you got to pay attention to what you consuming, right?
yeah.
Music, the people you hang around, all that stuff. It ain't just the food and all that stuff. It's all that stuff that goes in your spirit, right? That make you become this type of person. So we got to really focus on what we listening to and who we hanging around and the situations we in because that it can mold you and you won't even you really wouldn't even notice it for real. It just
And
molds you
they
because like
literally do it in purpose. When you said the food, I want to say something. This is how bad it is and how aware and alert we have to be if we want to be healthy, right? So I was teaching to my children the red 40 that there is in a lot of food, okay, and is very detrimental to us. So I never take any kind of drinking with very flashy colors because it's for my own health. So he came back the other day with a bag of Dorito, and I told him that there is red 40 in the Dorito. So he thought that the only one that will have red 40 it was the colored one, right? So he got this type that they were like mustard, so he said, well, they're the same color. He bought the bag and eat it, right? So I asked him, he's like, what did you eat? He's like, oh, he said, Mom, I ate some chips. He said, it's okay. But I had the Dorito, not the one with the color. So I asked him to get the bag. We turned the bag. There is still red 40. It's like they're sneaky. They will find a way to make you eat stuff that is not good for you. If you get onto them that you know that the majority with color, they'll find a way to make you ingest it without even notice. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you gonna have that eventually. I mean, even the fruits and vegetables you're gonna eat. You know what I mean? So that it's just the fact that what we have now has a lot of the stuff that we shouldn't be eating. You know what I mean? But it's you like it, you enjoy it. Hey, in the end, we're gonna pay for it at the end.
yep.
So no matter how you try to avoid something, it's always gonna be something bad out there.
I'm sorry, my friend. You know how sad it is to be around people my age and have to remember what they told me yesterday? I don't want to brag on myself, but I do have a good memory. And to see people my age that they have a hard time to remember stuff that they told me the day before, it's hard to me to look. So I understand what you're saying, but I want to believe that I have control in what I ingest. Either I can nourish myself or I can contribute to my demise, and I choose nourishment. That's all.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Gigi, you have anything to say, Gigi? You quiet over there. What you pondering? Yeah, she must have stepped away from the mic.
I got some.
I actually, oh,
I really don't want to come across
go ahead,
cocky,
Kevin.
but
Make sure.
really, it's like I'm trying to be my better self. And sometimes when you say it's like, well, I understand that you're speaking reality, but it's only by thinking that I can be better and remove myself from society that I find my peace. So I hope you understand that I'm not trying to be argumentative, just speaking how I feel, okay?
That's true. I mean, to that note, you know what I mean? You have to. Even you're telling your truth, and I know everybody wants to tell their truth, but then you have to read the room when you're in a live and be able to tell your truth. You know what I mean? You just can't walk in every live and tell your truth because everybody ain't willing to hear it.
You're
They
right.
haven't tapped into their true self or who they are to be able to handle someone else's truth because everybody don't want to look at themselves
Right.
and face
If
the reality.
if I could,
Everybody, as they say, I'm sorry, good.
no, you go ahead. I'm letting you finish my back.
You know, we have to understand people ain't where we are. Do we want everybody the way we are? Sure we do. But when you walk in, when I go into lives, I read the room. If everybody ain't on that same page and everybody is talking this and this and this, I kind of like just listen. You know what I mean? Because then you be able to speak your truth. When the room is right, the feeling is right. You know what I mean? You just can't walk into it because everybody ain't where we at. And everybody don't have an open mind to be able to receive what you're saying. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We have to be open minded. And you know what I mean? A lot of us took the blue pill. Some still on the red pill. And some love the red pill. So they're not willing to change who they are because they think it's perfectly fine to be where they're at. That's just my
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I
And to
appreciate you
follow,
saying that. And as I said, I'm just speaking my reality, and I really don't mean to offend. Um,
you're not.
I almost feel like I was saying many times before, is like that I always have to make sure that everybody else is comfortable. I'm sorry, I don't mean to get emotional, but it is touching. So, anyhow, while to it's almost seeing somebody go in the ditch, and you just have to watch them crash without say, hey, if you head in that way, it's gonna hurt. It's like, don't make them feel uncomfortable, so don't speak the truth. And it's hard to be me sometimes, and only when I step into myself and speaking my truth is when I feel better. And it's hurtful to hear that I still be myself. I will make people feel uncomfortable, even if it's not my intention.
Yeah, it's just be yourself aware, man. That's all it is, man. It's just, that's the way of life and just something that you teach with, even within yourself, right? That some people is willing to hear and some people not. It's nothing that you could partially take for any of them situations. Just like I could be saying 100 things, right? It don't mean that I'm not entitled to thinking somebody should believe the way I believe and stuff. That's why I was mentioning earlier about a lot of us like to force our mentality on other people or our beliefs or all this stuff, and then that's where we hurt our own selves at because we be passionate about the way we think. We just expect people to just grasp the way we think. You know what I'm saying? So we got to just be aware that sometimes this is the time and place for this situation, or if this is the right group of people, or if this the right time for me to tell. Right. So it's just like it just depends on the it just depends on situation, the timing, the people, and all that. So um, and we gotta learn not to take things personal when it don't go the way we want it to. And it's one, like I said, that's stuff I be working on all the time. Because as much as stuff I be saying and stuff, I had to realize that everybody don't think the same way I think, and everybody. I mean, so it's just we just got to figure that out right there already. Um, I think I was about to
Yeah.
mention about it was
It's
something I want to
almost
mention.
like this. I don't know what it is to be you. I will never know because I will never be you. Okay. But just to have that understanding that there's gonna be things that we will agree to disagree, I'm okay with it. And when I see people go above and behind, make it personal, just my disagreement, it's hard to understand. You know what I mean? It's like I'm okay with you being you. Why is not okay for you for me being me? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, and that we can't, and that's about to say we can't. but you aware of that though. But just like you said, you okay with them, but that don't mean that they're entitled to be okay with you. And you just gotta be accepting of that because everybody is different, right? So
Right.
as long as you know better, that's all that really matters. You know what I'm saying? That's what I be meaning about not to don't take things personal because a lot of times stuff don't go the way we wanted to go. That's all it be. So as long as you know, that's all that matters. Cause it's like that's what I'm saying. Many times I be like want to compare myself, like, dang. Why you don't? I mean, I do all this stuff for you. Why you don't do this? You know what I'm saying? But it's just that's life. You know what I'm saying? Everybody interpret things different ways, and everybody express themselves different ways. So it's just getting to know the person you with. You know, get to know that who's going to be receptive of what and who's not. You know, oh, even like you said, sometimes it's gonna be a agree disagree situation. Some people can take it, some people can't. But you got to know who you talking to. You know, that's all.
It's
Yeah.
like, so what you're telling me is like, so be aware with how far all the healing work people have done, because I really enjoying your lives. You're very deep, it's like, it's interesting in your life, it's like, we're not talking about, it's like some TikTok, it looks like people that are acting, they're not being their true self, right?
Right.
So that's why I like this kind of lives, because we can be our true self and feel
Hmm.
safe about it. So,
Yeah.
and I'm here to learn also. I didn't know it all. I'm sure don't know it all, right? So I'm humble enough to take critics and understand where it comes from. It's just I felt like, why nobody told me all this before? It's almost like I spent thousands, wasted my life in futility and drama, when the solution to my problem, it was that easy. It was with me all along. And why
Yeah.
nobody ever told me that?
Because
But you
it
know,
wasn't meant at that
yeah,
time.
and it isn't wasted when you think
Right. I
about
don't say wasted.
Job.
Right.
hmm Like Kev was saying earlier, everything happens for a reason, and it builds us to who we are now.
Mhm.
Um, I'm not sure why I had to make some of the decisions that I did to get to where I am now, but I've had a good life, and I'm making it better. So it
Mhm.
was meant to be.
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
think that you didn't waste your time, and you impact so many people here, Tiziana, and a lot of what you went through is to help other people now,
Yeah.
and that could be one of the reasons.
Yeah. That's your
Oh,
purpose.
definitely.
Your purpose is to
Perfect.
help people.
Thank you for saying that. I hope all these have a meaning, because sometimes I wonder.
It does, yes, of
Yeah.
course.
Tatiana,
You
don't
have
ever
a
think.
meaning,
Yeah. Don't ever think that, you got to help millions. You ain't got to help millions. If you help one or
right?
two people, you did your part. You did your job. You know what I'm saying? I mean, don't stop doing it, but you know what I mean? You help two people, you achieved a big goal, because trust is hard to come by and to believe in what somebody is saying. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And your truth will show no matter.
And think about, I'm sorry, baby Kevin Hart.
No,
Go
you go
ahead,
ahead.
please, sir.
No, Gigi, no, you go ahead. You go.
I was just going to say, think about how we've been talking about ending generational trauma. And let's say you impact one person who ends their generational trauma and sets a whole new path and focus in life for the generations to come. How far is that?
Hmm.
That,
That,
that we ain't talk about a million people, we talk about generations.
hmm You can stop two generations. You know what I mean? Two people. You did your job. You did your part. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So that's why
Exactly.
I love to hear your conversations about you and healing. You know what I mean? I love to hear
Yeah,
everybody's conversation about healing, because you know what I mean. People never know who they helping. The people that's listening and the people that don't want to hear it, they still can listen.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Because later on, it might not apply to them right at that moment. You think about it, still, 2 years, 3 years from now, they will see it.
Mm-hmm.
Thing that you are saying. So you'll be very impactful.
Plant a seed. That's what that is called.
Yes,
Plant that
sir.
seed.
And
Thank
lots of
you.
stuff
I needed
grows.
to hear this, and thank you. You are of much. I don't know how to show it, but one day you'll see that this seed, it was so needed. Your word was so needed for me right now. So thank you for that.
And
Yep.
Tatiana,
That's what
we
we all
don't
here for.
right. I personally don't need to see it. You know what I mean? But eventually, it's going to be shown by
Mm-hmm.
actions and things.
Yes.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can feel it. I can feel it. I want, you know what I mean? I sit here and think about a lot of things, just like I said when I came on. You know, I want us to come together as as a uh, melanated people. You know what I mean? People all together. But I know that ain't gonna happen. But you know what I mean? Because we have to get one situation done before we can branch out amongst others. You know, but it's gonna come eventually. Hopefully, prayerfully, it'll come.
Yes. 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 Because sometimes, I hear a live and I hear a situation and I'm empathetic to the point that I feel them. I feel the connection. And I want to say a word that they're going to make them understand that you are in the right path. And I see what you're doing and I appreciate your effort because I see a lot of people judging people behavior without ever question why. And that's crazy to me,
Protection
and but
mechanism.
never want to understand people and trying to understand why things happen.
Mm-hmm.
Just,
Ain't gonna-
you know
Every human do that though. That's not natural. It's just sometimes we got to take the time to. I mean, with certain situations, but yeah, judgment is part of life anyway. That's just that's how it would keep us from uh getting in trouble and stuff. Or you know, we that got to happen in general. Because like I'm not about to see. Just like what they had that one thing about the lion thing. I'm not about to ask a lion, is you friendly? You know what I'm saying? If most of them always been biting people off, I'm not about to. I'm gonna go off my first the protection mechanism. I'm saying I'm about to be like good night. You know what I'm saying? I've seen enough. I understand you a little later. You know what I'm saying? But that's I'm just saying like
I
that's
know.
part of life
Been
though. That's
there.
a protection thing.
That's it.
But it's just like you got to pick. Like I say, you got to just pick. It's like anyway, it's just a gamble. Like it's a gamble with everything. Anyways, when you pick you a partner to be with, that's a gamble. You know what I'm saying? Everything is not really concrete. Like it's not going to always work the way you want it to work. Even within you getting a good relationship, still don't go the way you wanted to go. But you just got to be aware of that. It's either gonna be you gonna get good out of it or you gonna get something you learn out of that situation. It's just everything. Life
Yeah.
itself is
Can
temporary, so everything
can I
else is
share one more thought that is very important, and I want to make sure that I don't leave the live and I say, "Oh, I didn't see that." So I want to say that Gigi, it was like a breath of fresh air in my life, and she helped me so much in my growth. And growth
Oh,
is painful, but to see a person to own her, um, and I don't want to be vulgar, but own her stuff without having different vibration in their voice, that you feel that kind of shame to own it and have overcome it. It's refreshing because we all make
amen.
mistake, but to see that she look, one day you need to open the camera. I don't know what you didn't do today. This woman, she don't look like what she been through. She is so beautiful. So, and one day you understand what I'm talking about because it's true. But to see her in a live and connect with me, wow, it really, thank you, Gigi.
I appreciate you as well. Thank you. And thank you, Kev. It's a great live.
Very.
Hey man, I'm trying, man. It wouldn't be a great life without great people, right? You know what I'm saying? So all of us we all playing a part. That's how it be.
Hmm.
We trying to
Yes.
find more. We try to expand and help out the ones that what I'm saying, because a lot of people don't even realize they need help. I was talking to
Mm-hmm.
I had a thing with my cousin with that too, though. Like he was like, "Nah, just let people be them." I understand him with the because he got the individual mindset and stuff, but I'm like, sometimes. I mean, because it don't got nothing to do with our age and because we are grown folk and all that stuff. Sometimes we be needing help and might not know that we need help. That's just how it is. Because I used to
Mhm.
thought I had it all until I was like, you know what? I mean, I just out of nowhere, I just would start listening to stuff because I just wanted to feel good. And after that, I'm like, dang, what the heck? I need more help than I thought I needed. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's why I'm making these decisions and all that. Because a lot of people is just some people would say they don't need help because they don't know how to get the help, right? They don't know, you know what I'm saying? They
Yes.
ain't know as many different ways of different situations and stuff. So it's like I said, it's we all need help, no matter how we want to look at it, because we don't know everything. None of us is God either. You know what I'm saying? So of course we all need each other in some type of way. We
Yeah.
can't say that we don't need one another. We do. You know what I'm saying? It's just we gotta even with the negative people, you still learn from them what not to do. You know what I'm saying? We needed that one person that ate that poison berry so we know not to eat it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that ain't right. He's croaked over there. You know, I ain't mean to put it out that bad, but I'm just saying that he done for. So, I mean, I need not to do that. You know, I got to learn from it. No different. Because what we doing, a lot of us is following the same poison pattern. We see a lot, everybody eating that poison. We follow that. I don't like the way, I mean, because they experience, now it's time for me to experience because I don't think it's that bad or something. Then we eat the poison and fall through the same thing.
Right.
I had a live on that too before. Oh, I was about to do a live. Why didn't I had a live with that? Like, though, you can't stay mad when you already got warned for a certain situation, especially when our parents has told us don't do this, don't do that, and then you went on and did it. Now you're mad at the world because you went and did it, and your parents already told you not to do it. So how you gonna stay mad when you got warned?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just we gotta learn. We got to learn. We gotta take the time, even if you want to experience or not. But then you can't be mad for too long. You gotta learn from what you did and do something different. Teach your
Yeah.
child something different. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's gonna work or not, don't give up on the child. Like they're gonna do what they're gonna want to do. No, still
Yeah.
put it in their mind like you don't want to go through this, and maybe they gonna take it. Maybe they not. You know what I'm saying? It's all about who got the most influence at the end of the day. Because like most of the time, a child can they get influenced to their parents only so long until the outside. Then the friends start influencing them with stuff and all that. So it's just all about who getting to them more. That's something I had learned in that and through that, or I thought about it stuff like
Yeah.
it's
As a
whoever
child,
influenced who
right?
more.
Because one thing, as a mother, it was hard. I had to go through this in therapy to understand
Mhm.
that my good intention may have harmed my children, even though I didn't mean to. It happened. To accept that one, that was a tough one, you know, but it had to happen in order for me to grow, you know.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like be humble. It's not easy.
it ain't.
It's
It
you
can
have
be
to
if
go
you work
through
on it.
what you have to go through, and you have to learn to welcome it. Like Gigi was saying before, to appreciate even the bad that happened to you. That's one hot, tough one to process.
Oh,
I
it's
believe
all about
many will
mentality.
agree. You
Yeah.
Mentality you
know.
do it for you. It ain't nothing impossible. It might be hard, but it ain't impossible.
That's it.
Yep.
It's you have every morning that you wake up, you have a chance to fix it. To accept it.
Exactly.
Every time you
It's
open
to
your eyes, you
overcome
have
that
that day to
fear.
fix
Fear stop you, because it's sad to say, but many people, they're used to the drama, and the even trying to be happy when you're not ready, it makes you scared and you go back.
Yeah, fear itself don't stop you. It's just your choice to let fear stop you. You know what I'm saying? Fear itself don't stop you.
it. Right.
You can overcome it. That's why I say all that stuff really is mentality. It's like depending on how your mentality is built up.
Mm-hmm.
If you feel like that fear is stopping, then there's something that you got to check within yourself. Like, why? Why am I getting stopped by fear? Right? You just got to keep on. You got to build. Like that's all part about building your own confidence and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you got to look into more things, or that's why we got to get motivated by other people sometimes, and sometimes we got to, because a lot of stuff we can't just figure this stuff out on our own. Even when I made my change in my life, I had to listen to this audio book, and I didn't even realize it was gonna change my life like that. I'm like, dang, all this time I've been saying I was, and the one main one that hit me, I was listening to the audio book, and I was telling this one, and it was like about at least a couple weeks ago. I was telling this dude like, man, I ain't no morning person. I ain't this, and he's trying to hit me like, dog, it ain't that or something like that. And I was gonna stick with it 10 toes, like I don't care what you're talking about. All these years, I've never been a morning person. And then I heard the audiobook was like, dang, we are. It basically was saying that we built off habits. The audiobook called Atomic Habits. So he said we make a habit out of certain situations, and we talk to ourselves certain type of ways, and then we end up becoming how we talk to ourselves. Now, if I say I'm a
Right.
natural mean person, I'm gonna end up being that. If I tell myself I'm not a morning person, that's what I'm gonna not be. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be I'm not gonna be a morning person. So when
Right.
he had said something about people who say stuff to themselves and they end up becoming like people say that they're not a morning person, but it's just the mental. I was like, dang, that just hit me like, dang, what the heck? I've been saying that all the time. So you trying to say that? So that's why I say I realize we choose our identity. However we want to identify ourselves, that's what we gonna end up being. And I'm not talking about the new version of this. You know what I'm talking about? Not that new identity stuff that's going on in 2023. But I'm saying that you can choose. Like I say, I've been telling people if I want to be a hippie or something like that, I can do look up many different ways of how to become this type of life because I like that lifestyle. That's how you use other people to motivate you. Like, okay, if they doing it, I know I can do it the same way. You know, so it's just like we do choose what we want to do. We accountable for all of our actions and stuff. All this stuff we make that choice. Like we do that. So if I want to make a habit out of, it's like you can you can unhabit some stuff. Like it's all about making a habit out of. If I want to make a habit out of start eating good, that's what I got to do. I got to focus every day until it becomes easy. It becomes easy after that to where if you eat a burger or something like that, you're gonna feel weird. That's when it's like the opposite. Because now you get comfortable eating a burger, you're gonna feel weird eating a salad. But you
Right.
should be feeling weird eating a burger when you so used to eating a salad. That's just how habits work. You know what I'm saying?
No, no, I got you. I
Yeah.
got you. It's just, as I said, the deeper you go in the truth with yourself, and the scary gets because not everybody is willing
Gigi
to go
leaving.
that deep.
Yeah,
So,
she had a
but
call. She had a call.
you said one time somebody said you need to meet people where they're at, and that's true.
You
Mm-hmm.
have to. You have to. You know what I mean? So you can't put your expectations high and then expect somebody to meet you where you're at. You got to
Right.
meet them where they're at. You know what I mean? Now, when you're in a relationship now, you got to meet that. It's the same thing with a relationship. You got to meet them where they're at. You know what I mean? Yeah, you might want someone to be right here, but everybody is not
Baby
capable.
Kevin Hart, I'm so sorry. Forgive me, friend. I just want to tell Kev I have three more friends here: Tara Hawk, Joseph Saunders, and Extraordinary. So if you could tell them hi, that
Hey,
would be great. Sorry, baby
what
Kevin
is
Hart.
the? You just gonna come with a 3-piece on me real quick?
A
Go ahead.
three-piece.
Welcome to the
Right there.
live, Mr. Terror Hawk. And who else I supposed to get? Hold up.
Extraordinary and Joseph.
Welcome to the extraordinary and Joseph. Welcome to the live, man. I hope you enjoy this live, man. And
If you, it's the test right here. If you scared of these words right here, put your ego to the side. Don't be scared of that. The word accountability. Don't be scared of that.
You got
And emotional control. Now, if you good on them three right there, because that's all I talk about, we good friends. We family now. You know what
We
I'm saying?
good to
So,
go. Sorry, baby Kevin Hart. Please continue. Thank you for that welcome.
I'm loving it, man. You bringing some good people up, man. I love
I
it, man.
Yeah,
know. They are
always,
awesome. Thank you,
hmm
Titiana.
always.
Right, Tiziana, you been hiring people from me and stuff. We knew each other for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Even that
No,
time you
let me do
unfollowed
it.
me, I ain't forget about
I'll
that.
be
But you
right back.
came back though. You came back. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. I'm glad that you know what I'm saying. Everything happened for a reason though. You know what I'm saying?
Survivor
we
said
do
we go
travel in
in a
packs. I
pack.
mean, it's a lot of us. We do.
I
We
see,
do
man.
come in
It's
packs.
bringing me more hope. I'm about to. It's over. Good on all three. Okay, we are best friends now. Let's go. Let me see if I got some. Oh, oops, my bad. Wrong oops. I ain't mean to laugh at that. That ain't no funny matter. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, let's go, man.
Yeah,
Okay,
Extraordinary. What's the
I
deal,
send
man?
out
Yes,
the
support.
invitation.
that's what it's about. You know what I mean? When you come into a live, we supposed to support. You know what I mean? Especially us. We don't have that much support from our culture. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And when you come with three or more, man, that's phenomenal. You know what I
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
mean?
sir.
And I'm
I
happy to
really
say that.
appreciate you guys telling me this because you literally have to tell me because sometimes I'm clueless, especially with the internet.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Mm,
like if I support something, I go like down to my community and I talk about it. But so when you guys guided me how to do this stuff, I really appreciate it. I'm
Mm-hmm.
learning.
Baby
That's how
Kevin
you
Hart.
do it, man. We got to build off of what's the deal, man? How you feeling, man? How you feeling extraordinary? We got to That's how we got to build. Like I said, the build is off the internal, man. That's the main thing. It ain't the stuff we see because looks can be deceiving. We already know about that. Don't judge the book by its cover. We heard all that stuff, but
Hmm.
that stuff is like really true. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Yes.
That's the only way. That's how a lot of us is bonded right now because it's like it's just understanding like how we when we speak to each other it's like it's connections, you know what I'm saying, but it's what you connecting off of. Some people they like them, okay, like the trauma bonding a lot, they bonding off trauma and stuff, they bonding off, oh, that hurt you, that hurt me too, you know what I'm saying, I understand you, now we're on the same page. But then again, how's that helping you grow? You know what I'm saying, you got to ask yourself, like, is this helping me grow or this just making me feel good for the moment? A lot of people is just built off of feeling good for the moment. As to why we love, we get addicted to entertainments, we get addicted to, the certain foods and stuff. All that stuff we get addicted to, and a lot of stuff is just not even really good for us.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember talking about the stuff we consume and all that stuff. It might feel good at the moment, but is it good for the long term? So
Right.
we got we got to really realize what we're bonding off of. You know what I'm saying? So we off a healing bond, right? That's the best. That's the best. There's not no trauma bond, healing bond. How we gonna get over this type bond? Let's
You
grow
know
bond. You
what
know what I'm
you're
saying?
trying to
That's the type of
say.
groups you want to really be in. You
What you're
know?
Right.
trying to say is hard to let go. It's hard. It's like, I feel like there was a period of my healing where I knew that I had to completely let go to become my true self, right? But you're more comfortable is almost really going to a grieving period, right? And it's hard to let go. But once you do, then you're going to be okay. And you need to believe that in order to let go. That
Yeah.
process, it was very hard for me to achieve. But once I did it, I was even better, It's just,
Yeah.
and I understand that for people that feel that it's hard to let go, I'm
Yeah.
not judging them.
It ain't
It's
hard. It
hard,
ain't
but
hard.
it's so worth
It ain't hard to let go. But are you willing to let go?
There you go, boy. He
It
be
ain't
hitting
hard.
us. What
Ain't
is his
nothing
name, though?
hard to let go.
I think he
Are
earned
you
my friend
willing?
request.
Are you willing to let it go? The thing that's the biggest thing. Everybody says hard. It's hard. It ain't hard. Are you willing to let go?
There you go. I love it.
Wholeheartedly willing to let it go. You know what I mean? We're not willing to let it go because that's where we're comfortable at. When you're comfortable in something, then you be like, oh man, it's hard. It's hard. It ain't hard. It ain't hard.
Exactly.
It's just, are you willing to let it go? Are you
Yes.
to the point in your life when you had enough of something to willing to
Yes,
let it go? You know what I mean?
yes.
That's where you, like
Mm-hmm.
you keep saying, Tatiana, when you have therapy, are you willing to go to therapy? Are you
Mm-hmm.
willing to be vulnerable in therapy? Because you have to be
Mm-hmm.
vulnerable in order to heal. Are you willing to
Yep.
talk about it? You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Let's stop making it hard for something that we're not willing to do.
Yep.
We're willing to do
And
it.
you know what else? Some people Some people wait to the last. That's how I know. That's how I know everybody's able to do it. You know what I'm saying? But some people just choose not to because some people wait to the last minute to
Mm-hmm.
actually say, "Oh, I can let it go." You know what I'm saying? Some people wait to, dang there. Oh man, I had a stroke because I've been stressing so much. Now you found different ways now to prevent from having a stroke, but you wait to the last minute, you know what I'm saying, to actually figure it out now. And that's what the sad part. That's the whole point of us, talking about it, to show that you can make it there before you even have to get to the ending point. You know what I'm saying? Some stuff, like I said, I understand some people have to learn the super hard way, but that's the whole point of what we doing now, is to make sure people don't have to learn the hard way. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? That's why if we gotta speak the I can. We just can't say, oh, it's so hard. We gotta say we doing this. You're gonna do it.
Right.
The reason why I come off in my delivery be like this, because I want to motivate. I look at myself as a motivator, and that's how I'm identify myself, because that's all I've been doing. So it's like, only certain people can take it, as some people can't, but I just can't do this, let somebody sit here in their misery any longer than they supposed to. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If I can try my best to let somebody, get out their situation as quick as I can, that's what I'm gonna try to do. But it's at the end of the day, it
Exactly.
is up to you if you want to sit in your stuff for whatever how long. And if people been doing it for years and years because they got comfortable with it, but then it's gonna
Mm-hmm.
take that super heavy hard wall or somewhere that is dang near you done you dang near losing it type stuff, then that's when you want to change. Now. Like, but why wait till it's too late? Why? You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? But you gotta want to, just like you said, you gotta be even like people like, oh, I'm gonna go to therapy, but you gotta want to go there first. You know what I'm saying? If you don't want to go there, ain't nobody can force you. It all starts with the mental. All of it starts off with the mental. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
Yes, and you already acknowledged Mr. Terrahawk, who said he'd rather bond in solutions.
Yeah,
And
I love that.
Extraordinary said people get stagnant in a place of comfort, and that's true.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
I love it, man. I love it. Y'all talking that talk up in here. I love it. Where y'all been all my life? It's like that. You know, hey,
Right
shoot,
down the road.
things
Right
is
down
the,
the
the
road.
time and see. Look, I probably would look. This how I be knowing stuff is for a reason, right? Because I usually do these lives, right? I do it Saturday, right? I usually take Sunday off, but I was too tired. I was just too tired, and I just overslept. I mean, like, you know what? I'm just gonna get on Sunday now. And guess what? Guess who I'm meeting? I'm meeting more people that think like me. Look at this. Look at guys like no. But that's what I be meaning though. Why would I could have got mad about last night. Like, dang, I missed my opportunity. I done messed my schedule up. But guess what? Look what happened. You know what I'm saying? That's why I tell people to not complain. Don't complain about we got like complaining gets you nowhere. Don't stress. Don't regret anything because every last thing happens for a reason. We might not know the reason, but it happens for a reason. It's just all about sitting back, let life be life, and you just try to manage it as best way you can. That's all you can do. Work with
Right.
what you got. You know, even if your car catch a flat or something like that, hey, maybe it wasn't meant for you to go to work that day. If they want to
Right.
fire you, maybe that job wasn't for you. You know what I'm saying? Don't take don't be hurt off of every last situation that happened in your life because it happened for a reason. Because if it wasn't gonna happen, it wouldn't have happened. You know what I'm saying? So everything it comes to play. It's something behind it, and it's always
Yep.
going. Use most of the time, it's something good out of it. Or even if it's in a bad situation, you can look for the good in it.
Right.
And don't believe the lie that they sell, but it's too late. You want
No,
to feel that you had enough and you want to change. It's never too late. How
never
do
too
I
late.
know? Been there, done that. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
you can be happy, you can be in peace, you can be loving. There is an happy version of life. It's up to your choosing, and that's what they don't tell you. So I'm here trying to tell you that part.
Mm-hmm. If you any of y'all, cause y'all preaching down in that thing, if y'all want to come out, come on out. We gonna get some ears ringing today. You know what I'm saying? Y'all about to make me stay on a little longer than I was about to. You know, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. If y'all want to come up, we can go. I got 9 boxes, even though that's a lot. You know what I'm saying? It'd be a lot sometimes, but yeah, y'all on it, man. Y'all feeling it, y'all
Hey,
understanding, man.
it's all
Like
about
that's why I try
connection.
to eliminate as many excuses that we can, man. That's my whole thing because excuses never get me anywhere. It never
They
got me anywhere. It gotten anybody anywhere. We make all these excuses while we not trying to grow, and that's why we stopping ourselves with excuses. You know what I'm saying? We got to tell ourselves we can. You got to
got
tell ourselves, all this stuff that it's possible. I seen somebody else do it. I can do it. You know what I'm saying? But if we sit back with all the excuses, but people do this and people go through that. Yes, we are aware of that stuff. But then what we gonna do about it though? Some stuff you might can't do nothing about it, but you gotta let it. You gotta let it ride. Let it do what it's gonna do. But if I can eliminate as many excuses so we can keep moving forward, that's what we gotta do, man. Because we let these excuses stop us. That's what it is.
Yeah.
enough is
I
enough with
will
the
give the box up so somebody else can come here and share. I really appreciate this live. I'm gonna just jump out of the box and just get this wisdom. Peace and
Okay.
love to all.
Okay, for sure, for sure,
Thank
for
you,
sure.
Tiziana. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for inviting them too. I love it. I love
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
What's the
But no,
deal?
it is a positive. It's a positive forum, and I appreciate that. Because what's going on?
Hey, Music
Gigi,
Girl.
I saw you up here, so I came up, and I appreciated the conversation.
Yes.
I think a lot of us get stuck in our comfort zone, but I learned one thing, and it's just to this day I follow it. If you're afraid of it, then go get it, go meet it, go tackle it.
Mm.
Mm,
You got to go head on towards it. And
mm-hmm.
that's how you learn who you are. You ain't never gonna learn who you are in your comfort zone. Your
that's
comfort
it.
zone, your comfort zone. is a pacifier. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you think you're happy in it, but it really just prevents you from being who you can be or knowing what you can
Mhm.
be.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
No.
That's
Y'all making me be so unstingy with these. I'll be so stingy with my followers, man, because I be wanting y'all, now y'all got me following everybody in this world. Like, dang, y'all talking too juicy up here. I
Man,
love it,
we be
man.
getting it.
yeah.
I
We
love it.
act silly sometimes on Music Guys Brothers Live, my friend
Hmm.
Keith,
Yeah.
but we often talk about very serious, life changing things. So
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
I
so
mean, we
happy
need
for
both
them
of it, though.
showing
That's
up.
a balance. That's a balance. We
Yes.
need both. And everybody gonna
One
have your
thing we
robot here. Sometimes I be coming up here with my wine and stuff and chilling and
don't
you know what I'm
start
saying?
nothing
Hey,
All
now.
of us
whoa,
need
whoa,
to
whoa, whoa, whoa,
can't
whoa,
be a
whoa, whoa,
robot.
whoa. Stop
We
right
do
there.
that too.
Stop
Don't
right there.
don't start nothing now,
Stop right there. I'm about to say you about to
because
start something, Cole. The two
because
on the top in the mid above me, man. Don't talk about no wine. Don't talk about
we called the last segment of Saturday the wine cellar.
yeah, right.
Hmm. Wow. I must
You
have rang
welcome.
a bell. That was meant for me to say that was.
Yeah. You welcome. You welcome coming to the wine cellar. You know what I mean. I know Keith. You know what I mean. And Gigi and music guy. You know, of course. Welcome you to join the live. I mean, we have
Yeah,
fun.
next
We
time
just
we
talk
make
about
sure we
different
send
things.
you live too, man, because
Yeah.
yeah, I know you can get down with it, you know, because you about the same thing, you know. My brother, all he want to do is try to do good for people and open up a dialect, you know, to where people can learn,
Hmm.
you know,
Hmm.
Yeah.
spiritually, you know, his all the things that he's been through and what we've been through, you know, and this is pretty, you know, sounds pretty familiar.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's why I feel like when I came into it, it felt like a good fit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because you didn't, no one was judgmental. You know what I mean? We all was open minded to no matter what a person's situation is. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean?
Hmm.
And that's why I
No.
rock with GG. That's why I rock with Music Guy, Keith. I mean, Terra Hawk, extraordinary. You know what I mean? Everybody that come in this live, we help me see things differently than what I used to see. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
from another
Exactly.
perspective. From another perspective, you
That's
know.
how it is. And can't get mad at it because we all different.
Hmm.
We all different.
Hmm.
And you sometimes you might have to see that perspective in another way and then fit it into your own, you know,
Hmm.
life. It may not just fit straight in, but you might have to find a way to fit it in. Somebody saying something that makes sense, and and it means that you might, you know, you like what you're hearing, and it might, you know, make sense to you. You might have to change something in your life to make it work
Right.
for you. That's
Right.
what it's all about, you know.
Hmm.
Hey, music guy, that might also be known as broadening your horizons.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
Mm.
yeah, yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
awesome.
Let me miss sleep again another day and do a different schedule, man. Boy.
This is the first year for the first seeing you, man. But I'm glad, man, because everybody ain't on that tip. You know, everybody ain't on
Yes.
the, you know,
Yeah.
spiritual guidance tip. You know,
Hmm.
there's a lot of policy and politics, and I understand and respect all that. I can get into that, you know, but sometimes it's just you got to bring it down to, you know, the inner part of a person, you know,
Hmm.
and what you can learn and how you can actually give, you know.
Hmm.
Yeah. What we getting out of anything we talk about? What are we getting out of it? That's all that really matters. Because
Yeah,
we could talk about the same trending stuff or whatever, but you know, why talk about that ain't getting? I mean, I'm of course do fun entertainment and all that stuff, but then again, like, what is this doing? You spending hours and hours talking about nothing when you could be spending hours to uplift yourself or better yourself. If I got an option to do that, why not? You know what I'm saying?
right,
Like,
right.
of course, it's a bunch of toxic stuff out here. Sweet, cool. That's nothing new. There's nothing new about that situation. So what about people that actually know how to Oh, well, it's people that actually give out here, or it's people, what I'm saying, people that actually know how to take accountability and stuff. What, what I'm saying,
Mm-hmm.
and show and then help you more. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I am a firm believer. Like whatever energy you set yourself around, it doesn't impact. If positive will impact to you, a negative can do the same exact thing. We are all human, and that's how it is. And that's why you have to choose the areas that you or understand the people you're talking to because you can easily fall. Everybody got a day they can fall. I mean, that's just what happens. That's
Hmm.
just part of life.
That's true.
Sorry, doing my daughter here. Oh, okay, for sure, for sure.
All right. I think that's saying name.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
when
Life.
are
man.
you on again?
Uh,
When are you on again?
I'm probably not getting on until Wednesday.
Okay. In the
Yeah, but
evening, about what time?
I be getting on at like between 6 and 6:30. Yeah, majority of the time,
Okay.
6:30 through what is it? Wednesday to Saturday. Today is a
Okay.
Sunday. I actually doing Sunday today, but I usually get on Wednesday to Saturday.
Okay, so I invited Keith, the person we've talked about quite a few
Hmm.
times who has a live, and he usually does it on Wednesday, but I'll see if he wants to stop by. He was just chilling today,
Hmm.
but I'll see if he wants to stop by Wednesday, and I'll see you again. I'm getting ready to sign off,
Oh yeah, for sure, for
um,
sure, for sure.
but
Uh-huh.
thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate all y'all. Like y'all ain't had to come in here, man. That's why I say I appreciate every moment. Ain't no entitlements or none of that stuff. I tell people to appreciate everything, because even the likes and all that, nobody had to do this. So most definitely.
Yes, yes, thank you, family, for coming in and accepting my invite, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Love
Hmm.
you.
All
Love
right, y'all. Love you
you.
too, man.
All right. Bye bye.
All right, later.
Yep.
All right.
But yeah, this is a good live, man. I got to give you that. You know what I mean? I wasn't gonna plan on coming on live today. You know what I mean? I was just chill, watch basketball, and just relax. But
Hmm.
glad I came in because
Oh
I,
yeah.
having this good conversation and listening to other people's opinion about things is awesome. It's an amazing thing.
Hmm.
I mean, we as a
Exactly.
culture, we as a people, we have to learn how to listen to each other. You know what I mean? And give each other their perspective or their opinion about life. And everybody's eyes are different.
Hmm. Or at least try to understand. Even if we can't understand, at least try. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's
Because all
absolutely
of
true.
us, that's what we doing. And then look at it, even at that, if it's like, we got to try to see, like, okay, is it helping us? Is it helping you? Or is it, you know what I'm saying? So is it really, or is it affecting us? Because everybody got of course, they got their own ways of how they want to live their life, but is it affecting you or not?
Right.
Some people might not be aware of it, so you can only talk to them. But if they don't want to take it, it is what it is. You plant the seed, so on to the next. Everybody not going to agree with every last thing, so.
Exactly. Exactly.
Uh,
Everybody's not. You know what I mean? It's about
mm,
being able to say, yeah, you know what I mean? I agree or disagree. It's okay to disagree with something that you don't agree with. You know what I mean?
mm,
But when you don't agree with something, always do your homework to find
mm,
out the reason why you don't agree with it. And then you got to find this in yourself. Look in to find out why you disagree with what person.
That Kev, I just wanted to say thanks. I'm gonna pull out, man, because my wife is calling me trying to figure out what we gonna eat, and
That's the biggest thing for me.
she out shopping, So I'm trying to finish up what I was doing, but I just wanted to let you know personally, man, how much I appreciate your live today, man. I don't
mm.
normally do lives on Sunday, man. I really don't.
Right.
But I saw a couple of friends on here, and as normally when I see Gigi, I know she talking about something real, or
Oh yeah.
in a real manner, and and with a little bit of comedy to it. So I always
Yeah.
jump on, and I appreciated this, man. I really did.
Oh yeah, man. I appreciate you too, brother, man.
Well,
And y'all,
I'm
and
following
people
you
like
now.
y'all is what motivate me more, man. That's what make me not want to stop. You know what I'm saying? Because I know there's a lot of us that's looking for the same thing and trying to grow and stuff. So I really, this is like actually, it's gonna make my week low key for next week. I'm ready. What the fuck is wrong with you? TikTok changed my life. So, but it's, I mean, it's all about how you use it though, and it's very inspiring, man. It helps you out. It's helping me out a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I appreciate it, man. And we ain't a lot of brothers like you, man. You know what I mean? It's like you down to earth. You're not afraid to be yourself, you know. Kev, same way, baby Kev, you know, and this is the kind of group that I just vibe with, man. So, you know, again,
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to come back on and try to get these things done that I'm supposed to be doing. But I wanted to make sure I let you know how much I enjoyed the live, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Let me make
All
sure
right,
I'm
I'm
following you.
following you, man, so I'll be looking for the next one.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let me make sure it's on following you. I gotta make sure because I'm making sure I'm following everybody that came today too. I usually be stingy with my yeah. I got you though, man. But oh yeah, for sure, brother.
All right, we'll definitely talk soon.
Yep.
All right, peace, y'all. All right, baby Kev. And
Love
whoever
you.
else is up here, I'm sorry, Sierra. Peace,
Mm,
y'all.
all right. Be
Yeah,
checking. We'll be
you
checking
did
for the
right.
live.
You know, what I mean, you got to be stingy with your followers
Yeah.
nowadays.
Oh, you got to. Yeah, you got to get the people that's important for real. That's what I noticed. This ain't about how many people you follow. Like I said, it's more about. That's what I tell people. I was saying, like I mentioned that before. I'd rather have 1,000 supporters than 1,000,000 followers, right?
Right.
Because that's the more of the quality over the quantity, right? So it's like we got to be on the same page. I got to make sure I'm checking in on you. You check on me. You know what I'm saying? So we all know, cause we all doing the same exact stuff. You know.
Exactly. Exactly. You know,
Yep.
I put it like this. I tell a lot of people, I've said it. You know, what I mean, I'd rather have 7 followers than have 1,000,000 followers. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I want the real, and I want the true people following, and you know what I mean, being with me. You know what I mean, because they're gonna tell you like it is. They ain't gonna hold no punches. And then on top of that, they're not gonna hold a grudge. You know what I mean? Because I
Yeah.
see something. Don't hold a grudge for how I view things. You know what I mean? Trying to understand who I am as a person.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna try to understand who you are as a person. Because you're not like me and I'm not like you. Because we share the same complexion, don't necessarily mean we gonna like the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you might like uh milkshake. Yeah, I might like sweet tea. That don't make you know it make you like different things than what I like. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? You know, I just wish we could all just see that, as a collective, as a whole.
Mm-hmm. And
But
this is how you look at the similarities. Y'all both drinking something. So that's all that matters. You know what I'm saying? That's when you look, it's some similarity within all of us, but we just don't want to acknowledge it because of the stuff that we want people to agree with. But as long as you agree with the main thing, like which I notice is all of us is growth. Growth and bettering ourselves. That's the most like beliefs and all that stuff don't mean nothing from that point because we got the core thing of what we want and or what we trying to look for within each other. So that's the main thing. You know what I'm saying? That's how we don't hold grudges against one another and all that stuff. Oh, you don't like that, so I got a bias against you. No, we all look for the same thing still at the end of the day.
right, right. I got to unfollow this person because they don't see it like this. No, you know, it's
He said
crazy
he
stuff,
tried to
man.
tie shoes from the left, not the right. Nah, good night. Well, we
Right. I'm
both
gonna
tying our
unfollow him.
shoe.
Both times there you have it right there. The whole thing right there. Both tying our
Mm-hmm.
shoes, no matter which way you go, what direction. Just because you
Mm-hmm.
do the rabbit ear first and then you and I don't. I mean, it's just, but hey, yeah, man, I do enjoy your live. I enjoyed it today, brother. I really do.
Oh yeah,
And
man.
I desire, I guess that's your name.
This
I,
year
I really
desire.
desire. I like
Think
that
she
name.
doing her daughter here over there.
You know what I mean? So I'm glad that Gigi shared me the live. You know what I mean? Like I said, I was
Mm-hmm.
gonna chill and watch the game. I wouldn't even really do too much, but I guess that's the purpose. It was meant for me to come into this live to
It
listen
was meant
to.
exact. That's why I say I love it, man. I be loving it, man. Just like like I mentioned, like I was supposed. I don't get on live. I usually don't try to get on live on Sunday because I get on Saturday. I usually stay up all night on Saturday. I usually I take a quick sleep and stay up all the way until early in the morning and stuff. And then I have my Sunday as a rest. But I overslept and I'm like, you know what? I gotta still get this message out anyways. I still gonna gotta get my topic off. So I say I'm gonna go today. And guess what? You know what I'm saying? Can't complain about it because I wouldn't have met
Yeah,
y'all. Yeah.
that's the hey, divine purpose. divine. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it was meant to be.
Yeah, right.
So
Exactly.
I'm glad I met you,
Oh,
Desire, and all your other friends. I could have heard what your other partner AJ said. Was saying in the comment.
oh yeah, AJ, she real
I
good. I
wanted to
like
hear.
her. She one of my main mods. She real good. It probably wasn't meant for us to hear today. We'll hear it though for sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
got
it's
some
gonna
powerful
come.
people for real. You
We
said
all gonna
what?
be in the same place at the same time eventually.
Oh yeah, eventually for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I got some for sure some powerful people that y'all like though, because everybody and even with all us but with the people I know and stuff, we don't always agree on a lot of stuff either. You know what I'm saying? But we know what we want. We sometimes we gotta, that's why I call this the hold each other accountable room, because that's where it starts off at. We gotta be able to pick each other up from where we slacking at sometimes, even if we might not like it. Right? If somebody let me know like, hey, you keep people too early, let me know. I can't take it to heart because that's something I got to work on. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean about hold each other accountable, because that betters me and it better my real life. You know what I'm saying? So I don't do that to other people that in real life. If you can control yourself
Right.
online, you can control yourself in real life too. You know what I'm saying?
That is absolutely true. You
Yeah.
know, we have to be together. We have to come together as a people. Oh, wow.
Got to. We got to
I
for
mean,
sure.
you know, and you're taking that step that we're able to come together. Are we gonna have are we gonna have disagreements? Of course we are,
Of
but we have
course,
to have
yeah.
also men and women to also understand. Okay, just because we have a disagreement, that doesn't mean that we should stop. Trying to understand each other. Have this now within adults to apologize or come back together as adults. Should be able to do that.
Hmm.
My opinion. You know, yeah, hey,
That's where that
our
maturity
maturity.
kicks in. At
Yeah, everybody ain't mature.
no, they not. You could be as smart as you want, book smart, and got all these degrees that don't mean you're mature though. you can't
That's
you can't get a degree in maturity.
right, right. Whether you're self-educated or whatever the case may be, you got to have some type of common sense to be able to understand that every person ain't on everybody's level. Everybody ain't on the same level.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna get off here. I'm about to go find me something to eat.
Oh
Me
yeah.
and my
Me too. I need to do that myself. Boy. But
no, but yeah, but I'm gonna get up off here, man. And it's time to go live. I'm definitely gonna shoot through. You know what I mean?
hmm.
I got to set in place for the next time we go live. You know what I mean? And like I said, I want to hear what AJ had to say because I think, she's going to be very powerful. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
uh, I know everybody's powerful when they speak, especially
Oh
when they
yeah,
speak.
man. And that's my whole thing. That's what I'm trying to do is build a whole good, powerful group. Because even if that's why I say even if we got to start out small, because people like to do the most harshest topics and all that stuff and try to build their following up from that way and all that stuff. But I'd rather have some good, quality type people to where that even if it's real slow, that I think once we get big, or we get big and all that, well, not get big, but we get enough people, then we gonna start helping people that didn't even realize they needed help and all that stuff. And then it is gonna be, oh dang, I need a type of live like this. I need a type, because like I said, the numbers really ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? But if you got solid 50 people in here that's all in here every day, you know what I'm saying? We can help more people. You know what I'm saying? That's all that really matter. That's
Yeah,
all that really matter.
it's all about consistency.
Yep.
You're consistent, perseverance or whatever. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
It'll go a long way, man. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's just my motto. I'm all
Hmm.
about being consistent. You know what I mean? If you ain't consistent in my life, I know you ain't gonna be consistent in my life, period.
Oh, right.
You
Preach.
know? And people got to understand that if you ain't consistent, if you're not consistent in your life, how can you be consistent in somebody else's life? You know,
Hmm.
it's about consistency. If I say family, I'll take that person. So I got to show that love. And just like with Keith and TG, I want to be consistent, and they see that I am. You know what I mean? I don't have to say it, but I show it by action. I mean, let's do things by actions, not our words. You know,
Exactly.
it's really different.
Words can be deceiving. Actions can't hide actions. You be like, I love you, but you're doing everything that you hate in action.
And you're right, right. You know what I mean? You could come on, somebody come on your line. I don't like what you say, but yet you still tapping the screen.
Right, exactly. I'm gonna
You
go
know
ahead,
what
keep hating, hate as long as you want, keep sharing and all that stuff, and then hateful shares and hateful
I'm saying?
taps.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You tell me you don't like me because I'm speaking the truth, but you're sharing it to your friends and you're liking the live, and then you still coming into the live, but you're still in the comments commenting. So that means
Hmm.
you eventually something that I'm saying is helping you. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
You might not like me as a person, but you're liking you're liking the conversation. So you still in
Yep.
the live, you're still tapping, you're still doing X, Y, and Z. You know, so people just
And they
gotta
not
show
gonna admit it either. That's 'cause that ego. That's that ego I was talking about.
their ego.
They don't want
Exactly
to
right.
admit it.
That's it. That's it. That's exactly it. But yeah, man, let me get off here, man. Let me talk
Yeah,
to
you
these
be in here
fellas
for
so I
another
can
10
find out
hours
who
if you end up doing this. Well,
uh,
for sure,
hey,
man.
yeah, that's how it is when you have a good conversation. You don't want to leave the conversation.
Right,
You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
You're around good
Yep.
people. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, let me get off here and get him something, find him something to eat, man. And hopefully we'll meet up again.
Oh yeah, for
Preferably
sure,
with,
man.
you know what I mean?
Yep. Yep.
But I'll holler at y'all. Terror Hawk, my brother. I'll holler at you later, bro. All right,
Mhm.
y'all. Y'all be safe out here.
All right, you too, man.
Bye.
Let me see. Did I see? I thought I seen Lovely in here. All right. I guess. Let's see. So I'm thinking about it. Should I extend this? I am hungry myself. Oh, it's about that time. Well, I guess I'll probably catch y'all. I do want to talk about some else. Do I want to? I could, but I don't want to be on too long and stuff. I've been on since 12 this morning. Was it 12, 11? Yeah, so, all right, y'all, man. I'm going to catch y'all. You know, that's only, what, three people in here anyways, now. So, maybe you can come back. Yeah, I might see. I mean, if it is too dry and stuff, I might come back. Might see if I can get on another couple hours before I have to go to work. We'll see. But I need to go give you something to eat. So, yeah, I might. I might. Cause if I'm just sitting here playing the video game and stuff, I can be on here. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I might get back on later. I might see. So, but good looks, man. I'm glad I met all y'all. Did I make sure I follow all y'all? Oh, I didn't even follow Extraordinary. I follow you right now. So yeah, I'm gonna catch all y'all though, and thanks for coming through. Uh, good night. You know what I'm saying? Or I don't know, something like that. But all right, let's get it. All right, y'all.